Right, we're live. Hello. As you can see from the title, we're going to do a watch party. We're going to discuss the Intel Cup. $10,000 on the line. I'm just updating the stream graphics right now, so it might be a bit quiet. Right, that looks a bit better. Yeah, there's a lot of good teams taking part in this. I'd say minus 211 hours to go. Yeah, not long now till it starts. We're just doing a Intel Cup watch party. $10,000 on the line. They'll show us the format when it kicks off. This is my background music. I'll get rid of it when the official stream starts. I'll fix the goal up there. Smash subscribe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Intel Nook Elite Cup. I'm Monster D-Face, and joining me here today is Aussie Antics to kick off the show. One of the biggest community shows to date for the practice server. Aussie, what's up, my brother?
Not much. I'm keen for these games, man. 8 games of stacked format. I'm so incredibly keen. Trios as well. This is going to be a phenomenal day.
That's right. And you guys saw it there. The commercials are rolling. We got Intel on our side here, the Intel Nook gaming team. So thank you so very much for allowing us to kick off this show and bring you guys a community event from none other than the practice server here today, and of course Team Chronic. So if you guys are tuning in from the YouTube Team Chronic channel, what's going on, guys? Of course, everyone here in the Twitch channel, we welcome and thank you guys for tuning in today. Like I said, it's Monster, it's Aussie Antics, and we're here to kick off these 8 games. Aussie, are you as juiced for this as I am? Because I can't contain myself right now.
Hey man, I've been getting up at like 6 a.m. to watch all the Opens qualifiers, and those were insane. Like the Opens qualifiers and the Open finals were nuts. So if we're inviting all these insane teams from Chronic and now Prac server as well, this is going to be phenomenal.
That's right, and there's all kinds of stuff happening today. We have format, we have prizing, we're trying something new here.
Yeah, it's 8 a.m. in Australia.
We have the very special invitees. So let's go ahead and check out the format. Let's break down the special rules and how these things are going to all unfold for the players today. Aussie, take me through the point system here. Let's break it down.
It's a good point system. Top 15, 2 points is of course a trios day as well. So if you add all these up, you got top 2 for top 15, 2 points for top 12, 2 points for top 9, 3 points for top 5, 3 points if you get third to fourth, 3 points for second. Each limit is worth 1, and that big Vic Roy is going to get you 5. That's 20 points total. But
it does look good.
I'm gonna let you run that one, Monster, because that's gonna be an exciting point today.
Hey, we did this. The pros might hate it, the viewers might love it, but check it out. The special rule. One team will be absolutely eliminated from the competition after 3 games. The lowest points will get cut out of the competition. After 4 games, 2 more teams will get dropped from the competition. That's right. I want to see those sweating emojis in the Twitch chat. And after 5 games, 3 more teams will be eliminated from the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is 18 players will be kicked out of the competition for having the lowest points after 5 games, making the games much more and more stacked. We have prizing on the line too. It's not just crazy gameplay. It's not just format and points being divvied out here. There's money on the line. There's Ghost Canyon.
Decent amount of money there.
Some monstrous PCs. Aussie, take me through this money right here.
Yeah, this is looking good. First place is going to get you $4,200 as a course split as its trio. Second place, $2,000. Third place, $1,200. Fourth place, $800. Fifth place, $600. Sixth place, $450. Seventh, $300. Eighth, $200. Ninth, $150. And top 10 still going to get you $100. But the big bonus, as Monster just said, the Intel Ghost Canyon Nook PCs, they're going to cop 3 of them for the team with the highest average placement. So all 3 of them are going to cop brand new beefy PCs. That is ridiculous.
And ladies and gentlemen, feel free, search up the Ghost Canyon Nook PCs. Check out the description down below. Look into the Twitch chat, check out the commands, because honestly, these PCs are pretty dope. They're great, they're beefy. Check those links out at simplynook.com/Ghost Canyon. You can search it up. And thank you once again to the Intel Nook gaming team for bringing us all this prizing and making this all happen here today.
Yeah, that's a nice prize pool, man. Again, beefed up with 3 brand new PCs. That's incredible. I mean, if that's average placement, you got to think if a team can get the first with average placement on top, they're getting $4,000 and 3 PCs. You've got to be kidding me. That is ridiculous.
And we decided to do it a little differently, right? We also have a giveaway happening in the chat. So make sure you do !! giveaway. Check out how to enter yourself if you want to win yourself.
All right, let's go.
Nice PC. This could be your gaming rig. This could be your beautiful stream rig. There's some nice icons in there. All up-to-date stuff. I don't mean to brag, but Intel's bringing some really cool stuff for us. I think we just got word from the back, though. We have players. If you have been living under a rock, you have been following us on social media, have you seen the invite list? Check this out right here.
This invite list is massive. Some of the biggest names in the business. When we do invite lists, Monster, you're kind of like looking for names you recognize. It's everyone. You know everyone on this list. Like, these are the biggest names in the business. We've got Zate. We've got World Cup winner Bugha. We've got
I'm a
Chap,
2K fanboy.
Shark. I see DJen in there. We have Reverse 2K, Graska. There are so many big names. Obviously, we have Stretch playing with Zate for the very first time now as well. We have Edgy going from West now to East to play with Chap and AV. There are some ridiculous teams in this.
Let me just be the first to say it. My players to look out for here today in the Intel Nook Elite Cup is definitely Zate, Sap, and Stretch. I know they're a powerhouse duo. Now introducing Stretch, who for the first time is playing away from Bugha, from a online competition or a major competition. I think it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to play out. Also, do you have any players you're specifically looking out? Who is your player to look out for today?
Yeah, I mean, not on this list. I've been obviously paying a whole bunch of attention to the opens, and I love the invite.
Reverse has been super consistent.
Team, someone that battled their way through everything.
So keep an eye on Reverse 2K, guys.
And then finals. So
who are you guys looking out for?
Clazo, Tabs, they're going to be doing phenomenally well today. I think they came second place overall in the opens finals. They ended up losing it by just 1 point, but they won their first 2 games in a row and almost picked up the hat trick. So they're the ones I'm looking out for. But Clix, Commandment, Bizzle has been the team that.
Yeah, but Chap's always consistent, isn't he?
Watching them play, I'm just blown away. They're on another level right now. I just want to see, as those newly formed teams, can they pull it off when there's money on the line, though?
Hey, I agree, and I think there's a lot of people tuning in from home to check out Scope, Tfue, and Innocence, invited through Team Chronic's invite list. Like we said, we put together a band of misfits here, all the best of the best pro players in our community, brought to you from the practice server invitee list and the Team Chronic invitee list. And that's where Tfue and Innocence coming from. But take a look. Here's your other page. Much more players. I'm seeing West superstars up here. Wavy Jacob, Thomas, Reitz.
Yeah, that's a big contingent. That's a scary team as well. Triple Controller, I see how they go as well. That is a very aggressive team. I think with that average placement bonus, maybe they'll dial it back. But then again, I've never seen that team to them not just rush at everyone they can see. So we'll have to see. But with that, we haven't talked too much about that bottom, right? Like, you got to think
Dubs is solid, so fun. I agree.
Teams. You can't start slow today. You can't find your foot. This is probably
one of the
first
is dropping?
stacked trio tournaments or games we've seen for NA now. So if your drop spot's a little contested, you go down game 1, maybe game 2. You got to feel the pressure. We see Furious, Chaotic, and Paper. They were doing phenomenal through the opens. They ended up winning their heat. They only just qualified through on the finals, though. Finals things went a little bit shaky. I was watching Paper's stream, started to get a little bit frustrated with each other, so we have to see how they go. But there it is. Colazo, Teats, and Tabs, my team to look out for. We'll have to see. I'm cheering them on, but I hope I get to make a prediction for once and be kind of right.
That's right. And ladies and gentlemen, that page that you're looking at in that last one right there, including Schmecht, Kasker, and Illis, those are your players that qualify through the open. So big shout outs to the pro community getting involved with everything we're doing at the practice server. I really wish we could have, of course, invited all of you guys. That's impossible, guys. So thank you guys so very much for, just being as passionate and as enthusiastic as we are to deliver these shows for y'all, today, because that's really what it all comes down to. These are community driven events, and the only way we're going to make it to the top is by working together. And that's what we accomplished here today. But regardless of what, Aussie, we got the players, we got the special rule in effect. There's big money on the line, man. Let's talk about the map changes and how, dude, we're like in a new chapter, right? Everything's on the water. What happened?
Yeah. I mean, I watched a little bit of the Lockie Cup last night, so we got a little bit of a taste. We've had some of those EU Cups, but yeah, it's playing out real different. We're on the water, but I mean, as you can see, the guys are there. We have some permanent rotation. There's ways to navigate the water. I'm not completely opposed to it because a lot of this water you can build in. It's not like those deep water zones we had last season, but there are some massive changes. It's harder to get material around the map now, probably the main one that a lot of the teams are going to face today.
That is exactly true. And dude, you kind of mentioned it. The guys, there's the mobility. All of a sudden, this is what the people have been wanting for. I feel like Epic has really hit the nail right in the middle. And let's talk about the charge shotgun and just this competition and what this means for the community as a whole. I think it's the first high-stakes competition we've seen on a competitive front for trios. Being that the Ninja Battles event was pushed back, I thought that was going to be our first taste. But this might be our first major taste for the NA East division on high-tier competition.
I think so. Like, obviously, Lockie's Cup was great. We had Savage's Cup, but that was an open qualifiers in a top 200 team format. This is the top 30 plus best teams in NA. Like, this is a whole nother level. This is the elite of the elite. These are going to be so stacked, and it's going to be interesting to see how this new map handles that. We haven't really tested it. We have things added like Peppers, which we've seen kind of playing out into the end game a little bit, but I can just see the value of them so much more in stacked games. You talked about the charge shotgun versus tac. We'll maybe get a definitive like kind of showing of what might be the best shotgun to run for stacked games, because we haven't really seen that yet. But I hope these pros know what they're doing.
Look out for the rapid SMG, guys. I think it's underused.
Special rule, pressure's on today.
Hey, man, I've been doing a lot of watching of content and a lot of watching of this team play dynamic. And I mean, the charge shotgun has wriggled its way into these pro loadouts. Who knows? Has there been enough time to really understand how to use the weapon and apply the weapon into the game, into the world that we know as Fortnite? We'll find out. But look at this, the shot of the grotto, shot of retail row, a couple of POAs that haven't changed too much just yet. Retail row being one of the favorites for players to land now. I feel like since the entire map has been pretty much drowned underwater, right? The majority of it, these old locations are the hot spots now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, same thing. Obviously, the team that I called out, Colazo's team, he's been dropping retail competitively since competitive Fortnite started. So I know he's happy that retail's still sitting there. Main thing to count out with these maps as well, these POIs, sorry, the Marauders. They're playing into competitive more than any new addition because they count for Storm Surge, and Storm Surge is going to be a very
that's
big
messed
issue
up.
today.
They shouldn't be
so
Storm
those teams
Surge.
that drop retail, drop lazy, can pick up those Marauders, get the loot off them, and they're going to be sitting pretty with a Storm Surge.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the Game 1 Battle Bus is just underway. Welcome once again to the Intel Nook Elite Cup here, brought to you today by Practice Server and the Chronic team. And if you're tuning in from anywhere, whether it be the YouTube channel or the Twitch TV channel, we welcome you and we thank
here
you.
we go.
It's game 1 that's going down right now, Aussie. And remember,
To Frenzy
what's on
Farm,
the
this is
line
Reverse
a
2K's team
being kicked out of the
fighting somebody
competition.
here.
Every single game matters.
Yeah, 8 games, but yeah, the start of it matters. You can't start slow, and I'm seeing
Here's
2
Zayt.
farmers right next to caddy corners. Obviously, the POI,
So that's
probably with
Zayt's
the most
team.
amount of teams dropping near it. As we can see, it looks
Tfue's
like we've
team
got
here.
2 teams directly on top of it, maybe even 3. No, 1 flying over. So 2 teams on top of it, but 2 teams on the mount nearby. They want those mythic items. You're going to get arguably the best shotgun in the game, the only mythic shotgun, and you're going to get the shockwave launcher. We have
what's this
seen
split?
that
This is
gun
an interesting
wreak
split.
havoc endgame. Jumping up, knocking people out, pure mobility. It is ridiculous. And they've now copped an airdrop as well.
Why are they still showing them up?
Exactly what's happening. We're giving you guys that nice big map overview so you can see where all the pros are landing right now. You have a nice wide spread over the course of the map right here. And as always, we want to jump in with some of our favorite players. Tfue, Scoped, and Innocence right now, who are fighting it out for Caddy's Corner. We knew that this was going to be one of the biggest spots. And look at Wavy Jacob's going to find Innocence in the field. So Tfue's already down 2 members here.
No way. Tfue has to try and solo clutch this against the West contingent, coming in and shaking things up. The triple controller gang, I said at the start, they are one of the most aggressive players out in solos, trios, and duos. These guys just never let up on the gas, and looks like they're going with that, dropping caddy corner. And they may have picked it up game 1, which, with this special rule, Tfue's team's going to be feeling the pressure now. If he can somehow bring them back, maybe, but I have to think they're going into game 1 at the bottom.
That's right. I mean, and this is the pressure, right? You got 3 games only. You have to really come out and perform, but West on top. Yes, I can see that in the chat. Feel free to say it with us. That's kind of crazy. They're coming in. They're
West
the only
is best, baby.
Basically the only West team here, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can feel free to clarify that for us, but coming in already, kicking things off strong for themselves. Here's our trio champions from the previous, right? We have Macwood.
Yeah.
Right there. You see, they're chilling. That's their spot, too. They were pushed out of Craggy Cliff, so now they're going down below here. But
Chap likes to alpha the
here, playing at the authority
major
now.
POIs.
This is kind of crazy too because I'm seeing that there's enough arrows here to tell there's another player here. I see Nuts team just nearby.
Looks like it might just be Nut. No, looks like there's at least a few of them still alive. They've gotten into the vault. Chat been playing incredibly well here, picking up that mythic gun. I would argue that the grappler in this season is actually weaker than the last one, especially in trios. It's still very good, but I think it is more balanced now. Great for mid-game mobility and jumping around the map, but because of that glider pull, you just don't have that same end-game pressure of just jumping up on the high ground and taking it, because you kind of pull the glider and just sit there in front of them for a couple of seconds. So still an awesome drop because of that vault and all that loot, but I wouldn't say it's the most sought after mythic right now. As we tune back into one of those old POIs, Misty Meadows, but we have another team creeping in here. Cal, Dexter, or Mac would have to be careful. They've got their eyes set on Bull, but I see another team pushing up right behind them here, and Misty Meadows with all those buildings is a very easy spot to hide.
That's exactly what's happening.
Game 1
here,
predictions,
guys.
anyone?
Who's
going to win game 1?
For allowing us to feature this tournament here with the Fortnite game, because of course we do have that live spectator client, so it's all happening right here. Macwood's in the thick of it though. He's gonna land a couple big shots here, Ozzy. This is looking like it's going in his favor, but no, he gets traded out, and down he goes to the track attack from Bull.
It is charge shotgun versus Tack. He hit 2 incredibly heavy shots, but he had to reload, and now Zexo
there's
goes
2
down
down
as well.
here.
Calc has to solo clutch this one up. Calc has been heralded so far as the charge shotgun prodigy, and he's only got the Tack though. He's on the back foot. He has to back up from this one. 58 health, has the med kit, but you have to think again, 2 of the biggest trios in the region now on the back foot and potentially at the bottom of the leaderboard, unless Calc can pull off something miraculous here. He's going to have to do something.
Calc's
huge.
got
He's got
3
the hunting
builds.
rifle there, maybe to go for a quick no-scope something,
Yeah, he's
but
dead.
this third-party team, I thought maybe could have applied some pressure, but no, they go down as we tune back in now to Arab's team. And we have Polarized and D's trying to hold this one down. Polarized going down.
Here you guys have it. 2 of the biggest notable teams in the region getting taken out. Kind of crazy. I can't wait to see the Reddit warriors jump up and talk about how that's going to play out if they can't step it up. Because remember, what's on the line is losing your position in this tournament here. He's played a low ground. Oh my gosh, you just saw the charge shotgun in full effect right there. 140 damage to Cease's face. He absolutely rips it right off. And that's it. Delete it.
Toxic.
We have D's, Polarized, and Arab, obviously newly formed team here. Arab kind of jumping up in notoriety recently, been doing a whole bunch of content, being kind of heralded as one of those IGLs, one of those really smart older players. Let's see if he can lead this. He's got 2 massive fraggers with him, so hopefully he can. But they pick up the win, but look what they are. Like, I can't see a lot of loot here. Maybe they chase the team out of this drop. This is around that rickety rig island areas. I mean, trying to figure out where the map is. I don't know about you, Monster. I've been playing a whole bunch, but so many of these islands look the same to me. But we come over to Fortilla. This is definitely doesn't look the same. This is one of those drops that has those double mythics, the Chug Jug. It's so incredibly good for going for those Storm Surge trades. You're going to stand up, take some AR peaks, take some damage back if you need to, and then infinite Chug. It just gives you the ability to take so many more peaks, and you can just trade it around. You can pass it around between your teammates and just see whoever needs it.
That's exactly what can happen, without a doubt.
Yeah, that lag's on their end. The lag's not on my end.
Droppables work in the game as well, right? We briefly touched on peppers and how they can play a big factor in your game, but just the fact that there's so much more consumables as well. You can really kind of, you know, manipulate your loadout to have some proper heals here. Dubs, though, returning to the competitive scene. I think he's an exciting player to definitely keep an eye out. Everyone's been, you know, prompted for his return, to say the least, and now he's back here today for probably the first competition in a while. Here's a look at Clix.
Clix has a lot of feels.
You talked about them, Ozzy. You were talking them up. These
an
are the
AR.
guys right here.
They are. I mean, if you've watched them play, it's just so fantastic to see Clix finally find a team game mode that he gels with, find a team that can suit his playstyle. It's probably one of those best teams. I know you've been doing a bunch of VOD review content, Monsters, so you'd appreciate it too. Just watching them have their set roles. Commandment, very clear Tfue. He will be leading them end game, keeping them with a clear tunnel to get to zone. You got Bizzle sitting around mid-tarp, just kind of telling everyone what to do, getting all the information. We know how smart Bizzle is. And then you, of course, have Clix, one of the mechanically best players on the back end of the tarp, just picking up impact frags left and right.
I'll be posting a video and a TikTok about Clix probably tomorrow.
Awesome to see from just a pure gameplay perspective. You found 3 players who know what they do best, and they all get to do what they do best as a team.
Here's Gonzo, Nani, and Ved. We talk about players that play through those open tracks. This right here is one of those star teams. Landing in the Misty Meadows area, though, there's a bunch of players nearby. You can see everyone's trying to make their way towards the geyser right now for the rotate. Wavy Jacob, who's just nearby. We know that Reet, Tomas, and Wavy Jacob took quick care of Tfue's squad over at Caddy's Corner. Take a look there. We have Prodigy Analytics in the back. Today's Intel Cup is the most stacked event since the World Cup. We have winners of the World Cup. Every NA East, FNCS, NA West squads and competitors have over 10 million in combined earnings, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you to the Intel Nook Elite Cup for bringing this all possible to the community. And I want to ask, if you're at home tuning into the chat, what do you guys think of the special rule? Let's get it out there. I saw some mixed emotions. I really just want to know, are you guys excited to see players get just dropped from the comp for, you know, not performing in the early half, and see how much more stacked these next games are going to be? Or are you against it? Are you not down to see your favorite teams get taken out so early? I need to know.
It's always going to be the way, right? If it's a team you don't really care about, yeah, it's exciting, this is great, but then all of a sudden if Tfue's getting knocked down, he's your favorite, you're going to be a little bit sad. But it puts a lot of pressure on them. It changes all the dynamic. It's really interesting to see as well, something that's maybe implemented in the future in tournaments and stuff. But I think a lot of people think that these end games are going to be less stacked towards the end, but the complete opposite. It means those teams will have more loot to share around. They won't be running into each other enough. They might not have to worry about Storm Surge tags for first zone, so it'll change up the way that they play. And this is an 8-round format with with a massive bonus for average placement too. So you have to play your best the entire time. You can't have a slow start. I mean, 3 brand new PCs being given away for the highest average placement from Intel. That is
people are going to need
so
storm
these guys
tags.
are going to be
There's
going
80
for that
left.
placement rather than just those pure limbs. So, I mean, we'll see.
You
As
tend
we're
to
shooting
die.
now with Colazo again, my favorites from today, coming out of retail, looking healthy. In the open finals, they won their first 2 games in a row and then came 9th in their third.
Teats has 8 cabbages.
Broke down on high
Nice.
ground. They were playing so well. They had complete control.
I don't even know what cabbages
What do you think? Can they carry this into today? You know, the pressure is high now that they're rolling with the best, essentially. I mean, like we said, we got Prodigy in the back working on the analytics, right? And bringing us those details. This is one of the most stacked events we've seen to date. So arguably probably the biggest event for these guys in general. Here's Chap, Edgy, and AV now over at the Authority. It looks like
Again, if it lags like that, I can't do anything about it.
Saw Nut and his squad here. Maybe they did not engage. We'll find out soon.
Chap has 2 of their limbs. Obviously, kind of strange to see there. Chap obviously knows one of the best IGLs, one of the best in-game leaders there is. He's the tapper. He tells everyone what to do. He leads Edgy and AV, 2 of the best fraggers in the game. They can pick up the limbs, but looks like Chap here picking up some limbs on spawn. He's got 2 of them under his belt. Running that burst rifle, though, which obviously... Oh, we see the nade strats coming out, though. One whole trio
Chap's a
just
good
got
IGL.
wiped here. This is the big brain Arab play here. They're walking out with 6 eliminations with a perfect nade strat. And just look at this giant pile of loot. And I mean, a lot of people didn't want nades to come back to competitive.
You have to split. You have to split more than that in this nade meta. You can't just sit like that.
For what you saw there, you can line up 3 perfect nades all to explode at the exact same time, and it is very, very hard.
You need to be more separated.
Can I just be the first to say as well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a placement-based format. These elims right now, yes, they will help this team and propel them up the board, but my gosh, for a placement-based format, for them to be fragging like this so early into the game, that is ridiculous. They're definitely on their way up to the top right now. Keep an eye out for Arab, the content creator boys.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, I wonder where he's going to shake that name, right? I think he plays into, though. He loves playing into that whole I'm a content creator thing because it makes him more impressive when he wins, but he has been grinding hard.
Look at all the players
and he's been
just on this
so
minimap.
But yeah, so those 6 points from those limbs is worth the top 10. So it's not like, it's not worth going for super risky fights, but if you can just, you know, chuck a few nades and then get 3 free limbs from it, it's definitely worth going for. But this is a very heavy placement day. So pretty much 20 eliminations is going to be equal to a win. So you got to think how hard it is to pick up 20 eliminations against the best of the best in the world. It's much safer going for
Any predictions? Who's winning this?
That's true. And you
first
can see
round?
The fights are going down in real time, guys.
These guys need Storm Surge.
So all the action you're watching is quite literally unfolding on the feed. Thank you guys so very much
they
for
found the
tuning in from
Rodders.
home.
They
Big
got
shout out
lucky.
to the Intel Nook team once again for bringing us all together. It's going down right now. Here's Grandma A30.
I'm watching Reverse 2K on the side stream. He's 13 below.
Very little land mass
Now he's
available
above.
over here, and you can see teams are beginning to stack up on top of one another, trying to claim a piece of this prestigious land here.
Sane in the feed.
Yeah, we see Colazo kind of stretching out a little bit there. I think trying to get them away from that nade strat, right? If you've got a nice big base like this, it's a lot harder to figure out where the players are. It means if maybe 1 or 2 of them gets taken out by the nades, it doesn't wipe the whole trio like we just saw. So smart use of material there. Using a lot of the metal though, so I'm guessing he plans on staying here for quite a while. They are very central outside Salty Springs. That is the same spot. It's been on the map since the very start, so you know it's near the middle. But yeah, you got a whole bunch of teams set up here. What is this? Probably about 7 or 8 teams set up on this tiny little island. No one wants to be in the water. It's
I'm covering every single major live Fortnite event on this channel. We'll do watch parties for them all. So hit subscribe if you haven't already.
On land, you're in a much better spot.
Through that, things are going to chill out now. As we said, this is very placement based, ladies and gentlemen. So the fact that everyone is kind of slowing down now, to me, is a good sign. The seriousness of the competition is going to start picking up here. Zone 3, 4, and 5 are just on their way. See Azers take out Illis up in the feed right there. Illis, Casker, and Crew. We'll see if any of them are left in the competition. Here's Smacked finding Fernando in the feed as well. See if Azers is still up. But
still
like
need
said,
3 to die.
Those peppers, they're in the inventory. We know they can help you move really quickly in the water.
Somebody's being storm surged.
Yeah, they're really good. Quick water, quick rotates endgame as well. They just give you that increased boost. It lasts for 60 seconds. That's more than enough to make an entire first rotating zone. If you can pop those, I mean, I feel the value in them is a little bit higher in solos, obviously, because you can kind of just, you know, book it and leave your team
Reverse
behind.
2K's team's only 30 above.
3 of them, you can all pop them. It might be harder, but it's just awesome to see. And that's why I love this more diverse loot pool for trios, especially, because you can carry all those different things. things. You can carry the peppers. One of you can carry the sniper. You got chug splashes, mythics.
We need to move these graphics, this graphics up for the Storm
It's
Surge.
just so much better suited to trios and being able to carry it and split the loot to really solidify
There you go,
what your
Storm
play
Surge is
style
done now.
is and play to it.
That's right. Here's Casker Schmecht. Once again, the last two surviving of this team of trio right here. Sitting up above that charged shotgun in the loadout. Like we said, they already have a bit of an engagement going on, so it's pretty much a fair 2v2 if they really want to take this fight right now. You see Rokane just underneath the build there.
Ooh.
Here's Bizzle.
Nice spot.
He's got a little high
set
ground.
up. Yeah, they're on top of Sturdy right now. Not as high as it used to be. Obviously, the water's brought it up a little bit as well, but they're on top of the hotel, and they're looking pretty. They've got the keys, and they are set up. They're looking so great right now. Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle. 6 nades in the inventory too, so you know that Bizzle's scoping out who we can look for. There it is. There's the mark. He's seeing the distance. Like I said, 65 meters. That's the one you want to go for. They're a little bit higher, so they can be a little bit closer and throw it higher, but if they set this up, looks like they might be going for it. Usually, if they start dropping those nades and splitting them, you know that's what they're setting up for. And if they do this, they're going to take out one of the biggest trios in the competition, as we spot eyes on Colazo, who spread out his base very cleverly because he wants to avoid exactly what Bizzle is looking for right now. Also has a 6 crash pads. We haven't mentioned that too much. More of that mobility in the game. Can be a little bit crazy. If you hit it wrong, you throw it on a stair, a little bit of a bump, it can send you the complete opposite direction. But so far, from what I've seen, being used very, very well for just a quick form of a little bit of rotation.
Hey, listen, tell me about it. I was watching Tohaj's Twitter, and he sent himself flying out to the zone twice, back to back. So anything can happen here. There's a little usage of the grenades, though, looking to bust open the builds right now, spotting out whether or not there's some enemies down below. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but it's all good. They're kind of hanging out
That
here.
looked like a waste of nades to me.
Or your left, excuse me. Arab and Polarized were part of the 2 most infamous griefing incidents in the FNCS, the squads and trios, respectively. Today, they're on the same team. Potential trouble for other teams? I think so. Thank you, Prodigy. Yeah, hey, listen, I think so.
The farm is still there. They've given it up. Arab has officially given up the farm, but so has chat, but no one has forgotten. It is crazy when you get these bigger team game modes, drop spots, and
Reverse 2K's taken the farm now, although it was contested with somebody.
Down at caddy corners to the
I think it might be an unknown.
You know they're not going to be happy about that. There's only so much room on the map for trios, and that's what I want to think. If you're struggling, if you're at the bottom, like Tfue now, do you change your drop spot, or do you just hope you win the spawn fight next game? As we see, Knight has been taken out, has the great, trying to see if he can hold it down. His Calcus brothers already out of this one. The boys are trying to see if they can make something, but they are getting held in a big way. They've got launch pads in the inventory, but surely that's just going to make him pretty much a Kovacs map for the rest of this team. And there it is. They go down, picking up the eliminations. Illis Justice taking them down there. And that's a lot of loot out there.
That sucks, isn't it?
Hey, man, getting absolutely aimed.
He didn't rotate fast enough.
Down in the back half right there. Unfortunate, but that's why positioning matters most. And talk about using a lot of builds to get over here. I mean, you know they were out of builds because they were spam firing them. So I don't know how worth it this is. Granted, they are going to get the refresher here, at least the ammunition, etc. But yes, look, making themselves a target now.
Target. Yeah, make a big target. You pretty much just tarped out in front of the whole map, just said, hey, you know, and in wood as well.
This guy sucks at grappling.
Like you said, he's still got only 11 builds in the inventory, having some struggle with the harpoon. There it is. But yeah, I think you were right on the assumption there. You have to kind of assume they didn't have a lot of mass. They're just going for it. They really want it here. I don't like his teammate just gives up and wants to swim over. Dave's like, man, I'm just gonna handle this. This isn't going too well. He just goes and grabs.
That is not the play. That's a terrible play.
Now, but he didn't have any terrible play, so could be worth it. Upgrades a shotgun. Who knows? Maybe they'll play into their favor endgame.
Hey, they blew 300 mats to pick up maybe 300 mats, right? Because two players getting eliminated. So granted, that was pretty fair. But he gets tagged.
Reverse 2K's team is
anyway, so
111 below.
Shotgun upgrade. We'll see how it plays out in their favor. The game's kind of fold on here. Bizzle, Commandment, and Clix have the most dominant position on the field right now. Their materials are essentially capped out. They could play this height because of the crash pads. We briefly spoke about how the new loadouts in competitive switch things up, and this is what makes this so exciting, is that we get to see the highest tiers happening all at once, and we talk about the nades. Dubs gets blown up by Ace right there.
Yeah, that's a big drop there. Dubs down.
Gradska's died on Reverse's team.
Assault also got tagged. I can see he has no shield. Mega's still looking healthy, though. They're a little bit split. I think they'll be able to pick him up, hopefully, as Paper takes down Gradska in the feed. So Paper, Chaotic, and Nosh are one of those teams that I can see. If they get rolling and they get some momentum, they could be a massive dark horse today. But just from watching Paper streams a lot during these games, they do tend to get a little bit tilted, a little bit aggressive. I know Paper kind of got a bit of notoriety after his solo FNCS performance. Let's see if he can pull it off today. They've gotten a limb on the board. maybe they can kind of get their foot in and get that aggression going as Bizzle, Commandment, and Clix don't get zoned and they mark out.
So for anyone tuning in, we're just doing a watch party.
To really pressure that high ground with, as we tune in with
I'll be doing watch parties for every major Fortnite event.
Pretty heavily as they
at least the NA ones.
That is who's pressuring them in the distance. I think it might have been AV actually. It was Chap taking down Avery in the feed.
So subscribe if you haven't.
Try and carry him away if they can get this revive with the meds he has. It shouldn't be too bad for
Let me know who you think's going to win this.
Keep applying that pressure.
That's right. That's exactly what's happening here. And man, what is Bugha going to do now that he's lost Avery? Like we said, he's, I think just now for the first time, you know, in recent times playing with Jamper, they've only had, I guess, experience taking some cash cuts, right? But Avery's really been the glue to his team. And look, he's going to find some big shots on AV off in the distance now, though. As you can see, Edgy here fending off the only player with the big shields in that squad, and AV gets taken out by Bugha. The Storm's gonna tick, and now Storm Surge is becoming a thing here. Mega's getting
reverse
tagged up
2K's
pretty
team's
hard.
out.
He's 60 below. And don't worry, ladies and
11
gentlemen.
chug splashes though.
That's what I was gonna say. Don't worry,
heals.
ladies and gentlemen. We know they have plenty of heals for the team here. They're waiting for the last minute here, trying to use it, and now's the time.
Yep. 52 alive. So many have to go down for this Storm Surge to go unactive as Edgy, there it is, it's going off on everyone right now. Smack goes down, Cass goes down, Eclipse says Storm Surge is just controlling this lobby. We know it's an issue. Obviously, these teams not able to find any purchase maybe with those Marauders. And there it is, Clix, Bizzle, and Commandment take the high ground. I don't actually know how
it's like a column of teams here.
Any rockets or any power weapons to suppress that opposite height, but they now have it. I have to put money on the fact that if they keep this high ground, which I think they will,
who's got the shockwave launcher is the question.
Here and get the dub. I'm calling it. Hopefully I'm not wrong. This team is one of the most dominant teams you've seen on high ground. Like I said, they have their roles, they know what they're doing, and they have been shredding scrims when they get high grounds.
I believe it, and I see it. But looking off in the distance, I just saw Zayt, Stretch, and Sap in a very early rotate to the next zone. That's right, Happen is already gone and on the way. The first moving is happening right here. But look at, they patted down. Now Bizzle's getting in front of the zone here. The innovator for pretty much these rotations in general, you know he does it best. If you've ever watched any of his gameplay and his reviews, his placement is bar none. Would not be surprised to see these guys make it all the way through to end games consistently throughout the course of the day. Here it is.
That crash pad rotate was nice. They didn't cop zones. Obviously, all my hype for high ground has gone away, but they could retake it. But that crash pad was nice. The reverse there, throw the crash pad, real clean, real easy. No way you go the wrong direction. And now we have Nani, Gonzo, and Ved, the team that you talked about coming out of the opens on the high ground in driver's seat. Having high ground trios is so important, but they need to watch out for that west contingent. I can't see them on the map here, but they were the ones with the shockwave launcher. Unless they went down and it's traded hands, we'll have to see. Whoever has that shockwave launcher has the best play at height right now, as everyone is launching the front side of zone. This is a beautiful drone shot. We can see exactly what's going on as Nani, Gonzo, and Ved are going to hold that high ground.
Zayt and Bugha just killed
somebody. I did
somebody.
want to give an update. Chap is taken out. Yes, to Storm Surge. We know he had 5 eliminations. He's not streaming the competition, so we'll try to keep you guys up to date as fast and as often as possible. Guys, let us know who you really want us to keep following tabs on. We have full control here at the practice server, but back into the action though with Ozzy here. Nani's firing down. They don't have any elims, but they have the high ground and they have the materials to hold it out.
Yeah, this guy's got 50 AR ammo. That's the problem
here as they beam down Bugha now, and Storm Surge is a thing. They're just above it though.
Storm Surge going out on rotating zones like this. This is absolute pandemonium. This is chaos. They're on high ground. You see the lightning bolts is coming out, dropping on your screen. Nani's going to hold that ultimate high ground. Need to be careful of those launch pad retakes and that shockwave launcher. Need to be a few layers above.
I don't think Storm Surge should exist in this zone.
Find their angles. Get
Honestly,
that damage in. Maybe pick up some of those eliminations. Well, Nani's main job right now is to make sure they do not lose this high ground. We see Mega there still on the front side.
Anyway.
Dubs, they got him back up. He's looking healthy. I see Kanata. There's so many big names. Kalazo, Tabs, and Grandma F30 all looking good on front side. They're down there too. Zayt's still in this. It's just a highlight reel of the biggest names in the business. Who do you think's going to take it out at this point, Monster? Do you reckon Nani can hold the high ground?
I don't know just yet. We'll have to find out. They do have the heals to also sustain in the harpoon.
Oh, he's just pulled the AR ammo. That's what he needed.
Take a look at the feed though. Aaron's still tearing it up in the low ground. He's gonna find Avery, and I wonder, does
final calls? Who's gonna win this round, guys?
To stay alive down there, we'll find out. I know the spec team right now is following your high ground team, but it is going down in the low ground. We'll see if we can get into the thick of it just here shortly. As now, take a look at the drone shot again. Grandma, Kalazo, and Tabs are doing so good.
They're looking good
outside, Ozzy. They're rotating beautifully right now. And finally, the rockets are coming in from height. So it looks like the harpoon pulled up an RPG to
this
the
isn't a
bad
shot.
Gonzo and crew, and now they're spamming.
It gives a whole review of what's happening.
So much control.
I've got to imagine Zate's got some good health meds. He does. He goes in a front side of zone. He walked out into zone
pulling
to
direct
rebuild
north.
their taps in because he knows he has the 5 floppers and he could use them. This team stretch, we have some of the biggest teams in the business, mid-ground, low-ground, fighting it out. This is going to be such a ridiculous finish. Nani getting knocked down, the pressure coming out, ultimate low in a lot of these situations is actually safer than height because everyone's now battling for height as Nani is dropped down, but I think they still hold it. Dub's getting taken out here. We see Acorn going down now as well, trying to get that refresh. He has the splashes and he has the slurpfish. We haven't really seen the splashes going off into Healof's endgame. Look at that. They're all back up to 100 now because of that. Got a rocket refresh too. They're trying to apply that pressure as Chewy takes down P-Noob. And I think Colazo's team's still in this. And Zace, it is.
Oh,
we have
my
at least
gosh.
3 or 4 full
The
trios.
height
Rockets
team
are
is
dropping now.
definitely
Everyone is just
in
clustering
the
up for this one.
driving
I think
seat
it's
here.
Full trios at least still alive. Mega gets dropped. Assault's going low. Eclipse goes down. It's absolutely.
Nani's just dived in. What?
They're trying to find their way in. It is absolute cluster right now. Zate sitting on the backside with the floppers, seeing if he can do anything to
Yeah,
keep
it's three.
this
This is
one going.
3v1.
He's gonna push up over the top now. I don't know. He's going up on the top.
Yeah, easy.
No, it's not going to be enough. Gonzo and Vet are going to find the final shots. That RPG being the business
There you go,
maker
folks.
for them. 7
High ground.
in the final
Easy.
moments. They didn't have any coming into the last game.
Works in every season.
To that last moving team. But the harpoon was the difference, right? They grabbed that RPG and you saw what happened. Hype, RPG, that's a no-brainer.
It broke down so quickly. I thought that was going to play out for a little bit longer. I'm used to solo seeing that many people and it kind of goes a bit slow through the builds. That was just everyone on the walls, rockets dropping, explosions, everything happened there. And it didn't even come down to a heal off with all the meds everyone had. But that was a ridiculous first game and it looks like High Ground did come out on top.
Hey, and you know, one thing we do have to mention, the fact that Zate was staying alive all the way until second place, guys, is massive. The placement threshold for this format is ridiculous. So staying alive like that, that's how you make it to the top of the food chain in today's Intel Nook Elite Cup. So seeing more of that and just genius plays, right? He had the flopper. You saw that he had that 200 IQ step out into the zone, right? And then tarp out for his squad, making it nice and comfortable for them.
Yeah, and they just used a flopper, took that zone, came back with the control, but we have an opens team taking out game 1 win. That is massive too. Obviously, you guys practiced over. We ran an open contingent for this, and they're showing why we do. It wasn't all about the invitees. We got some smaller names coming up here and taking on the best of the best.
But all right, let's go ahead and take a look at the Intel play of the match. Let's just run it back, get you guys kind of spiced up in case you tuned in a little late. That was the conclusion of game 1, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see just how it all unfolded. Here's a look at your High Ground squad. Nani, Gonzo, and Ved kind of run you guys through what was going on. The RPGs that were raining down from
They were
up
just
above.
spraying low ground.
Look, I see Assault
Just
in the mix
high ground
down
control.
there, who was our last solos Elite Cup champion. So now he's returning.
That was a
back
bad
to competition.
replay.
And like we said, this most stacked event, right? We have every FNCS winner from the NA East, I think for the first time under one umbrella. So there's a couple little accolades being hit here with the Elite Cup, and I'm proud to be presenting this for everyone.
Yeah, for the community, you guys have done a phenomenal thing over here. I'm happy to be involved, and thank you so much to Intel Nook for putting this on. That is ridiculous. But to touch on there, Zate had that game presence to jump out away from that fight.
Biz Gaming, thank you for subscribing.
Whatever that craziness was, and that's what got him second place too. So just
Covering
showing
live
those players
events
that have been
all the
here
time.
since the start
Thanks for
of
subbing.
Fortnite, just always adapting to the newest meta. It's the first time
I'll do a
we've
watch
seen
party
such a
of
stacked
every
game
major
this season,
NA
and they're still
East
pulling it off. They know
live
what to do.
Fortnite
They just
event.
adapt so quickly.
The
Let's
Ninja
just
Battle
touch
should be
on
coming
teams
back
like,
in a few
well,
weeks.
players like Chap and his
Fingers
squad,
crossed.
AV and Edgy, you got taken out. They had 5 elims. We know Chap specifically at least had 5, and they got taken out.
Should be a
by
video about
Storm
Clix's
Surge.
earnings on this
So,
channel
with
tomorrow
the way the
or
game
Monday
works
at the
right now,
latest
like,
as well.
honestly, if you're not putting Marauders into play, as you know, as ridiculous that might sound, you need to find these packs, right? You really might have to mix things up. They took control of the authority, so we know they had center map. We know they had control, but coming to the end, that was what really held them back. I mean, even Bizzle, Clix, and Commandment, they were also getting hit by Storm Surge, but they out-healed it with splashes.
It's a lot of those drops, right? As we saw Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle, they were set up on top of their hotel. They were looking pretty, but that's where they dropped. They dropped sweaty, and they didn't leave. So they didn't find any time to get any Marauder tags. They couldn't get any other massive tags. Sorry, they came from Pleasant, but it's close by. And then we have Authority. Chap was set up there right until Zone was pretty much on top of them. The Marauders can't come out onto the water. So they were kind of just on their island looking pretty, but they're maybe not used to how stacked these games are and how much Storm Surge you need. You have to think, all right, we took a game, we took a team on spawn, we're looking healthy, that's 3 limbs. No, not the case. You were still under Storm Surge, but I think the pressure is going to be on for Tfue this game. They have to change something up quick. They're either going to go back to caddy corners versus one of the scariest mechanical teams in this tournament, the triple controller NA West contingent, or do they try an entirely new drop spot or risk getting knocked out of this tournament in a couple more games?
Hey, I mean, you got to think about it, right? Wavy, Jacob, Thomas, and Reed, we know they're the triple threat for the controller gang representing for us, but let's be honest, they do have that ping disadvantage. I would only assume that first game, all right, we'll chalk it up to the air, but let's tell the community, everyone tuning in, guys, first off, we have a rule in play. The bottom-most team after 3 games is going to get kicked out of the competition. They're going to get eliminated.
Sorry, I just messed up the alerts a bit there.
So before,
I fixed it.
Or by the time we get to 5 games, 6 full teams with the lowest points are going to be out of the comp. So that first game getting taken out early and not earning any points is absolutely massive for your participation today.
Yeah, and again, we had the TSM contingent, we had Zexro, we had Macwood, and we had Cal. They were taken down on spawn as well. They're at Misty, a drop that's a little bit easy to contest. It's very split, but it's going to be crazy to see. Picking up a good first game, a big drop. Even those teams that we saw, like Arab's team, who had a good game, but maybe not absolutely insane game. I think he still came like top 5 with a bunch of elims. That's just going to keep them pretty and above that bottom 5. You have to think now for pretty much the rest of the tournament, right? So just takes that little bit of the pressure off. But it'll be interesting to see how this rule plays out. I mean, I'm not going to be the one to say that I'm not going to be excited to check social media if Tfue gets knocked out of this tournament in 3 games time.
We can't predict anything yet.
Fun. It's changing.
Too early to predict.
How we go. And I want to see
just
how
one
the
game.
dynamic changes for endgame.
Just one game.
It means Storm Surge is less of a risk too, right? Less teams means Storm Surge threshold drops down. So some of those teams that are still around might have a bit more breathing room, but splitting that loot up and giving more stuff to everyone, it's going to make them pretty stacked final games.
And that's really why we're running the special rule, guys. We thought it was important to emphasize the fact that the map, where it is right now, is that there's limited, areas to kind of loot up, and we want to give the people that, at least in this competition today, that get to break away, more of, odds at success and allowing the kind of population to lighten up. And it gives us, something to look forward to in the early game, a little bit of an entertainment spectacle. So, bear with us on that one, ladies and gentlemen. And I know for you guys at home, you're interested in the leaderboard, as are we. We're sitting by, we're idle. I'm waiting for Robbie in the back to give us the cue for when we can throw to that. So don't worry, the team's working hard on getting that. So before we get there, though, we're going to roll to a 60-second commercial from our sponsors, Intel Nook Gaming. Once again, allowing all this to happen. So we'll catch you back in 60 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We're muted.
Is that a PC? It looks tiny. Anybody know anything about it?
All right, so you guys heard a little bit of the hot mic. It's the boys right here. Like I said, we're just getting through the day, man. A lot of competition. Oz was going hard on the mic. I told him, go with it, bro. Go with it.
This is exciting, man. Trios is just so nuts. Like, you just don't know what's about to happen. So, like, everyone's just there, and all of a sudden, it explodes. It's these.
I don't think we heard any hot mic.
And I'm actually surprised. Looked pretty
They've
good.
they've made that up.
Like, it looked like it was pretty
They're
healthy
panicked
there.
for no
This is
reason.
the ultimate stress test on these new servers. That's why we love these community events. These are the best of the best, the most stacked games you're gonna see, and it looks like it handled it pretty well there. We had some water zones. We got to kind of test out some of those things people are talking about: the charged shotgun versus tac shotgun. What's going to be better? Is this new meta inherently more competitive or less competitive than the old one? I want to get your thoughts on it, Monster. Are you happy with how the current meta is playing out? I, for one, am so happy with the helicopter change. After that, now I'm feeling pretty good, except I think the Marauders need to be changed a little bit.
Yeah, to answer your first question, the meta of the game right now, man, we are really seeing the mesh of casual and competitive all brought together, especially with the introduction of the Marauder. I think I'm going to reference Bizzle's tweet, probably, who I believe hit it like almost pinpoint. I think the Marauders definitely are a little weird in the competitive setting. Seeing the charged shotgun, I'm a fan of that though. I am a fan of the new shotgun, kind of how it introduces a new play style into the game.
Look, you need
and
to
some
mix
of the more
things up.
mobility options
These
I like.
Fortnite
Personally.
players are
I
always
think
going to
we could do some
complain if you
adjustments,
change
though,
something.
Things like the helicopter make them less strong. But
Yeah.
we didn't even see helicopter.
It
in that
needs
previous
variation.
game, so, it's not really a big deal, right?
Yeah, same thing. I think the Marauders, I don't mind them too much in trios, especially as
Just
they serve
remove
the kind of
Marauders.
purpose of giving out that rocket, the stink nades, those more powerful weapons. But definitely, I think the Storm Surge thing needs to be adjusted a little bit. The fact that a team can walk away from their POI with 6 eliminations and have to worry about Storm Surge again when it's a team like Chap that I know, we also still saw them fighting Bugha's team as well. So they weren't just like sitting idly back and just resting on the fact they had a limbs. They were still actively looking for Surge, but ridiculous game nonetheless. And High Ground came out on top. There's less of those rockets now, so you feel High Ground stays a little bit stronger. If it's not for the shockwave
So I
launcher,
believe this is,
maybe a
well, that was
High
game
Ground
1.
retake
I
or
think
the
there's 8
pads. You
games.
can hold High Ground pretty consistently, but you need to get it.
Hey, and think about that, right? Bizzle, Commandment,
I agree with this guy.
Clix, they had the opportunity to, but they opted
Although
not to.
I think
from
Grazka
Zone
Reverse
6.
and Summer will
That
be
just
joint
shows you
bottom
that,
right now, sadly.
Yes, high ground is important, but the brain of Bizzle and his crew to think like, hey,
Oh, you couldn't
is
see it. It
worth
was some guy
sacrificing
saying,
this many
let's
matches
go
this early
reverse
on
team.
to cut all the way across height. Those are the kind of decisions you have to make. I wonder if they're going to regret not taking advantage.
They're waiting
of
for the
that,
leaderboard right
because
now.
From the outside looking in for us, we were just thinking like, this is their game. They're going to run away with this one. And they crash padded down though.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard without those rockets or any of those suppressant weapons. Obviously, last meta we had a lot of miniguns. You had a lot of ability to
Looks like the
push
teams
down
are queuing
the opposite
up.
height. They didn't get
I'm
zoned.
watching
They
Reverse's
could have tried to
stream
go
on a
for it, but it
different
would have been quite risky.
different
I know
screen.
teams like Chap, keep an eye on it. You'll see a very
Game
different
2's coming
playstyle.
any second.
He is almost always going to go ultimate low front side of zone if he can get there, if Storm Surge doesn't break him up. It's the go-to playstyle, and a lot of pros are realizing that in trios, especially with the charge shotgun now. Being able to control that low ground and hold those angles is so much more beneficial, and you don't run that risk of having to deal with people taking you out on high ground. But we'll have to see how they go in the second game, and it's going to be just as stacked, I'd have to say. Do you think teams are going to come out firing on more cylinders like Tfue, or do you think it's going to stay a little bit more chill? They've still got 2 games before they're going to maybe get dropped.
I think we're going to see a very similar run to the previous game. I don't think anyone's going to switch up their plan just yet. You have to chalk up game 1 to nerves and just, sometimes just luck, right? Quite honestly. With that being said, I know, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are really hoping to see a leaderboard. We are too. Don't worry, guys. We're working alongside the team right now, the client, to make sure it's all updated, it's accurate, so we can present it. Because remember, there's a lot on the line here. The teams at the bottom have the potential, the risk of taking out the competition. So while things are getting kicked up and loaded, then we'll be able to deliver.
Yeah,
that to
they
you guys.
can't automatically make the
Don't worry,
leaderboard.
games are still being queued up. The lobbies are getting ready. The pros are ready. We're ready, obviously, right? So just bear with us, guys. Thank you guys for being patient today.
That's always my favorite one. Stop talking and play the games.
Right.
We love the games as much as you. We just want to make sure that we don't present you with information that's not correct. Trust me, I love the sound of my own voice. That's why I became a commentator. But I'd rather be talking about gameplay than you guys hearing about my thoughts on the meta. It's okay, trust me. But I want to see some of those teams. I want to see if Wavy Jacob Reed can scare one of the biggest NA East teams in the world outside of Caddy Corners. There is going to be so much drama breaking down. I don't know if Reed or any of those guys are streaming it. I'm sure they're getting a few people slipping in. If they are, we'll have to see. I think, honestly, I know you said the ping discrepancy. I'm going to put my hands down and say it. I'm a massive Reed fanboy. I think if Tfue keeps dropping Caddy Corners, they might have met their match with this one. They're a very scary trio on spawn. They know how to fight very, very well.
And that's the thing. Yesterday, I'm pretty sure scrims were happening all day long, and when I tuned into Tfue's stream this morning or this afternoon right before the tournament, he was talking about it. He was like, wait, were those squads just trying to like bully us off to drop, or like is it going to kind of play out this way? I don't think they anticipated that the West team was going to be the one giving them friction. He mentioned another squad. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Maybe chat knows what team was landing nearby and they were having problems with, but those are not the guys giving them problems right now. It's the West boys.
Yeah, it's the West boys, and they're coming in hot like they always come in hot as well. Wavy, Jacob, and Thomas, obviously one of those duos is the most aggressive you've probably seen during the duo FNCS split, introducing Reet, who's a young controller player who's kind of exploded out of nowhere, phenomenally good mechanical player, and with them in front of him, we're gonna have to see how they go. But I want to see how Misty plays out now too. This is being brought to you by the Spectator client as well, so we get to actually watch all these games, which is going to be phenomenal. We did say as well, Monster, at the end there, we're going to try and tune into some of those bigger names like Chap, who aren't streaming, and keep you updated on them.
Looks like game 2 is loading in now.
Community events are driven by what
I can
you
see
guys
Reverse
want.
is loading
Like
into the
Monster
lobby.
said, let us know in the chat, who do you want us to see next
Yeah,
game
it's loading in.
Spawn? Who do you think the biggest names are that we need to look out for?
That's the truth right there. getting word now that they're just about ready. I think the games are started. So what we're going to do is we're going to hop into the games. Let's just do that instead. And then we'll come right back into the leaderboards. We do apologize for the slight delay on the latency for that one. Things were just kind of backed up there. But regardless of what, we're going to be taking a look at. All right, I'm looking at the Twitch chat. We see you guys. It's chat. You want to see some more Arab Dubs Mega Assault? Bets. We need Assault production. We need Arab. We need Chap. Yeah, get those teams. Let's jump into these games real quick. And then we'll go ahead and, like I said, catch you guys up.
Can they not see them spamming Clix?
Don't worry, guys. We'll keep up with the show flow. It's going down, man. Game number 2 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. The battle bus is on the fire.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'm noticing again, we don't have that kind of llamas around the caddy corner. That's exactly where I got my eyes on.
So Frenzy was contested before with Reverse's team.
Do they still go there? But again, interesting to see in chat as well. We want some of those
We're watching Tfue and the West team launching here.
Playing this because that
I don't know where many of the other teams go, to be fair. Chap comes here.
At the end. I don't actually know where they dropped to get involved in that fight so early. So again, beautiful map perspective here. We get to see where everyone's going. It's crazy to think the Dubs Megas team has Fortilla completely uncontested. Well, there's pretty much 4 teams.
There's not 3 teams going Frenzy, is there?
On caddy corner.
Yes, here it is. Chap seemed the one we wanted to follow off the bat here. Edgy, AV, and Chap. They have some problems over at the Authority. I was just watching Leshy, Benji Fishy, and Mr. Savage play this drop. They play for the lowest levels. It looks like they found King down here by himself right now, who's already been tagged up for whites. Let's see, though.
And Chap just has
yeah, I was going to say, this is a bad situation for Chap. Only a hunting rifle.
In the feed, sorry, Tfue going down to Thomas, so it looks like Enrique going down to Scope, though, so they're trading them backwards and forwards. Calc picks up on a limb as Ghoul takes down Macwood, so we got a lot of those big names trading backwards and forwards in the feed. It doesn't look like a clean split for any of those big name trios at the bottom, as Zexro takes down the limb as well, so maybe I think Zexro's team just wiped them at Misty, but I don't know how Caddy Corner's playing out. Looks like they're 1-for-1 piece as we tune in now with Rokane taking a heavy shot as Rokane ages and Fernand take down the win at Lazy, and that's a lot of loot to split now. That was an early fight. They're dropping on top of each other. They're not like getting loot and then fighting. They want to secure this drop fast.
Exactly, and that's what they managed to do here with 3 elims now, really picking things up. It's looking nice and good for that squad right here. Here's Zate, Saf, and Stretch. Like we said, they were just off on the southern portion here. They can hear the fight happening in the distance with Wavy, Jacob, Innocence, Tfue. It's all going down right now. Look at this. Is Zate going to be able to jump in? This is the question right now. Yes, he's moving up. Scope doesn't have any HP. Look, Innocence finds a couple elims.
They won, though. They won, though. So Scope is now down to himself there. He's really weak. Innocence is here as well. We have
Zate just needs one shot and he's dead.
The West contingent was beaten.
Like one shot.
It could have been the typical case of they won the battle, but they're going to lose the war ultimately as Zate, Stretch, and Saf are sneaking their way into this one. And I think they're going to have to just clean them up here. It looks like they're going to try and maybe go for the revive. But I think Tfue's been straight wiped. Innocence probably making his way over.
No way he's not seen him.
Zate has just snuck right up on this one.
What?
He has no idea he's here. Innocence thinks he's safe.
No way.
Is Zate going to set up for the beam? He's being so patient.
Wow.
There it is. He beams him as he goes for the reboot. Scoped has to now try and clutch this one up with what looks like less than 20 health. And I think we talked about who was going to win caddy corners. It looks like none of them are. Zate, Saf, and Stretch are going to come through and take some of the most powerful items in the game.
Oh my god, Zate is so fucking toxic.
Right there you
what the fuck?
All right, though. Zate's going to find himself Innocence now, and Scope pretty much get wrapped up here by Stretch. And
Zate is so smart,
they're
though.
the kings of caddy
it's
corner.
Annoying sometimes, but he's
We know
smart.
what comes with it. There's some good weapons
There's no denying that.
Mythic, right? You get the grenade launcher, you get the shotgun. It's kind of ridiculous, and the volts, of course. And I feel like this is the way this kind of drop plays out, though. Whoever comes in last is the one to win it. Uh-oh.
Oh, Zexro on the back foot.
Reverse 2K's died.
He has the floppers, he has those apples. He needs to win this fight. If they go down on spawn twice, 2 games in a row.
Yeah, Reverse 2K's team's dead, I think.
Keys gets taken down. Sorry, Keys takes down Chewy there. Zexro wins this one, but someone else is pushing in. I think he's still got to beat one more person. Lazar's here as well now. There's no way we're going to see Tfue's team and Zexro's team
both Reverse's team just died, got wiped.
2 games in a row as we see Reverse 2K's team wiped out here at Frenzy Farm. It's a difficult drop. We saw it in the open finals. It was being contested heavily by Connor and his team, and it's just a hard one to hold down.
Just like that, 3-piece goes to Scrubs. Melody,
I don't know who this team is.
Here. Once again, talk about teams that are just up and coming and really making a standing. I mean, the Opens team, some other ones that were under the radar, really creating some upsets for the day so far.
Interesting.
Frenzy Farm, though, is where the zone's kind of favoring right now. This is game 2, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you guys for tuning in. The Intel Nook Elite Cup. We had Gonzo and his crew take game number 1. This game is just as equally as important. Remember, the first 3 games, there's a lot on the line for the team with the least amount of points. So don't worry. If you're a Tfue fan, a Scoped and Innocence fan, they're okay because they did score some points this game. But the next one's going to matter a lot. Here's
So Reverse's team will be in trouble, I think.
Despite still dragging on.
Yeah, it's really slow. It's just crazy to see. That's why I was so surprised those other POIs when there was 2 teams dropping there. They just went straight all in for the fights. Caddy corner, there's really only 2 spots you drop there. You drop the main building or you drop off to the side. There's not a lot you can really do there. You have to fight each other, but that drop like Lazy and Misty, they're just going head-to-head, toe-to-toe so quickly.
We're just kind of letting the situation settle here. As you can see that AV is holding the ultimate height right now.
They're not going to read the start on the screen.
On the field. Currently in 8th place though is fellow Timber. Teammates Elige, Pigot, Jelty, all placed top 25 in the FNCS solos. The only team that can make that claim. And the other interesting thing about Jelty and his crew is those guys are high ping warriors. We see people ask all the time, Monster, can we get some tips? How do you play with high ping, this and that? Check it out, dude. You got to study the players that perform with it. Players like Kiriyashi, and I know they go to boot camps and stuff to up their odds, but on their day-to-day, they play with high ping too.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to OC. You got Worthy, one of the best players out of my region. He plays on an average of 40 to 50 ping. He's on West Coast. Obviously, our servers are on East, and he's been fragging out since the very start of competitive Fortnite, just being one of the most dominant teams. And people think, oh, so does he sit back? No, he goes up against the walls. He just has to be more innovative with his movement, has to kind of just play that little bit smarter and that little bit harder just to get every single wall. But if you get that skill down, you can still be a monster.
So Keys and Slack cleared.
I'm asking the team in the back if we can
Calc's
pretty much
team.
show off the leaderboards. We'll get word soon, because essentially we do know that it's pretty much all up to date. So we'll find out whether or not we get you guys all caught up and see who's exactly in the lead. Remember, this format is very, very much rewarding to the placement. Elims only counting for 1 point. Effectively, you need 20 elims in order to equal a victory royale. So it's kind of stacked on the placement side.
Yeah, well, that's the placement points we love to see. Most people want that more stacked format as well, and I think a lot of people were concerned about it. How's that going to go with the servers, with this being as stacked? We haven't seen that yet. That's why we love these events before we have it. So, again, shout out to Intel Nook. Like, just having these tournaments on that we can then reach out to and see and kind of get a tester before. We only have solo FNCS this season. There's not trios, but those trio cash cups are looking like they're going to be pretty damn stacked as well. As we see Chaff now, AV and Edgy, pressure being put on them a little bit more, but they're playing this out slow. And when Storm Surge was their issue last game, they need to speed this one up a little bit. If they even take down this trio, they're still going to need to find some more damage to get them above Storm Surge.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to be like, I don't want to be the one to say it, but yeah, activity, right? You got to really step it up. We'll see. Looks like Chat was beamed down to some low HP now. You can see he only has 1 mini in the inventory, so forced to use their heals to kind of bounce back up. They're basically losing.
So if you're just tuning in, this is game 2 out of 8 games in the Intel Elite Cup Grand Finals. $10,000 on the line, sorry.
All in the first game, I'm assuming. They got taken
I'll be covering all major Fortnite live events. If you want to subscribe,
at the very end. I just think it was
posting
just
plenty of videos as well.
They found Marauders, they just stayed for placement heavy. I think they'll still be inside that maybe top 10 mark-ish just from based on placement, but I don't think they picked up too many limbs. I didn't see them really once in the feed, but all Chaotic goes here on the back foot. Team that I said to look out for is probably one that's either going to hit the gas or they're going to hit the
Who do you guys think is going to win this?
Pick up an elimination here. This is against Arab's team. We've seen how aggressive they've been going right now. They've taken out Chaotic, so Furious and Paver have to try and hold this one down against a full trio getting held out here. The third parties are coming out. That's one of the issues with this map having so much water. It has very open, visible sight lines. If you're not inside a box and you're trying to aggress in, there's a lot of people who have eyes on you. As now Chaff gets beamed up. We saw him 100 last time, and now he's not looking anywhere near as good. Only has the 1 minute to top himself back up as this fight's actually finally breaking out.
And ooh, for a second there, I thought he let his guard down. The side wall is where his teammate was. So they're looking to kind of turn things around now. They don't have too much control, though. Like I said, they're pressured down below. That's the last of the heals now coming out. And no, they lose the roof above. And Chap
Ouch, Chap.
tagged early, and now he's down. It's up to Edgy and AV to really clutch up here.
The awareness on Chap was not there at that point, guys.
On the back foot, on the heels, and lucky.
Should have noticed his roof has
not
been
going to fully happen here
taken.
for Chap. Can they get the heal? No, instead it's going to be a shotgun exchange. The 102 follow-up, the SMG, and now it's up to whether or not they can find the finals here on Hazard.
Chap needs his controller duo to carry him.
Edgy's trying to find his way through. He's got the left-hand peek with that charge shotgun.
Ouch.
Hazard is so low, and he was on the absolute back foot, and Edgy went heavy for it, but he pushed up against that fully built brick wall. Couldn't see through it. Teammate was waiting on there, and then Chap, AV, and Edgy are wiped out here on spawn game 2. But, I mean, it is gone late into the game. That was a real standoff fight. They know they're going to get zoned, so they can take their time, but looks like we're going to finally throw the standings to see how it has stacked up, because now we need to run through these standings, because not only does the top matter, now the bottom matters too.
Here's
the reverse will be last right now.
Ved, Nani, and Gonzo, who took that victory royale, 29 points.
Colazo, not bad, third.
Second, who got second, of course. Zate, Saf, and Stretch. Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma in third. And you can see it's so tight at the top. Fourth, fifth, and sixth all tied up. Mega Assault, Dubs, Polarized, Arab, and D's carried by the Elims. That's kind of your top 8. Quick look at the standings. I know we're kind of throwing in the middle of it, but don't worry. We're going to quickly browse through these other pages just to get you guys all caught up. What matters,
yeah, well, mid-game not much happens usually anyway, so it's a good point to show the standings.
The totem pole, because those are the teams that are going to be first out the door in this competition. After 3 games, one team is going to get dropped out.
There's a lot of teams here on 1-0 points, so maybe I've been focusing on Tfue, Scopes, Innocent, some of the big names down here. Cease, Blake, High Sky, just teams you did not think you could see at the bottom. Unknown Army on 1 point. Again, there's a lot of people down here, but it means it takes
these two teams will still be at the bottom.
A couple of elims next
Reverse
game,
2K teams and Tfue's team are both out of game 2.
They really need to get away from there quickly, though. You just don't want to be that
Reverse 2K and Tfue's team.
They did pick up some elims this time. I think they got all 3 eliminations
they need to pick
on
it
the
up
West contingent before
in game
they
3.
went down.
Out.
So that 3 points will be very, very valuable to keep them out of that very bottom.
Listen, Ozzy, let me be the first to confirm. Tfue is technically sort of safe. They got a couple of elims in that game, right? So their team's all right. The team that didn't, though, Reverse Sumner and Graska. Remember, we saw they got taken out in Frenzy. So for right now, at least they're A-okay at the bottom, but who knows how long that's going to last, whether or not they'll be able to hold out for the rest of the competition. Your team in 3rd place, though, Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma, a 30.
You just need good placement to turn it around in this format, though. Like next game.
They're looking good at Pleasant Park now. They've got their probably Marauder tags. I have to imagine they've made their way all the way from retail. They're in that center map. Again, obviously the Marauders have to drop on land. That's why those middle POIs like retail, like Lazy, they're the
What's going on
best to
here?
grab those
Question
tags
marks
before they get in. And something worth noting, everyone points it out every time you watch Colazo's stream, he is not running a shotgun right now. This is not an anomaly of a game. He never runs a shotgun. He always runs SMG, AR, and then usually some utility. Worth noting, for this team, he is the only controller player on the trio, and he is the Tarper in the IGL. One of the smartest controller players out there, chooses not to run the shotgun and would rather just run the SMG and utility to make sure he leads his team and gives them every advantage he can. And for the most part, it's working. They're in 3rd place.
Smart,
they're looking really good.
I mean, you said it. Colazo, the anomaly himself.
I don't think controller players even use their shotguns anyway.
We'll take a look at Strodel's Sane.
Just hop in the box and spray the SMG.
We're hanging out. This is the kind of the friction on the other side of the Pleasant Park, guys. Everyone's looking to claim their piece of land here. The benefits of getting to a major POI early is that, one, you get a piece of land, which is so prestigious. We saw what happened to Hazard's crew last time. They were on the back half, sitting on the water. They were taken out.
The zone's closing in.
Becoming a firing range, essentially, for all the other players in the zone.
Yeah, we saw how water zones used to play out, and one of the main problems with the water zones used to be the depth, the fact that it was very hard to build, but it's still just those open sight lines. If someone's set up on a building and they're 100 meters ahead of you and you have nothing between you and them, building's not going to do you a whole lot of good. You're just going to get stuck. So you've got to be preemptive when you move. You've got to set up early. But once you set up, we saw what happened with Clix's team again, with Storm Surge, saw what happened with Chap's team. You still got to be getting those tags. The earlier you set up, you won't find those Marauders, and it's going to be a lot harder to get damage off as well. So it's just really, you got to just know exactly when to play it. And if you misplay it, you don't get enough damage for Storm Surge. It's so hard to kind of grasp your way back into it when you're on the back foot. We saw Megs and Dub's team out heal it a little bit, but it's never the position you want to be in.
That's right, and that's the thing, right? It's like solos and duos. These mid games slow down a lot. In trios, the moment you slow down, it will be the moment of your demise, because then Storm Surge creeps up to you eventually. It's one of those things that we just see happen over and over. Assault, like we said, the solo champ of the previous Elite Cup that we hosted back in February. This is the first time we're following up on, thanks to the Intel Nook Gaming team, allowing us to be all possible for the community today. And of course, the team at Practice Server and Team Chronic bringing together a resources banding to, you know, pretty much put together this entire production, which we're spearheading over at the Practice Server. But regardless Assault hanging out here, leading the rotate. They're on peppers, guys, if you're wondering why he's moving so fast.
The triple pepper strat, it works. It increases your movement speed running and swimming, and you can see things like this. It makes you go faster off crash pads. They're a very valuable item to get your hands on. It's one of the main and most underrated
shock
parts
noise
about caddy corners. As we see the nades coming out, Slacks, Lazar, and Keys. It looks like Slacks and Lazar have been hit, but Keys is looking pretty healthy, so DGen kind of focusing the wrong target here. But either way, even if you don't get in a limb, they're possibly the most free way to get very, very easy Storm Surge tags.
And this is great right here, guys. For all the new folk tuning in, if you see that giveaway in the chat, that's right. You can enter for a beautiful Ghost Canyon PC. I encourage you guys to check it out. It's got some serious specs, y'all. It can be a nice little upgrade for someone. Just make sure you keep an eye on it.
I was seeing those specs and I was hearing about it. I saw the giveaway and I was getting hyped. And then you ran the ads and I was like, my God, this thing is tiny for how beefy it is. It's ridiculous. As we see, oh, it's such an innovative strat. No way, of course. It is Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle. Big brain Bizzle. I'm sure he came up with that one. Banking the nades off the top wall to make them fall back down on this team. That looked so flashy and was so incredibly smart, because dropping the nades straight down, you have a lot of time to react to them because you can hear them fizzle above you before they explode. But throwing them against the wall above you just minimizes that time, and they get 2 free eliminations from that. That was so smart.
Listen, just
200
when you think
IQ
everyone
Clix team.
figured it out, Bizzle comes out with more strategies.
Clix team's always,
this is why we
Clix
love
is always good at that
Fortnite.
stuff.
This is why he is the innovator. Quite honestly, always coming up with something fresh. Big brain plays right there. Can't wait to kind of watch that one back and see from the outside looking in how exactly they prepped that one
Why
up.
doesn't Dubs drink that?
You can see off in the distance, though, Dubs Mega have already lost Assault, and they are just close to Bizzle and Clix over there. So opting to back up here, trying to get more to the zone. This is the greed, though, Ozzy. They're trying to carry as much as they can right now for the next safety.
They're trying to figure out, there's so many meds in the game right now, that infinite chug. It is. It's like that quick math of like, which one do I use? Do I use the one chug splash, the big pot, the minis? What's going to let me carry the most amount of loot? But yeah, they got to start moving. As you see, Zayt, Stretch, and Saf in a really nice spot over on this dead side of zone. There's not many people around them. And then we see this fight. I wanted to see who this was. So it's Avery, Jamper, and Bugha, who are in a little bit of a contest with Smack, Casca, and Illist. They're really far from zone. One of the teams needs to start making a move for it, and it looks like Bugha's team wants to. And I would honestly probably implore Smack here to make the rotate, but maybe just want Storm Surge tags. But they need to make their rotate. If they're not smart here and if they're not careful, they're going to get held by them. They'll get a little bit of payback very quickly if they don't get to zone fast.
I agree, and I mean, they're sitting on a launch pad, so maybe that's part of the reason, or they're trying to see if this team's going to build out for them. We'll find out shortly. Don't forget, guys, this is your team that came in through the open quals, if I'm not mistaken, finishing at the top, quite literally. You know, when we went through those player lists, they were in chronological order based off of how they placed, and Casper's team was at the top there.
They beat Colazo's team by 1 point in the end. I said Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma came out. They came out firing on all cylinders, almost picked up the hat trick, the back-to-back 3 wins in a row. They got 2, but they did fall off the pace just a little bit towards the end and came second by 1 point to Illest team. So 2,000 above Storm Surge here for Saf, Stretch, and Zayt, and they only have 2 eliminations. Again, focusing on their channel. Looks like they're trying to take out the shark out of their builds. I don't know if that's for the loot, or maybe they just don't want, you know, Brucey back here kind of going around their builds. But that little bit of focus just taking the attention off what was happening around them, and Zayt gets hit really, really heavy here. Goes down to 22 health, has the med kit and the minis, but the pressure is now on them. It's just crazy. Just that 2 seconds of focusing on something else leaves you vulnerable.
And you know what? Play of the day has to go to Stretch right there, who fired back the immediate rocket, fending off Zayt, effectively stopping the team from opening fire right there. If he didn't respond that fast, that you know, in that moment, it would have all been over for this team. But Stretch really playing beautiful defense there, allowing Zayt to stay in the game. That was a close one, Aussie.
Yeah, and Zayt has the shockwave launcher too, so he's not the one you want to go down right now. He has got the most valuable item, in my opinion, in the entire game right now. The amount of control that shockwave launcher gives you, as we see High Sky setting up for a nade strat. Here it is, Blake, Ceased, and High Sky setting up for it. The 65 meters. Do we hear the tags? Does it come out? They do. They hit it. Do they take down all 3 or just 2 of them? I see a Liege down. I see Jelty down. Unless there was only the 2 of them up there. They got 2 eliminations. That is massive. They don't get the loot, but they don't need it. That is so huge for their Storm Surge tags now as well, as they're 1,400 above.
That's the 8th place team right there. The Timbers crew, excuse me. You know, Jelty has a
I see they've learned and moved this thing up.
Mexican and Peruvian representing for the Hispanics out there. One of the few, man, getting taken out just like that. And that's why grenades are so frowned upon in heavy base game mode. They are the end of the road for most teams It comes by such a surprise too, right? It's hard to defend against that.
Who's winning this game, guys? Let me know in the chat.
Regardless of what, here's these
50 left.
Arab and polarized for secondary. I was like, who is this guy? But here it is.
They're looking good.
They're hanging out. They have the half in zone.
I fancy Zaid's
and the
team.
pressure they put on Chaotic, I just saw Chaotic.
They're always well organized.
They both just went down in the feed. They're looking good on the half. Let's see what they can do with it. They're not building.
Never rule out
Zaid. They want to hold this as a high ground. They think it's a little bit too early to go up for it. As High Sky has taken some damage on this rotate after those nade strats, going back for the pad, using that chug splash just to top him up a little bit as he's going through it. Can we hear the coffin dance music playing a little bit? No, High Sky gets the make it. He makes the rotate, doesn't get held up by the hold lobby. He's looking pretty good. Only has one chug splash. Looks like hopefully one of them has some minis. They do, and he's now made half as we have 14.
It's up to the channel, guys. We'll do a watch party of every major live Fortnite event
it looks like he was
on the East servers, that is.
It is all unfolding. Once again,
this is just game 2, so stick around.
From home, whether it be the YouTube Chronic channel or the Twitch TV Practice Server channel, I'm pretty sure that a lot of your favorite competitors are here involved today. Don't forget to get involved in everything that we're doing, as things are explosive here today, quite literally. Isaki's getting hit by a big grenade right there. They're okay though. He will be able to bounce back. Lucky for him, it was only one.
Wasn't too much damage there. He's got those 2 stink nades. Interesting to show how much the Marauders are playing into just with the items they carry. They're the only way you get your hands on the rocket, the only way you get hands on the stink nades. Look how much pressure it puts out there. Illis was just trying to go for some heals. Grandma goes down, Scrubs gets the limit. We see Clix, Bizzle, and Commandment on that opposite high ground front side of zone. I called it last game. Please don't prove me wrong again. I think they're going to have to hold it here because they have it on rotating zone. And if they hold it, they're going to win this game like the other team did last game out of the opens contingent. They have so much
there must be at least 20 people flying there.
Clix is up there now looking for tags, and Commandment's going to start leading front side as he always does though, but he gets knocked down. Maybe they don't have it as secure as what I thought. Stretch and that are coming through on pads. They could maybe take it, but no one's contesting it for it, and Commandment is leading the charge. Clix is looking for those frags, and Bizzle is just going to be the mastermind behind this entire maneuver.
And look at Stretch is trying to pepper up and take the height. You just saw him, he cranked out of his mind, and all of a sudden, no, he gets harpooned off. Wait, what just happened?
Shockwave. I think he got shockwaved off by Zayt.
He got shockwave. He did get shockwave off a height. For a second, I thought he was harpooned. It was all over. Zayt yeah, he literally shockwaved him off of height, and now all of a sudden, Bizzle is down in the low ground. His team's up above. What are they going to do?
Yeah, it's hard going against the shockwave, isn't it? There's not much you can do.
Go up is the question right now.
You gotta try and kill the shockwave team, I guess.
He does not have any material. And now look who has height. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, Aussie.
That is 2 of the biggest teams in the business taking high ground, and that is the
Somebody's
impact
being storm surged.
If you have Kit's shockwave launcher, you have so much control over high ground. I called it, I cursed them, they're off it, but we see Zayt, Saf, and Stretch now have full control, and they have the loadout to do it. Stretch has that RPG in the back pocket. He can drop that and suppress second height. That is what Clix was lacking. When they went to take high ground there, they had no power weapons to hold it.
Clix has killed somebody in the feed.
Of Stretch, Zayt, and Saf, as they're now just going to fire down on the whole.
Any last calls, chat? Who's going to win, chat? 30 left.
But again, we've
15 teams.
How heavy this format is for placement. They don't even need their limbs. They can just sit up here pretty.
I mean, I called it.
Pick up their 20 free
called it 5 minutes ago. I said Zayt would win.
The timing was ridiculous on
He's looking good right now.
Executed, and now the RPGs are raining down. That's going to be one that's going to connect onto Unknown Army, who's just in between the mix. Now becoming the fire range, being that he's on second.
What's up, Layla? Welcome to the watch party.
You can see
we're just watching the 10K Intel Cup.
And they're trying to still snake their way up, and no, Bizzle's going to fall.
This is game 2.
As now,
of 8.
ICV is down in the low ground here, just behind Dijon and Blake. Casker coming in from the zone. Clix is finally going to inch his way in. Barely has any HP. It's a storm fight with Colazo. Colazo's going to find Clix. He's going to find Illis, and Colazo still in the running now.
I mean, so far, I don't think this high ground team's even been pressured at all.
They're picking up a lot of the limbs as Colazo goes down to Blake now, finally Unknown. This leaderboard is going to shake up massively. These are a lot of big names we didn't see in game 1. I saw Bugha's team down there as well. Mikey goes down. Unknown and Prosecutor have to do something big. They might be able to get the revive, possibly. It would be pretty huge. No, they can't pull it off. They're just going to grab the loot. He goes down, sacrifices himself for his team. As you see, Rogue Shark picking up
Saf's still getting kills in the feed.
Saf got that limb. Bugha is still fragging out down there as well. So Bugha's team's still alive on the low ground as we have Unknown's team in this.
Yeah, no, they're going to take this easily.
Zayt on the high ground is a highlight reel as Kanata picks up Avery. All the biggest names of NA are in this one, and I have to think the Stretch, Zayt, and Saf are going to close it out, but there is some big names who can pull off an upset. We see Creo,
yeah, they're just pressuring second height.
Finally going
Classic
down.
high ground play.
Is open to the onslaught of second height. He is just getting fired upon by everyone. He needs to make something big happen on the wall. Chooses not to go through. only has that one flopper, needs to slow it down, get himself back in this. No, I say slow it down, but he gets dropped straight in front of everyone, gets dropped down on top of Bugha, as Prosecutor now has to try and solo clutch this one out for his team. I think it's 2 trios. Solo it is, Prosecutor comes through.
Yeah.
So now we have Stretch, Zayt, and Saf going up against Bugha, Jamper on the low ground. Can they try and pull it off?
There's a solo alive somewhere.
Try and drop down, trying to find
Bucky,
the angles.
yeah.
Bucky goes out into zone, so Bucky is one of the solos
Bucky's
left as
still
well.
in.
So 2v1v3, Bucky firing from the outside in. So many World Cup players right now. Here he comes through, he gets taken down. Zay comes from the high ground, goes down to fall damage, but no, they do manage to win in the end just.
So close with 7 eliminations for the
Not
crew
surprising
right
there.
What
Shockwave
just
launcher on high
happened
ground.
as everything unfolded so
Not much you can
quickly?
do.
But Bugha and Jamper staying alive. And you would think Unknown Army's team would have been taken out so much sooner. He was under fire from height for so long, being second closest to height. He still survived to those final moments.
Give me some big changes up on the leaderboard as well. Bugha's team wasn't that high up there as well. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, they're jumping up, and it just shows that caddy corner is where it's all
Stick around, guys.
happening.
We'll be
You've got
watching
3 of
every
the
single
biggest, most
game.
aggressive teams dropping there. And
Let me know
whoever
what you think of
walks
the
away
game
with
so
that
far.
loot is going to have such an advantage. Zayt could not have made that play if they didn't have that one single item. It's why there's a lot of kind of argument around mythic items in the meta for competitive, but it makes it exciting, that's for sure.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the follower count blow up as well. Thank you guys for tuning in once again to the Intel Nook Elite Cup. I'm Monster D-Face, joined with Aussie Antics to kick up the show today. Later on today, we'll have Shio Wager stepping in and bring things home.
You blow my sub count up there, well, if you want.
Ronaldo, I think, sitting at home doing another official, unofficial viewing party. So big
We're
thanks
looking
to
for
everyone
50
in the community
subs.
that's helping us bring this all together. Next up, we
43
have
right
some
now.
plays of the match coming in soon before we jump into leaderboards. But regardless of what, the competition has been incredible here.
Yeah, it's shaken up, and I just love the fact that we do again. I know it's going to be a point of contention. Reddit will let us know, everyone let us know whether they like the special rule or not, but you've got to admit it's making it exciting, right? Those teams that are going slow, who are normally on the back foot, let's see if they can kick up the pace.
That's right, and let's jump into those plays of the match so we can get you guys all caught up. In case you tuned in a little late, let's get a little recap going right here. The Intel Nook kind of vibe right here. You see the fights happening with Clix and crew down in the low ground here. Just what a moment, right? Look at this. The Timbers team getting blown up from the nade strap from Cease, High Sky, and Blake right here.
Is a lot of people, obviously, like we talked about it, nades not being their favorite way for a highlight, but they are massive. You wipe an entire team in a split second. It is massive for the tournament, as we now see Stretch, Saf, and Zayt take their high ground, and that is now 2 games from 2. We have seen the team that holds high ground at the start of first rotating or into second rotating wins the game. So that's what you have to keep your eyes on. Like you said, Bucky put up a really good fight here on low ground, firing from the outside in. Didn't have any of those white meds, unfortunately. Only had the shields. He pushed in onto ultimate low. That's another free limb, but Zayt holding the ultimate high gets knocked down, and they pick up the almost clean
Zayt
victory.
fell off
If
high
Zayt
ground
didn't fall
there.
That would have been
I
all
didn't
3
realize
alive
how
to
he
close it
died.
out, and you can't have a
That was
cleaner
silly.
sweep than that in Trios Fortnite.
And not only that, Bucky had 6 elims as a team with Creo and his teammate right there. So that is not too bad for a 3rd place with 6 elims. That is actually at the top end of what you can pull there. Remember, those were pivotal moments. Your 8th place team getting taken out in the mid game right before first full moving. That's unfortunate. That's going to push them way down, because placement is what really matters this time.
They had a massive leaderboard delay
when
last
you've got
time.
3
Hopefully
brand
it
new
starts
Intel
sooner.
Nook PCs on the line as well, the first place team might not be the highest average, so you can still pick up big bank even if you don't come first. But if you can pick up 4,000 USD and 3 PCs for coming first, this is the most ridiculous community event I've been involved in for a very long time.
I was going to say, that's right. Feel free to check out the panel section below the Twitch or the description if you're watching from YouTube on Team Chronic's channel. Those Ghost Canyon PCs, they're nice. They have some beautiful specs. I think they're about $2,500 worth of hardware. So the latest from Intel Nook Gaming Team coming out to you guys. Check it out. And it's compact, man. It's really nice.
Yeah, check out the giveaway. I mean, you guys have a chance to win it just by watching as well. !mark giveaway, or check out those panels. Make sure you enter. It's run through Gleam. It's going to be insane. I mean, I might chuck a cheeky little entry in there too if I'm allowed to. I think I'm allowed. Okay, sweet. I'm cool. I mean, we'll have to see how they play out right now, but we're looking at the bottom of that leaderboard now too. You said at least Tfue scope, some of those big teams are free, because I don't want to be your guys' socials if like Tfue's team or Zexro's team or something gets knocked out here on this ruling. That is what's going to shake it up. But I mean, there's teams in there, reverse 2K. There's some big names at the bottom. Grazka, they've been the biggest name since World Cup. We're talking about World Cup players possibly being knocked out 3 games into this tournament.
Listen, I'll say it right here to my mic, right? Someone's got to get taken now. Let's be it's gonna happen. And if it's gonna be them, it's gonna be them. But right now, from what I remember at least, Reverse 2K Grasskin Summer was at the bottom. So, you know, anything can happen. The reason we changed the initial ruling for the special rule was because of that reason. We thought that, all right, after 2 games, maybe the bottom team deserves a little more chance. Instead, we'll do 3 games, and then one team can get kind of taken out the competition. So with that, everyone still has a chance to make a swing back.
Yeah, and you got to argue as well. Obviously, Fortnite competitive especially has a bit of RNG, but 3 games. If you're the team that hasn't picked up a single elimination in 3 games, you've really got to change up your game style. You've got to do something big here. You need to at least drop on a team. All you need to do is wipe a single team. It's all you have to do right now, but I want to see how those end games play out, as Storm Surge right now is dictating these lobbies.
I think Reverse's team, even though they got one game,
the ones that are struggling towards the end.
They've clearly got the skill to escape.
They're not getting dropped on. They're really far from the edge of the map. They've got Fortilla. They
have playing all right.
Mythic Chug Jug. It's not helping them that much when they can't get their tags and they can't get their damage before zones start kicking in. So less players might alleviate some of that pressure and change up their gameplay. It's just going to be about adapting as this tournament unfolds, which is a really cool process.
That is the key to the special rule, right? As less players are in the competition in the lobby, there's more space for you to claim real estate, get comfortable, and play to your best game. Some players actually shine more in those kind of elitist lobbies. So we'll see as things kind of lighten up, as the load, as the pressure is alleviated, from their shoulders. We'll see kind of how that plays out. Regardless, though, guys, we are waiting for the leaderboards to be updated. They're almost here. Aussie, after that last game, I mean, that was my team to call. Zate, Sap, and Stretch. I was very, very keen on watching how Stretch was going to fit in. Stretch plays some beautiful defense. Let's talk about when Zate got grenaded and it looked like it was all over.
We'll be back in a minute or 2, guys.
Fired back without no hesitation.
Let me know who's going to win the next match in the chat.
Flawlessly.
Yeah, best defense is good offense sometimes, and you called as well. Zate had that hit shockwave launcher too, so if he went down right there, as much as that's obviously a huge blow, one of your trio mates going down, that would have been massive. They would not have won that game. They would not have taken high ground. Everything would have been different. He instantly threw off that wall, RPG'd back, and yeah, that's what kept him in the game, and that's what you need. Stretch obviously been known as a phenomenal player for a long time now, stepping away from Bugha, branching out, but again, Bugha's still up there as well. They did phenomenally well that game. It's just the clash of titans in this tournament right now. It's huge.
That is true. I mean, we're seeing Bugha, Jamper, and Avery really step it up. They made a little bit of a wave in the previous game 1. Game 2 was definitely their big swing to be very much relevant as a trio in this competition. I think we're about a minute out to the standings, guys, so stay with us. I want to look at, over at the Twitch chat right now. Who do you guys want us to follow leading in? I saw that everyone was really keen on watching chat the last time around. They lost the authority. Is there anyone else you really want us to follow? Let us know. I think I'm seeing some Clix in there, okay? Some Zexro, some more Bizzle. This is what we want to see. We're reading right alongside you guys. This is a community event.
Yeah, we want to see it as well. I mean, that's the best part about that. Again, thank you to FORTNITE too as well for putting this on with the Spec client. It makes it so much easier. We can watch those teams that are in this, involved in here, in those engagements that aren't streaming as well. So thank you so much. This tournament is going to be crazy. I want to see it. Caddy Corners is breaking down. We have 3 huge teams around there, but we got to think, if they go down there, if Tfue can win the fight decisively and quickly, Zate might not have the opportunity to come through and clean that up. I can't help but have so much respect for how quickly Zate always adapts to every different situation, every different meta, different tournament. We've thrown a West contingent in here who's dropping Caddy Corners, which has changed everything. And of course, the one team that capitalizes on that straight away is Zate. He comes through, cleans it up, and picks up all the loot. I want to see how that one plays out, because if they don't get that Caddy Corner loot, I don't know what their rotate looks like. They picked up a lot from winning that. If they can't just come straight through and bully the team that's there, I want to see how they play this one out.
And that was the thing in game 1 when Wavy, Jacob, Reet, and Thomas won that drop. They left immediately. They didn't stay behind. I remember we saw them cutting through the waterways, and they crossed paths with whoever was alive from Misty at that point. So yes, you do have to change it up, but the standings are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and dissect. Let's break it down. Aussie, take it with me from the top here.
Ooh, we have Zate, Sap, and Stretch coming out on top on 47. That is a huge point clearance. 14 on top of Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. That is such a big one. Kanata, Bucky, and Creo coming in consistency. They've had 2 good games now as well. They're just up there. We see Ved, Nani, and Ganzo. And then Kalazo, Tabs, and Grandma. So you've got 2 teams out of the open divisions in the top 5.
That's actually ridiculous here. And some new teams breaking their way up to the top. Unknown Army putting the squad on his back towards the tail end. We saw how many elims he had, charging up them shotguns and really following in with that second height hold all the way through. That's your top 8, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, no one is safe. If you get taken out this competition early, that's your placement, that's your positioning quite literally gone. Here's your next page, though.
Good timing.
Polarized. All right, I see that. Arab and D's up
So
here.
Reverse's team will be bottom.
They're looking good. Mega.
They're going to
Assault
eliminate
Dogs,
the bottom 3 after the next
They're
game.
making it every game. It's so hard to see again. Bizzle, Commandment, Clix, those teams that are making it to end game in the first few games, just not picking up those points because they go down just right around that placement format. You start picking up those +3 points around that top 8 mark for trios, and that's kind of where they're going down. They just need to survive for a little bit longer.
I saw Eclipse, Acorn, and Jack in there as well, holding strong. Here's in 17th right now. We have Blake, Cease, and High Sky looking pretty good as well. 12 points. 11 points for Furious, Chaotic, and Paper. Furious, your FNCS Solos Invitational champion. Putting a lot of respect on his name. Is still running with the pack right now in the middle of the lead here. Can they make a big swing back? The team that probably is giving me the biggest question mark is Young Cow, Macwood, and Zexro.
Whose dog is barking?
Do you think that because they no longer have Craigie Cliffs, the way they are initially kind of dominated in the previous kind of seasons, now they're forced out of their location?
Okay, so here we go.
They're having a struggle down in Misty.
They only need 3 points.
Look like even if they conclusively win them, they have to win them with all 3 players alive and quickly, because there's so many different people around Misty dropping on the mountains, dropping on those islands around them, that they're really getting a lot of pressure. And the longer that fight takes, it grows for them. But we see our bottom here, Carson, Class, and Trashy on 0, and Grazko and Reverse's team on 0 as well. That's big. They need some elims right now, and this tiebreaker, I believe, is going to come down to average placement at the bottom. So if they can both get equal elims, maybe they pick up an elim each. It's going to depend on who survives longer to not get dropped out of this tournament.
That's right. One more game, and then we find out who's going to be the first team taken out from the special rule. Before
I'll be doing watch parties of all major Fortnite live events, folks.
Intel,
if you subscribe to the channel.
We'll be back in 60.
I'll be posting plenty of Fortnite related videos as well. I'm going to do one about Clix's earnings tomorrow. There'll be a TikTok as well. The TikTok's very popular. My TikTok link's in the description.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Nook Elite Cup. I'm Monster D-Face, joined with Aussie Antics here today. What you just saw was those Ghost Canyon PCs. I think the giveaway is giving away not only the Ghost Canyon PC, but I think it has like a 2070 Ti in it with some crazy i9 up-to-date Intel hardware. Like, we got some goods here from the Intel Nook team.
Yeah, that's beefy PC. That'll get you some good frames, even in these kind of stacked end games. That's a very nice PC. The size of it, though, is what's killing me. Like, I can't believe how much space that saves. I have to, like, mount my PCs to walls and stuff. That thing just kind of sits real pretty and cute on the desk. It looks nice.
That's right. There is a lot on the line, guys. The next game is starting to get queued up here. We're gonna be jumping into game 3. That game 1 and 2 was very exciting.
I think they were talking about 2 different PCs there.
Step up to the plate here. Zayt and Saf, followed with Stretch. It looks like the battle bus is underway, and we're going to be throwing right into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the Intel Nook Elite Cup here featuring Fortnite. Let's get it, Aussie.
Let's get it. I mean, we're focusing on that bottom, but that top, that gap is pretty massive. They're really stretching out there. You think when a 20 points is a win, they're like, you know, what was it, 14, 15 points clear? That is
Reverse 2K's
huge. Like,
team
going to have a massive game, and they're going to have a terrible
Frenzy
game if anyone's
Farm
overtake them for a while now. That's why I love these heavy placement formats. I know people kind of want it tighter.
Is it contested?
Those consistent teams are being rewarded today, and Zayt,
if it is,
Stretch, they're going to be one of the most
fully ahead of
teams
them
out there. You'd have to imagine with their record of competitive Fortnite just being so illustrious.
And it's crazy, too, because I think they have a llama on their side. We'll see if they end up spotting that out. It's going to be just over this mountain right here. But yeah, this is their drop spot, and everyone knows that if you land back there and push in, that's a big play to make. But hold up, looks like Chat is already kicking things off. Edgy and AB this time around, they're gonna win the engagement. A little bit of the angry ears coming out of Chat right there. He's holding it too. Let's bleed out. Oh, the BM. Let's go. Can I get some ones in the chat if you're happy for Chap right there?
Oh, Tfue got a kill. Scope is down.
Innocence. They find one elimination, and now all of a sudden
2v2.
Exactly, it is a 2v2.
And there's so much. There's, like you saw, the talk about those consumables just sitting around on the ground. There's some ghost mushrooms. There's some big consumables there. Reet on the back foot, but Innocence only has the pistol up against Reet. Oh, I can't imagine that'll go too well, but he lands a clean headshot to open up, and he goes down. The beautiful wraparound. Wavy Jacob was there to back up Reet. They pinched him right there. Tfue's on the high ground. Probably
I know there's a lot of Tfue fans, but I think he is the worst in that trio.
He only has 6 bills left.
So
let's see if the old goat can do it. Can Tfue handle the heat against Wavy Jacob?
Old goat indeed.
Two of the youngest, best fraggers in the world right now.
He's up against it.
Reet has this beautiful right-hand peek, using that henchman chest to his advantage, and they're just going to hold this angle together. Tfue does have that charged shotgun though, so he can knock one of them out very quickly. Maybe
He's got 2 builds,
an old school throwback with a hunting rifle, maybe a quick little nose scope. He needs to do something that big though to be able to win this one. As you see, Zate, Saf, and Stretch are just sniffing around the edges of this fight though.
That's right, and that's the major red flag there. Hearing the chug splashes go off, he's going to go ahead and retreat here. The Marauders, the henchmen,
Reverse 2K's team has a kill.
They're going to be what's giving them a lot of the pressure now. He's going to try and teleport on out of here, so he's cutting across. He's in between all kinds of enemy territory, though. No one's safe.
I wonder if Tfue has the cards, is the question.
So at least he's going to be able to get on out of here.
He does, apparently.
The frustration's got to be high, but it's okay, because at least he has a few eliminations in his favor to not
They're going to chase him through
at the very bottom, not just yet.
Porta potty, surely.
Crazy to be talking about a team of this high caliber about like not getting kicked out, right? Like this is really a big upset for Tfue, Innocence, and Scopes. They've been holding it down. Like you said, you're watching scrims. They were kind of, you know, having more issues with teams outside it, but that West contingent's really come and shaking things up. And I don't know how much love they're going to get for this one. I don't think Wavy Jacob, Thomas, and Reek care a whole bunch. They've been at the heart of a whole bunch of drama in competitive history in the past just because of how aggressive they are. They will full send it on people if they think that's their best course of action. And offering up caddy corners is probably their best course of action. But Zate, Saf, and Stretch, obviously, they must have seen the fight break out, knew it went a little bit faster than usual.
You see Shio in the chat telling people to type 5 if they want to win the World Cup.
Hey,
like,
how
what?
It goes right there. A little East versus West action happening here. I'm looking at the feed. I saw Cease fall to Arab already in the early game. So there goes Cease, who was in, I believe, 7th.
I think Shio is going to be casting one of the later games.
And 3rd page there, right behind Arab, not too far. And all of a sudden now, one of them from that crew is at least taken out of the competition. Here's Carson, Trashy, and Class. This is what's on the line for them, the entire competition. If they get taken out, or Reverse Summoner and Grass get taken out, that's it. They're eliminated from the comp.
It's the bottom team, but I just saw Reek go down to Casca in the feed, so that means that's one of those other sharks that's nearby. Not only are they dealing with Zate's team, they're also dealing with Casca's team now. But yeah, we're going to tune in with Sweaty Sands. This is one of your 2 bottom teams right now, sitting on 0 points. Carson, Trashy, and Class need to make something big and put that pressure on Reverse 2K and Grazka's team, because they're also down there as well on 0.
That's what matters. Remember this special rule that we have in play. This is the game 3 right here. This is the one that matters. That's going to determine who's going to be eliminated from the competition before we move into the next players that will be dropped from the game. Regardless, Clix Bizzle Commandment looking pretty strong. I see High Sky getting taken out by the Azers and Fernando right there in the feed. So all of a sudden, High Sky's out.
Yeah, I don't know. I see how that one plays down. We see these TSM players all split up across their different rosters now, kind of holding it down across different teams. They have some of the best players in the world. Some of the best teams here today as Zate picks up an elimination on Acorn. Not sure what team this is. This is outside retail, so maybe this is the kind of cleanup of the retail fight. Colazo is nowhere to be seen, so they must have got their way out of here quickly. And then Casca takes down Thomas. So that means Thomas and Reed have both been taken out now. So the West contingent is out of here. Illis picks up that confirmed elimination. They're scoping him down, and that's why they're going for that heavy charge shotgun shot, because they want to get maximum Storm Surge off that. Down targets, the extra damage still counts as Storm Surge. That's why you'll see a lot of people lining up a headshot snipe or something to do max damage to really get those tags, because Zate and Saf, they've obviously been finding their Marauders, just what I'm guessing. We haven't watched their mid-game, but their Storm Surge, for how many limbs they've had, has been off the charts. So they're handling it well.
That's right, and that's why every engagement matters. How you handle those engagements, more importantly. Here's your other team that's on the cusp of getting taken out of the competition. Grass
They
to
have an
reverse.
limb.
They do have an limb. Yes, that's a
They do
good
have
thing
an
to
limb.
point out. So they're not in the back of the
Pressure's
pack.
on. Yeah, pressure's on. They have that one.
They just
point,
need
and
placement
that
now.
could be the difference. Carsten's team, if they go down now and they don't pick up an elimination,
like a
they are going to be out.
8th,
I will
7th.
mention again, the tiebreaker for this one is going to go down to average placements. So that last team, they need, if they have equal one elim each, but one of the teams goes down first, you instantly know which team is going to be booted from this competition after the first 3 games.
How it's going to play out. We have more action to follow, though. We'll keep hopping around the map once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get you guys all caught up on who won Authority, who's playing the other sections of the map. Will Jack and Acorn still survive? There's Chap, Edge,
Chap
and AV
clearly
who
won
did win the
Authority.
Authority, like we said. You guys can get a little glimpse here. They found a little pack of Marauders looking for them. Once again, we know that this plays a huge factor in how much Storm Surge you can find and pick up. Get you guys nice and comfortable and sorted.
Looks like they changed up their playstyle. I mean, they obviously went a
free
little more
RPG.
aggressive. They know that that second game, I think, was a bit of a blunder. They took way too long on the fight, and they knew that even if they won it, they weren't really going to actually win. It was going to be a typical situation of winning the war, winning the battle.
Yeah, Chap
losing
was
the
on his
war.
own there because
And
he's
now
got the
this fight,
grappler.
They cleaned up much quicker. They've moved out of Authority quickly, gotten these Storm Surge tags, and this is what's going to shake it up. This is a big team, a big name that we haven't seen making that end game.
Look at that
And even if
loadout.
maybe it doesn't jump them up in the leaderboards, they're going to
He just
shake
needs
things
better
up if they
healing.
make it to the end here.
Listen, Chap may not be a good solo player, but we know you put him in that team-based game mode, and all of a sudden he can thrive and shine amongst the best of the best. Here's Zexro, Calc, and Macwood. They were
Chap
just
has a good
few
brain.
places off the back page. They
That's
have
what he's
been
got.
struggling so far with the Misty Metals drop. I think we saw it coming into game 1, like 3 or 4 teams playing this area, not including whoever rotates in nice and late. So quite a tough spots to choose so far in the comp. It's been a struggle for them.
It's been a massive struggle, and Misty always has that, has a very standoffish vibe. It kind of reminds me of that old school Happy Hamlets, which is obviously, you know, playing straight into the strengths of these teams, of players who have been
There's going to be a lot of Storm Surge.
gone to World Cup like Zexro.
85 left.
It's just, there's such hard engagements across the river. They can turn into big stalemates, or if you close it out quickly, you just have so many people around you. And you mentioned it much earlier in the show today. A lot of these teams
Who's winning
are
this
opting to
round?
go to
Let me
those
know in the
drops
chat.
that they're comfortable with it. From
I
the
called it
old
correctly
map that
last
they
time.
know
I
as
called
they
Zate
find a
last
pack of
time.
Marauders here, which will be massive for their surge tags as Bugha, Avery, and Jamper, a second place team, making their rotate along the water, just having to stay clear of a lot of these other teams. We saw Daxor and DGen right in front of them.
But last time Zate
this Marauder pack
had-
is crazy. That's what he wants. He's going to take.
He had the
storm
shockwave.
damage to
I
just
don't
try
believe
and
he
get
has
a
it
few
this time.
snipes off as DGen sees this and blocks him off. So no, he is. He's letting him get the Storm Surge tags. He's willing to tank Storm for this. It's that valuable.
It is that valuable indeed. So finding a little pack like this is
It is
bit of a
valuable,
blessing
and
a curse, though,
you can
because
see
they're
Bugha's got 6
drawing a lot of attention to them. You can see ICD is
Chugs.
holding up that ramp over there.
Chug
but Bugha,
splashes.
It's not giving him a proper line of
so he
sight.
doesn't care.
His team's already moving right behind him now. Avery and Jamper just close by. Remember, we saw them roughly 3rd place coming into the comp. So we're actually 2nd place. You can see right there. Currently in 2nd place, Avery is the glue of the team trio. He helped each teammate to 1st in the Duos Cash Cup recently. He has the best performance history of trios since the World Cup. So Avery is actually one of the powerhouse players, one of the more exciting players in this trio right here.
This is a big fight that's breaking out. Talking about exciting fights.
Slightly
Pretty
risky
weird zone
rotate
for it
there
again.
from
Anyone
Bugha.
just kind of getting on any land mass they can. That also includes the boats, as we see a big 3v3 breaking out there. Commandment,
There's gonna be a lot of Storm Surge required.
Have 6 stink nades in the back pocket of Clix. That's going to apply a lot of pressure endgame and really have that lobby manipulation they're going to need to try and get their way back in this. It's
Still
just
need
so
14
strange to see
to
them
die.
make it and be such big names at the start of every first rotating zone, but then just fall short of those really big placement points.
That's right. As we're looking at Unknown Army, Mike and Prosecutor here cutting across. They're trying to make their way to the zone. We saw that zone looks like it's going way southeast right now, guys. So this is not really a favorable zone for the majority of the players that aren't playing or that
It's
are
going to
playing
Catty
the new
corner.
areas of the map. All that water mass is pushing straight to land. So we might be seeing a very rare land mass game. We'll see if it ends up over there. Who's this in the back half, though? It's Slap who's going to get hit by the RPG, and now Taki's feeling that that's the green light to push on in.
Everyone tuning in, welcome to the watch party. Game 3 of 8.
Very much moving around right now. They're fighting on one of these
I'll be doing
rigs
watch parties of every
just off of the
major
water
NA
area.
East live
There's a
event.
drowned-out grotto
The
and
Ninja Battles
dots
will be
over
back
here.
on this channel,
And
hopefully in
he's
2
gonna
weeks.
walk into a shotgun right into the box. Can he find the one more? No,
Whenever Ninja finds a new
75.
tome.
He gets knocked out of
Probably
the
here
top.
on YouTube, to be
Slappy
honest.
follows up. A little bit of revenge for him. It's up to Strodel's Insane here to really
Where do you guys
catch
think
up here
Ninja's
now.
going to go? Twitch or YouTube?
This is a really interesting one because they have double rocket launcher. So this team could
What's
possibly
up,
go
Keck?
down here with double rockets, which is just such a powerful thing to have in the back pocket going into endgame to apply that pressure to height or from height. With rockets only being found from Marauders now, they're a lot more rare to get your hands on. And if you do, puts you in such a better position. Stratos gets shot in the back now, put down to 80. We've seen obviously the tax being nerfed quite
What's up,
heavily,
Christy?
so it's not unusual to see that 75 white tag that we saw the Taki hit and still went down, trying to phase in. Still has one back. Big pot in the back pocket, and we have 2 floppers and 2 chilies too. See if you can maybe find something out of this. Same. The pressure's going on him now. He's down to about 30 effective health. Chug Splash is coming out, only 30 tagged with the tag. There it is. I just talked about how nerfed those tags now are. But then again, I think that was 3 tags as we're going back into another fight now. The production team keeping it.
No, Christy, I'm trash at Fortnite. That's why I watch it. That's why I don't play it.
Lake. We saw how many limbs they picked up last game.
Smash subscribe,
One of
Christy.
the biggest, loudest pushes for the charged shotgun being one of the best things to happen to this game now. He's been loving it. Let's see if he can put his action
that's
here,
why
though.
I'm watching
He's
it
gonna
though.
need a big tag to close
I
this
don't
one
play
out.
it. I'm
More
trash at
importantly, they can
Fortnite.
take their time with this battle because they are just on the cusp of the free zone here. Now, finally, they all huddle up together. They use these
Put the sub buttons down there.
Patient now and delivering the mini as well. This is going to allow Unknown to bounce right back into the competition. If there's anyone that you want to have confidence, it's Unknown Army, who is not afraid to jump into a box. He makes it look nice and easy. Here's a look at Tfue, innocent and scoped. He actually saved his teammates when he was off by himself.
No, I'm not on Twitch.
Staying in the competition
I'm just on YouTube.
now. Once again, we know that they have about 4 points so far. And look at that big shot out to Rogue. Shark just up above.
Tfue's getting
now
shit
Tfue
on.
finds a little knock. He's going to get tagged, though, so he can't convert it.
Can't finish it up, and that's Hugs. He's been hit
His
for
team's on
white, so
120
Scope goes
HP
down here as
collectively.
well. I mean, they're still shaking things up, though. Even if they go down here, good effort, never gave up. We counted them out. I'm happy to say I counted them out. I did not think that they had this back in them, but Tfue got away, and he has gotten the revive, which means he's now actually outlasted
Tfue's
the West
bouncing the wrong
contingent.
direction.
Unfortunately, that crash pad not really sending Tfue the way he wants to go, but Rogue Shark does get the revive here, but Tfue with the med kit, I think he wants to hold the pressure and see if he can get the knock and the finish as Zone pressures them, because he has the ability to out-heal, but no, Storm Surge comes out as that nade looks like it's in his box. It is 7 health,
And
5
Tfue's
health,
dead.
3 health.
Oh, he was
Wow.
getting-
And he goes down to the Storm Surge.
He's
team.
getting hit by
Tfue's
Storm,
scoping
by
Innocence
Storm
out
Surge,
here,
and
but
by grenades.
Nothing but respect for Tfue. Didn't give up and almost got him back into this
Couldn't
one.
tank that.
What a stacked game to see Storm Surge happen with over 70
Christy and
players
Mojo
remaining.
should
Some of
squad
you
up and
guys-
land
These
Authority.
guys are playing it tooth and nail. to
Is this the
very final
CT,
moments.
Christy?
Up
Presumably?
back with Unknown Army. Again, pressure's on him. Only 170 above. Guys, that is not that far from safety.
I've not
He's
played
gotta be
Authority
super
at
careful
all.
here, as the next Surge and everything else that comes forward is going to be a big issue. If you guys are unfamiliar with what Surge is, Aussie, why don't you just break it down for everyone really quickly?
So basically, Storm Surge is kind of Fortnite's mechanism.
CT's a
for making
RuneScape
the
clan.
lobbies
No,
do
well, it was
stay
a
little
RuneScape
bit more
clan.
under control. You don't just. It pretty much forces you to be a little.
I heard a
aggressive.
rumor
You've
Rock
gotta
killed
get that
them.
damage. If you're getting to
I don't know
a
if you can
certain
confirm
zone
or deny.
and there's too many people alive, Storm Surge will kick in, which means that your whole team will take 25 damage ticks every second until the player number drops low enough, or until you do enough damage to no longer be the team that's done the least amount of damage. So simply put, it's just a way to control the size of the lobby. It means that you have to be looking for tags. You have to deal damage either to other players or Marauders.
All right,
If
fair
Storm
enough.
Surge hits
You were done.
We've seen how much damage
What do you
it's
play
done
now,
today.
Christy?
Pretty much like
Minecraft?
an enemy constantly shooting you in the back while you're trying to fight other people.
You can see on the side here what's on the line for the players and the teams. At
Yeah, the
bottom
PvP
most
community is definitely
Carson,
trash.
32nd, Graska's team, Twexy's team.
If by trash you mean toxic.
Myrzy and Ghoul. These guys are all the ones that have the most pressure to perform right now or get kicked out of the competition come the conclusion of this round right here. We'll see who's going to be eliminated this time around.
See that Makwa's team's still in and out, so they found a little bit of purchase now. Makwa's
Well, let's
up
say
there.
that Jagex is
love
going to
seeing
stop
that
them from
chat
being
first
racist
game,
in
they make
game
it to end
from
game,
next
or first
month
game since
anyway.
that
So
first game,
that's an
they made it to
improvement.
end game properly, getting further into there in such a good
They're
position.
just gonna
Up on the
hard
hill,
ban
they made it
racist
from
words.
Authority all the way deep into
That's a
having
tiny
that
amount of
mountain
progress
spawn looking
there.
so pretty, as Unknown is going to have a cheeky little peek in here at what's left in the vault at caddy corners. Always worth doing on your rotate through. Chap with the hunting rifle, trying to put
Christy,
pressure
it was
on
quite
the
funny
first
reading
2K. One of those teams that is
reading
at
the
bottom.
CT staff
Sunray,
leaks.
Reverse 2K and Grazka. We just saw them at
There was a lot of funny stuff about WG in there.
Carson in the feed, so if they're still up here, they're looking to put some pressure down. If they don't get in a limb,
Like you
if
guys
Carson's
roasting
team does not
Superfly
get in a limb and they go out right
for
now,
being in
they are the
WG.
team that will be dropped out here.
That's right, as the dust is now settling here.
Oh yeah, there was quite a few references.
Unknown is still struggling here.
I had to look through it.
Remember, the zone's going to start ticking for a lot now.
Some of them were quite funny.
Come 1 second here. Let's see. And no, he's not going to get hit by the big damage. But he is going to be able to look back into the zone. He knows these guys are under some serious pressure. Unknown's got to defend for Mikey right now. He's got someone super close by. It's Timber's Elige. And now, all of a sudden, no. Mikey and
I think there was one where you said Vio was like the best XWG as well, and Vio put it in his WG forum sig.
Prosecutor doesn't have that much health at this moment right
See if
here.
I can find it.
RPG and it's not going to be enough. It's not going to find anything. Big pot to be drank. He has to see if he can heal up now.
Sorry, Trashy and Class both get elims in the feed. That was your bottom team. That was Carson's teammates. They have 2 elims now, which, unless I'm mistaken, has put them above Reverse 2K's team. So you're looking for them in the feed again. Reverse 2K.
Yeah, back on Fortnite, Reverse 2K's team is still on 1 kill. They need placement, or else they're out.
Their last game of the tournament for today.
That's right. They're on the back end and talking about people on their heels.
Oh, here we go. Found it,
Chrissy.
Chrissy.
Who doesn't have any teammates, but still, don't count him out. He's fragging off. He's going to find Gonzo, your team or game 1 winners. You're in the Intel Nook Elite competition. And now, what is he going to do? He's looking for more action. He's trying to see what he can do. This other team's actually third-partying these guys over here.
Is that forums?
He's over there getting shot from the
Or is that your stuff leak? I don't know.
Unknown can really take advantage of the situation. Yes, he is. He's going to grab some material in the process there. That player that I was talking about, Snani, is behind the wall here. And in comes Explodes, and someone's going to actually find
I don't know what
who's it gonna be
Streamlabs is filtering,
walk
but
right in just in time. And no, I don't think he actually gets the conversion.
I can't change the filter right now.
He does. Nani falls for him. And all of a sudden, he has to launch pad out.
Anyway, that's in Vio's forum
no,
sig.
He gets beamed before he can touch down. Just like that, Unknown's out. But hey, he picked up a couple points in the process.
Here it is, the 2 points. It looks like it hasn't shown. Class's elim, maybe it was just a finish. Maybe it was wrong from the feed. I thought he got his own elimination here, but we see only 1 elim on Trashy, which means even more excitingly, they are tied.
Well, Streamlabs doesn't like his physics.
Neither of them pick up an elimination here. It's going to be
who
survives the longest. So that's all I'm looking for in the feed. I mean, we've talked about it a bunch today. This special rule, whether you love it or you hate it, as me observing this, it is making this so much more exciting. As I'm not just looking for the top, I'm constantly focusing on the bottom.
Did I add a TikTok command?
The pressure is on them. Do they try and think, hey, let's see if we can get a cheeky elim right now, or are they just going to play their game and play it till end game? As Carson, Trashy, and Class look like they're in a really good position. And there it is. Oh, that's sorry, extra elim on Graska. So they're 1 ahead. They have now got 1 elimination up on them too, but they are loot-wise not looking anywhere near as good. So let's see if they can get.
So this team needs placement to survive. It needs like top. It probably needs top 7.
Between Carson and Reverse's team right here, these two teams
they've got
are
the storm surge anyway.
In the competition, quite literally only.
Oh, I do have a TikTok command.
Maker. Whoever falls first is out.
Yeah, check out the TikTok, guys. It's got the last video has 580,000 views.
Squads right here. This is the
follow me on TikTok if you haven't followed me already.
But it's all right. They're still in the running here.
I'm TikTok famous. Not really.
Hanging out. They have half and half out with a launch pad, 4 splashes, and extra heals to go with the harpoon. That's such a strong loadout coming into half and half out, especially on a landmass with some high ground.
Yeah, they're set up on high ground as Clash just took down Macwood in the feeds. It's just going backwards and forwards between these teams, but at the top, this is a great position for Daxor to be in. And I'm pretty sure as they're now spraying down on Clix, Clix gets taken out by Lazar. He's only knocked though. Bizzle might be able to defend him. We saw last game how good Stretch could be on the defensive. Now can Bizzle try and save Clix here and pick him back up? Zayt picks up Commandment in the feed as well now, so it looks like Clix's team might be dropping here. Bizzle on the back foot down to 42 health. This is going to be one of those.
Was he being storm surged
there? So much high hopes for, but just really struggling today. Zayt picks up another elim. That's so big for them on
Zayt
top.
Just killed
as
Clix.
now the rotates come out. Can Bizzle do something by himself? I mean, if anyone can, who doesn't remember the legendary World Cup qualifying with no weapons? Bizzle is a solo genius.
That doesn't make sense, is it?
We'll see if he can maybe pull that out here.
You only make a Fortnite team if you want to play competitive Fortnite.
Now takes down AV in the feed.
And I mean, you got to give respects to the team right there. They had 6 elims already, 6 points on the board for them. So it's not a big donut, not by any means. They're very much in this competition, moving in the right direction every single time that they need to. Here's Reverse and Graska. Like we said, they have 2 points on the board right now. They're only 2 points. Placement is so far away. They have to continue to stay in the running. We're looking at a potential storm surge coming in again this time around. We'll see. As Jamper is going to find Assault. So Bugha's team really turning up the gas pedal here. Someone's going to fall in the box. And no, it's going to be his team. My gosh. I thought for a second there 2 enemies landed on Reverse.
I mean, it wouldn't be for the worst right now. They've really got to pick up the pace here. He's only got one mini, one flopper. They need an impact frag very, very badly. Unfortunately, they can't see what we can see with the spec client, but Dubs probably was their best chance at that impact frag in front of them. They didn't see that. They're now going to make the rotate. Top 17 teams on your top right. Pay attention to that. We're about to start getting placement points. We've been focusing about how many limbs these teams can get, but obviously they can keep their way out of the bottom team off
Look at that storm
well,
surge.
and that's what it looks like Reverse wants to do here, making some clean
They're
rotations
going to need
secure
damage,
those placements.
or else he's going to get storm surge ticked.
Saf picks up Carson, so that team is now down one player. They're on the back foot. Those are the teams you're looking for right now. You're looking for Carson's team in the feed, and you're looking for Reverse. So you're looking for Class, Trashy,
Who's winning this
Carson,
game?
or Reverse, Summer Rae, and Grazka right now. If
I'm sure you're a FORTNITE expert, Kick. Tell me who's winning this round.
And if I'm not mistaken, that team was 1,000 below the Storm Surge. Illis is going to convert onto Carson, so bye-bye to Carson. We'll see if they can continue to hold it out as Jack falls to ICIV here. But look at who has height. DGen, ICV, and Dax are here now, all making big plays. The Harpoon coming into full effect right there, pulling up the loot as well. And they're just looking to fire range on everyone right now. Reverse, Grazka, and Summer Rae not looking to count themselves out, not just yet. The pressure's still on. They're really looking to turn up right now. This is a monster.
You need 11
like
teams
said,
to die.
we still need teams
Or they're going to get storm
surged.
surged.
Nothing's for free here. 1,000 below the
At least
surge.
Reverse has a
And all of
flopper.
a sudden now, there it is. It's just all kinds of chaos here. They really have to get into the mix. He needs 1,000. Can he find some more? He needs healers. He needs to heal, or he's going to get tagged. Can he get it? And he is going to get it off just in time. It's now Jamper knocks, but no, it doesn't convert, Aussie.
But Trashy went
Summer's on 6 HP. How is he alive?
Which kept them inside placement points. Both these teams just
Madness.
top 15. Summer Rae has 6 health. He needs to out-survive.
Oh my
Clash.
goodness.
Clash just went down to Arab, so he might, if Summer Rae can hold on here until he
How
gets
is he
one set
alive?
of placements, which I think he just did. He did. Top 12. I think Summer Rae's
Yeah, Zate, good
placements
call.
from top 12 just then. Those 2 points should be
Never
the
rule out
difference.
Zate.
Can he get any more to keep
Holy
it a
hell.
little bit more secure?
How is
I
this
don't
guy
know what
alive?
says about this rule, but
What
it has
the
made
heck?
The third game of a tournament feel like the
This
last
guy has
game.
been
This has
6
been
HP
so
in an end
exciting
zone
as
for like
Summer Rae
3
on
minutes.
6 health is clutching on for dear life.
This is
0
incredible.
mats, 0 meds, has a launch pad,
What the
can't
heck?
even place it, has to make this drop, has nowhere
Oh,
to go.
no.
He's on 6 health. He
Wait,
knows if he
wait.
drops here, he's gonna fall. A bit of a death run. Can we see it? He's fighting his way down.
This is
Oh,
crazy.
no. He survives the
This
fall
is
damage.
crazy.
Go,
Oh my
Summer
gosh.
Rae. He's holding on for dear life. He's ducking. He's weaving. He's doing everything.
He might have got. He
survive
might
there.
have gained
His
enough
team
placement
in this
points here,
tournament. He's
or
picking
he's
up
dead.
More placements. He goes down, but I think he also just secured
Wow.
the top 10 placements as well.
He got
Oh my
9th
God.
place
The
there.
true hero for his team, Reverse, and his squad managed to stay in the competition.
Hopefully
all
that's
due
enough.
To the sneaky plays from Summer Rae. Well played here.
That was
But
crazy.
We're tuning back now. Back to the real action.
Those guys
Back
are
to
gonna get
players
knocked
who can
out for
realistically
finishing
take this
in the
tournament,
bottom
this
3.
competition. Another game right now.
I think he just
back to
clutched
back.
it.
Will we see it? Stretch, who's in the mid ground, second height right now. So Daxter, DGen, and ICIV are putting some serious pressure down. And
Well,
look,
there's your boy
he's gonna
Zate.
fall. That's
He's
a
still
serious
alive
fall damage.
on the low
No,
ground.
that's going to be huge for them. And now they lose one player.
Question is, does
Do
the
they
high
have
ground
enough
team
mats?
have the
DGen
shockwave?
doesn't have any mats here, Aussie.
He doesn't have any mats. He's on the high ground now. Colazo tabs. Colazo's still trying
I
to
don't think they do have the
right now. He's
shockwave.
doing so well out of that open contingent. As you see Stretch, Saf,
Oh my
and Zate
gosh.
now on the
Yep.
ultimate low. The shotgun
Zate's still
comes out,
alive.
attack, proving advantageous over the charge shotgun here as he's just dropping
this, though.
shots. Can't get the finish though. It's up to Zate now. Zate is down here as well. Icy, no, Icy, DGen
The
down.
rocket.
Zate gets the double rocket, and that's what takes it out. DGen, Icy win
Well,
this
he nearly
one
won. He got
in
second.
style. Threats was still alive there at the end. Threats picked up an limb, and he was in that bottom 5 teams as well. So this bottom of the leaderboard is going to be so
Yeah, close.
tight. We talked so much about Grazka's team, but there was other teams in that elimination too. So I don't know how that one played out, Monster. It's insane at the top. It's insane at the bottom. Man, this is exciting.
Listen, Zate nearly clutched up solo in the storm zone right there. He was actually one of the last players alive.
Summer Rae, he was on 6 HP in the end zone.
To take quick care of DGen right there. That was a tight
For like
and
2 minutes
crazy
straight.
ending. The moment he fell
That
off
was
the height,
madness.
I thought that squad was over. I thought ICIV's team was out of the competition. I swear.
That was an exciting finish. We're focusing on both sides. I've just been told from the back end as well, those Threats just had a ridiculous low ground, mid ground clutch, which maybe got him enough points to jump above those teams as well, so they're not the last one thrown out. But again, that invincibility, that invulnerability, that 1 second delay was the difference between their team potentially losing there. That was nuts.
Let's jump into the intel plays of the match, though, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're tuned in from home, let's just give another shout out to Reverse 2K and his crew, Summer Rae and Grazka, staying alive somehow, some way. Oh my gosh, that was one of the most exciting like things that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
for a team at the
flopper
bottom
plates can
of
be
the
dangerous.
leaderboard. And that was the entertainment factor we were hoping.
These guys,
that
they
was rigged.
forget to look around.
I mean, yeah, I'm a fan of it now.
Oh, there's
I
just
don't
too
care
much
if
going
that's
on.
probably a bit of hate. That was so much more exciting. We're seeing one player try and just death run, jump around the map to keep himself alive, to keep his team in this, and I think it would have been enough.
Oh yeah, I see that at the last second,
kept him alive long enough to
Reverse got above the damage threshold.
And he almost gets the one Jamper, which could have been the extra point too, as now we see Summer Rae just fighting his way down, trying to get back into this one. Look at the duck, the weave.
Ooh.
I think an extra meter or a few feet for you American viewers, that would have easily been enough to take him out. And then we see Stretch, Saf, and
gotta
Zay
roast the
playing
Americans
so consistently today. We have to assume they're still at the top, right, Monster?
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially with Stretch jumping down right here, finding a quick heal, and that's going to be. Look at this. There's only 3 teams in the scene right here. When that player falls, and now in the final moment. So basically, Collazo I think gets a 2nd place because he manages to overcome Stretch with the final tags right there. And but Zate's team still pulls another top 3. Placement is so hefty up there. I think the Victory Royale is worth 20. Coming in like 2nd is worth about 14 to 16 points or something like that. So being that high up, that's huge.
It is huge, and I mean, I don't want to curse them. I hope Collazo can keep it here. I finally picked a winner who's actually doing well, maybe, but in the open finals, they dropped off the pace. I want to see them keep consistent and see if they can pull it off here. They had 2 wins in the first 3 games in the open 6-round finals, dropped off the pace a little bit and came 2nd. They've got to keep it up. This is an 8-round tournament. It is going to be a battle of attrition. It's going to be a mental battle too. Teams focusing on trying to stay out of the bottom, get to the top. It's a crazy, exciting tournament.
Yeah, this is going to go on for a while.
Some questions here for the community members in the chat. What's up, guys? It's Monster D-Face here. Aussie
Still
Antics
5
on the
games
mic.
to
We're
go.
having fun. Again,
We're going to
us
cover them
here at the
all.
practice server in collaboration
Smash
with
the
Team
subscribe
FORTNITE.
button.
I really hope you guys are enjoying everything
Somewhere
we're
up there.
delivering on behalf of the Intel Nook team. Don't forget, there's a giveaway in the chat going on for some beautiful Ghost Canyon PCs. Check it out. Click the link. Support the people that support us. You know, it wouldn't be
Gonna
possible
grab some
without
water.
community support. So this has been a blast so far. And thank you guys again for all tuning in. Yeah, that's right. We're seeing the love, man. There was a question though. You guys are asking how many teams get knocked out. So by the end of by the time game 5 comes around, 6 teams will be eliminated from the competition. So that right there, when we see the leaderboard, whoever's at the bottom, they're out. Then next game, another 2 teams at the bottom are going to be out the competition. So there's going to be more on the line for who's going to be potentially eliminated. And then we're going to throw to a quick break. And when we get back, game 5 will determine the next 3 teams that get kicked out of the competition. So 6 total teams. One's already pretty much out the door. I think we soft confirmed it. We'll see though.
Yeah.
We'll let the leaderboard speak in just a bit.
I think it was, I mean, we were trying to focus on the names we were. This is like the end of a tournament, but it's so crazy because at the top of a leaderboard, sometimes it's quite spread out, right? Someone could be quite in an advantageous position, like we see right now with Saf and Zay. But the bottom is always
So
pretty
the bottom
tight.
3
If
are
you
going to
have
be
2
knocked
rough
out
games with no points,
when they
there's
get the
at least
leaderboard.
4 to 5 teams that are normally on, like 0 to 3 points. That's what's making it so exciting.
I'm told Reverse's team has 9 points.
Going head to head,
I think that'll be
every
enough to
limb
survive.
counting, every single placement threshold counting. And again, guys, we know you want the leaderboard. We want it as well. It's going to be a few more minutes, and we're going to try and get it to you, and we'll see who is at the top, and most importantly as well, who is at the bottom. But keep your eye on that average place. We've talked about the prize pool today. First place is going to take home $4,200, but the team with the highest average placement doesn't necessarily have to win. It's going to take home 3 brand new Intel NUC PCs. That is massive. So you could be the 2nd or 3rd place team and technically net yourself a chunkier prize pool than the team in first.
That's right. Those Ghost Canyon PCs are great. Again, the panel down below and description here can help you guys also enter into the giveaway if you want to win one yourself. They have some insane specs, great graphics cards, and the top of the line, up-to-date i9 processors and whatnot. So seriously, guys, it's a bargain. Get in it. Check out the tweet. It's on the practice server channel. You won't regret it, especially if you end up winning. Let me tell you, it's gonna be a nice little win for yourself right here. I see the chat blowing up though, guys. Thank you guys so very much. This is awesome, man. This is the return of the Elite Cup for the practice server. We did the solo competition the first time. We've already blown the numbers out of the water for that one for today, so the hype has been real. Thank you to Intel, Nook, and the gaming team stepping into the competition, believing in the practice server, alongside Chronic as well, helping us bring in these invitees, right? Because we did something different, honestly. We allowed Chronic to put together a list of players and draft them into the competition, into the finals, and then practice server brought some of the best as well. This is where kind of the mesh is all happening. Then we have the opens, right, where anyone can enter and play.
Yeah, and they picked some big names too. And I'm just looking as well, now that I think about it, it was the Chronic invitees that are going toe-to-toe at Caddy Corner right now. So we got Tfue, Scope, biggest names in the business, going up against that West contingent. They're invited in by Chronic, unless I'm mistaken.
Well, Chronic
So
has some of the best players.
Maybe we'll see how
Although
it goes.
I don't entirely
That's
understand
right.
what the
But,
point
all
of
right,
Team
ladies and
Chronic
gentlemen,
is,
we're gonna throw
but
a quick
you know,
word from our
that's
sponsor,
a different
60-second break. When we get back, we will have those
different debate.
leaderboards. So here we have it. Enjoy the Intel commercial.
Like, what do they get out of Team Chronic? I don't really get it. What, YouTube ad revenue? I don't know. What does a Fortnite pro get out from joining Team Chronic? They don't get a salary. They need to show us the back of this thing as well. How many USB ports does it have? Can you plug in 3 monitors?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so very much for being here and tuning in to the Intel Nook Elite Cup. I'm Monster Dface, and here joining me is Aussie Antics. Aussie, you just said it in the private chat. It feels like we're commentating a finals, and it's only game 3.
Yeah, it's crazy. The special rule just means, like I said, it's so much tighter at the bottom. Like, I haven't got this excited 3 rounds into an 8-round tournament in the longest time. And that's what the competitive community's been trying to do. How do you make these tournaments exciting right to the very end or right the way through when someone at the top kind of just jumps ahead, right? Like, you had that Bugha moment during World Cup solos where I remember iconically in the final game, it was like only a quarter of the way in. He's sitting there smiling, like knowing he's won. And while that's so exciting, I just love seeing these teams scrap it out at the very bottom to just claw their chance back in. I know a few people, when you guys announced this rule, were like, what about, like, you know, moments like Aqua and Nyrox in World Cup? They went from bottom to top. But that makes it even more exciting. You know, these teams that hold in there can have a chance to still go on and win in this placement heavy format. They've got 5 more games to do it today.
And that's exactly why I want to thank you guys for being vocal about how you guys felt, because initially we had a different kind of style that we were going to execute this rule on, but because you guys speaking up and, you know, helping
So
us
we're
kinda
waiting
find
for the
a better
leaderboard
format.
to
Hey,
see
we
if
decided to
Reverse
change it
2K's
to
been
the beauty
eliminated.
of, you know, being in charge of the production.
See if Tfue's been eliminated.
Let's try something different. This is what we do for the community, and hopefully there's going to be much more opportunities, you know, moving forwards with Intel Nook and all the other.
I think that crazy play we saw from Summer
with. So don't worry, guys.
has just got them outside of the bottom.
I know you guys
3.
want the leaderboard.
They're
I'm gonna
above
be
the
asking
relegation
boys in
zone
the
now.
back, are they ready yet or almost ready? I need to know, because I want to see, first off, who's at the top right now. We know it's got to be Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. They were in the end game right there. Obviously, we have some newcomers taking the Victory Royale, right? Dijon, ICV, and his crew coming right on up, sneaking their way up. Is Bugha and Jamper still up there? We saw them get some elims. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a shakeup up there.
I think it might be Colazo Tabs at that moment. I think them and Grandma 30, I think they might have jumped up in a second. They were 5th, I think, and they were really, really close to the top. It was like you had Saf, Zayt, and Stretch out the front by like 15 points, but then from that second to 5th,
I'm just going to pause and unpause just to make sure we're at the
Obviously, Monster Dface running this show as well, being heavily involved in it, singing their praises. But thank you guys from the community again.
No
we
delay
have to
stream.
Say thank you to you guys. I'm from the outside. I've been invited in. Thank you for the opportunity to commentate. But from someone who wasn't involved in the decision making, I'm loving today's event. You guys are doing so much work here, and it's so insane to see this kind of prize pool being put on by a third-party person, and then getting Fortnite involved as well with the spec mode and everything. It's so cool to see.
Yeah, Monster Dface, he helps run all the scrims in America,
honestly,
essentially.
There's so much exciting stuff happening in Fortnite, and a lot of it is due to these kind of people putting on these third-party shows.
Hey, that's right, and we want to continue to be at the spearhead of it, you know, running all the competition. Thank you to everyone that plays in our open scrims tracks as well. It's what brings this all kind of together here today. But again, guys, I know the leaderboard, we see you guys ringing. Again, if you're tuning in as well from the YouTube Chronic channel, I think it's their first ever live stream from YouTube Chronic's channel. So, hey guys, hashtag grind for Chronic. We know how y'all do. So, yeah, it's pretty
cool. If you're on WGMojo,
all these forces.
hello.
So we appreciate y'all believing in the practice server again, making it all possible. Those plays of the day, though, we've already seen things kind of unfold. It's been insane. Summer staying alive just barely. Tfue kind of on a thread right there at the end. But lucky for him, he did manage to find some points. He's still going to be on death's door, basically, moving forwards in the competition because, again, after we cross off the team right now, there's still going to be 2 more teams on the line. So whoever's at the bottom there, they're still not safe. They may have gotten away with it this time, but they're still not fully safe. So what I will say, a team like Reverse and Graska, they probably cut away from the competition. They're, I would say, no longer on that last page. The fact that Reverse's Elim on Jamper converted because Summer Ray was alive just long enough, that
Reverse's chart thinks they're on 9 points, which should be safe.
Well off that back page.
There's no chance that's bottom
definitely.
3.
And that's where you want to be, right? They don't want to be at the very bottom. They want to start getting up there to avoid the more eliminations the next few games. And it looks like the leaderboard is ready. We get to run it, see who's at the top, and see who is finally at the bottom.
All right, Assy, here's what we wanted, Aussie. What's this? We got the team. Okay, so it's the single team of the squad in the lead here. Zate's team in first.
The graphics messed up.
9 points, holding so strong. Colazo, you said it. He was gonna be somewhere up there. You guys can see it. He's in second right now.
Look at the points gap
you can see
on
DJ
Zate.
and squad in third.
That's just placement consistency.
Lazar smacked Ved again, another team from the opens as well. So we still have 2 teams from the opens in the top 10. That is huge. Kanata coming back with Bucky and Creo. Had a bumpy part.
And Zate deliberately chose not to go to Catty, not to contest Catty.
Our way through this leaderboard to see who's now towards the bottom. And again, we got to start paying attention, not just at the
Zate
first
is
page
smart.
and obviously the last page. That midsection is going to shake up with
not
6
just an
teams
ego battle.
home towards the end. As we see Acorn, Bizzle again, still in that 11th place. They're finding themselves getting right to that end game and then just falling short every time.
I mean, that's still huge, though. Bizzle, Clix, and Commandment can very much, pull a victory royale. We know they can. And being in 11th, they're still in this competition to break through that top 10. Top 10 is where the prizing kind of happens, guys.
So remember,
and
bottom 3 will be eliminated.
Game 4 is up next. This
There's
is that
32
pivotal moment
teams
for anyone to really step up and get on the gas pedal before we cut to a break, where that's where some people, you get the halftime speech going on, right? So that's where we'll see where the real champions are, who can really step up. Another
that's
name
Reverse's
that
team there.
Furious,
so Reverse is safe.
FNCS solo invitational winner in 20th. Not too bad, right? As a solo champ coming into a team-based game mode, I think it's a little more limelight on him now. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, and like I said, that was one of those teams that did really well. They won their heat, and they
so there you go. Summer easily carried them.
We saw the team at the bottom there. We saw Summer Ray's teams jumping up onto that extra page, like you said. So now we have it here. Carson did jump up as well. They got out of there. Tuxie did as well. Wavy Jacob Reed's team. We've talked about him causing issues, but look at
that's a typo. You can't have
Jacob and Scopes
unless there's 2 teams with the same name. That doesn't make sense.
Caddy corner's not working well.
Let me spam question marks in the chat.
Back page, and they're in that range to be dropped out.
Nice, I got timed out.
6 teams are going to be dropped out by the end of today's
tournament.
So
Spot.
it's not just about those bottom few anymore. It's about this whole last page.
And there it is, your bottom teams that are scratched off of the competition right there. They're out. That's it. The next 2 up. And I did miss who's pretty much next on the hot frying pan, but we'll find out as the next game.
Yeah, that leaderboard was wrong because there was 2 of Carlson's team. They missed somebody off.
To be on their way, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready? Is what I need to know. So I'm looking at the chat right now. I see everyone kind of hyping it up. I see that you guys are talking about Scopes, Tfue and Innocence team in 27th place. We see it. Those are the teams that are, just about there.
And that's the thing with these rules. They don't care about Cloud. I want to see Tfue make this tournament. I want to see how they go. But if they don't perform, they're going home. They have to sit on the sidelines and watch.
I'll be doing watch parties for every major FORTNITE event.
And it is rough knowing it for them going
and
in future
tournaments. RuneScape event. But there's hardly any dead man events. I will be covering them all though.
But they've still got to figure out what they're going to do if they're contested. And I want to see if either of them leave. Do you think one of these teams is going to leave, or are they still dropping there and they're just going to keep butting heads until maybe one of them gets dropped out and then they make a big run in the final 3 games with Caddy corners? If they can make it, they could have a good chance at this.
That's what I was going to say right there, right? Is that can they step it up? It's all a mental game. I think a big part of the FORTNITE kind of ecosystem is about mentality, right? And just being a competitive player in general. There's so much stresses that come in. And today's competition, 8 games is a lot. We had some pros in private talking about, yo, man, I don't know about 8 games practice server. Come on, Monster, change it up. And I'm like, listen, 6 games is too short.
While we're waiting, let's see what Ice Poseidon's saying here.
Hi, my name is Paul Danino, otherwise known as Ice Poseidon on the internet. I'm making
Hang on, I bet he's gonna ask Twitch to unban him. I think it's an easy guess, but let's see.
This video as my apology to Twitch in the hopes that somebody will listen.
There you go.
3 years ago, I was banned on Twitch for enabling a very toxic community. And a toxic community that has affected the industry.
He's literally dressed up.
My friends, and other creators as a whole. And for that, I'm sorry. I've learned a lot over the past couple of years as a streamer. And with experience comes maturity. And with maturity comes a different mindset. And my mindset now is completely different to what it was 3 years ago. For the past year, I've been streaming on Mixer, and I found out after reforming my community and changing the actions that I do, I have found happiness again in streaming. Happiness that I haven't had in over 2 years. I forgot what it was like to have a supportive and positive community. And now I finally understand again. And I totally get why people don't have toxic communities. My point is, I've learned a lot in the past couple of years, and I've been a streamer for almost 5 years now. And I'm please asking Twitch to just give me a second chance. I've attached a statement to this tweet that gives more insight and information on my mindset now. So please, I would like everyone to just take a read, tell me what you think, and I'm sorry for everything. Thank you.
What do you think, chat? I think there's like a close to 0 chance that Twitch is going to unban him.
Want to see kind of come.
He's got YouTube. I don't know why. I think that's his plan. He's going to stream on YouTube. I don't know why he even wants to be unbanned on Twitch.
You know, come up strong on the authority that time around. Game 2 was a little bit of a struggle. They were pinned down, but Game 3 they came out very strong. Clix, Bizzle, and Commandments team, they're kind of there. They're middling in 11th place right now. Or do we want to follow our champs, right? We got Zayt, Sack, and Stretch really breaking away here in this trios competition, taking away. I think they have a 20-point lead so far over the rest of the competition. That's a full victory.
Yeah, Zayt's crazy.
That is a full victory.
Zayt is so consistent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to throw to a quick break here. When we return, we'll have those games fired.
I am not sure why the stream has dropped. There we go. So we're waiting for game 4 of 8 to start. $15,000 Intel Cup Finals. We'll be live streaming every major Fortnite event. And just to clarify, that's for the Eastern NA East servers. I'll also be posting a ton of Fortnite videos on this channel. There should be one about how much Clix makes tomorrow. And I've done the calculations already. I'm not going to spoil it. But Clix is quite rich. This guy's 15. And he's making a lot of money.
Let's go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Like we said, a quick short break. Give you guys some time to gather your resources, get ready to jump off this battle bus. The games are ready. Game number 4 is
loaded in already. Reverses in.
Appreciate you guys giving us a piece of your your afternoon, your evening this Saturday here. We're hopping in very, very shortly. It's Monster D faces Aussie Antics, excuse me.
Right.
Tied here as I'm drinking all this water and stuff, trying to get caught up.
So
That's right.
Reverse's team has
like I
claimed
said,
Frenzy
I'm
now.
RC anyway, it's fine. As we see Nut getting taken out, I think this might be one of our last place teams, isn't it? They changed it up. Nut is still struggling here at Authority. I think they're down the bottom too. If Chap's about to wipe them here, if he takes his team out, unless I'm mistaken, this might be the team
the
that
ramp,
now gets eliminated.
the ramp
I think
didn't
it's
place.
impossible for them to come back. I might need confirmation from the back end, but Chap may have just secured their drop for the rest of this tournament at the halfway mark by literally
Nice
taking
work
the
there,
team
Chap.
out
Nice
that
work.
has been contesting them, as I'm pretty sure as well during that break. I was just
Solid
checking
stuff.
Zexro posted that the team that was contesting them at Misty is the team that just got dropped. So this tournament's about to get shaken up a lot as Reet goes down now here as they trade ways and Wavy Jacob comes up, gets taken out. So it looks like it's now scoped. It's going to be scoped versus Thomas here. The 1v1, the
Tfue's
controller
not
gods.
having
Who
fun,
the
is he?
better controller player? Scope gets the finish on Reet to get that little bit of siphon. Has the charge shotgun, has the hunting rifle, but Thomas
One build.
is pushing forward. He's playing aggressively,
No
but he's got
builds.
the Marauders. He's got the henchmen from Caddy Corners. He's got Kit's minions putting some serious pressure down on Scoped as Thomas just sits above. He's wrapping behind, and here it comes.
Oh, get your
Charge
controller
shotgun,
out.
which is
Oh,
better.
it wasn't reloaded.
Scopes has to reload the charge shotgun, and that is the difference. Tack comes out on
Shit
top
on.
in this situation, and
Not really.
Thomas wins the fight for Caddy Corner for the West contingent.
So close, so unfortunate. And look at the arrows coming in. You know that Zate, Saf, and Stretch there just.
You know, that's the
they do
dangers
not
of
have any,
mythic
shields here, so
POIs.
You gotta be careful. No, actually, it's the other team. It's the team
There's
that
too many
runs
people
weather
want them,
station, so
and you
it
end
looks
up-
like
every
Scotland's
team
not
ends
gonna
up
be
getting
safe by any
screwed.
means. They're hovering over there, and remember, Zate, Saf, and Stretcher are your first place teams. And I just want to go back to the special rule format that we're working around here. Remember that if you are wondering why there's less players in the competition, teams are being dropped straight out for not performing at this point. And this game, there's no different. There's going to be more teams on the line getting taken out, and that's what we were talking about from when Chap winning the Authority is such a big deal. But here, the reboot is going to happen. Reed's going to be able to escape just barely before getting met with all these shots here. And this Casker, Illis, and Schmack, who came out of the open quals as your #1 team, just barely 1 point above Colazo and crew here. They're pushing. They're not going to let these guys get away. This should be a free 3 points right now.
This is why Caddy Corner is just not going to work as a drop spot unless you get it uncontested. Just no matter how good you are, you can't close it out fast enough where this isn't just going to happen to you every single time. Illist, Smacked, and Casca looking to try and just take all the loot from this one. Thomas, he did get the revive after winning, gets the 146, the big heavy green
Solid
charge
hit.
shotgun shot, has that beautiful right hand peek showing how this gun's fitting into the current meta with just those angle control as Wavy Jacob is now left by himself on the back foot here, putting some pressure on Smack though, takes him down. Never mind, this isn't as free of a 3 points as we probably both thought here, Monster. Casca now has to close this one out. I don't think even Wavy's good enough to win this one, but he did enough to take him out, and that reboot van hasn't been fully charged up yet. Let's see if Zate's team pushes in. I think they are. Zate and Saf, they now want to taste of this one. They're going to push in and see if they can get their hands on
Guys,
it.
this is why you don't contest mythic
POIs.
POIs.
As I think Illist picked up Smack.
just a mess.
They're going to try and reboot somewhere else. Perfect awareness as Zate is
Just landed
definitely
a
pushing
solid
on that
normal
one.
POI.
That was a great read, like
Not
you
worth
said.
it.
Beautiful awareness to recognize, hey, we're in big danger here. Let's get on out. And that's why they're going to cut out of this Caddy's corner. And like you said, if you don't get it to yourself, if it's not uncontested, that's going to be the big struggle indeed here. As Zate, Saf, and Stretch in first place, 20 points, guys, ahead of the competition now, are sitting comfortable to go ahead and farm this place and just pretty much get situated, right? Like, they can gather their material, they can find any leftovers here. Pretty much, look at the storm surge, right? We're not even talking about how that's playing a factor right now, so they're going to be A-okay coming into this competition right now. They very well can just break away with the lead and possibly take this comp.
Yeah, they're going to have this lead. They're definitely still playing aggressive, though. They're not just resting on the fact they're in
This
first place by
grappler
a
is so
chunk.
good for
They
Chap,
saw
just
how
to farm
fast
the
Scrappy
edges
that
of
fight got.
Authority.
Definitely eyes on the feed. This is the top level of competitive Fortnite NA. These guys verse each other day in,
Like, he
day
can even
out.
go
They
off
know
the
everyone,
Authority
they know
Island.
what their skins are. They know what they're doing. Zay would have seen in the feed that Wavy Jacob managed to pick up the elimination on one of them, saw the opportunity to have a 3v2 after a cleanup scrap fight, but they just close it out in time and get out. Wavy Jacob, this West contingent is causing all kind of troubles for these teams.
That's right, and yes, Chap with 3 elims, kind of massive for the big brain himself, but here's Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma. Like we said, they've been holding his top 5 so strong throughout this competition here, rotating back to Retail Row now to try and get sorted up here, kind of coop with one another. Their shields are not looking too good right now. And yes, lucky for him, at least there's a big pot here to spare. Seems like they might have been tagged up or something along the way. Maybe some Marauders.
Yeah. Maybe some Marauders. That is the main thing about this drop. And like I said, not known by a lot of people. Kalazo, obviously been in the competitive scene since the start of Comp Fortnite, has been dropping retail in every single season of every single chapter of competitive Fortnite. He knows this drop so well, as Clix is rocking Renegade Raider.
Is that the new one?
Did we miss this? Is this the new one? Did we miss this? Are we about to turn into one of those YouTube channels? We have the Renegade Raider skin here on the screen. The new variant being rocked by Clix, and it's looking nice. I like it. Sorry. Even Comp Fortnite, I know Comp Fortnite skins, who cares? But that's pretty clean looking skin.
Yeah, that's nice, man. I mean, everyone was hinting at the reskin, the revamp. I mean, it is
Hang on, I'm just going to reload. Just because the chat timeout message didn't disappear.
Codes, all right, just do it. We're gonna buy this bad boy right here, but back into the competition now. Yes, it looks like we are gonna be seeing a lot of that new skin right here.
Renegade Raiders. We're gonna see a lot of them running around flexing it. Like I said, they know each other's skins. Not anymore. We're gonna see a whole bunch of bands of Renegade Raiders running around the map. But we see DGen here with a decent loadout. They've obviously taken.
Was this skin released 20 minutes ago?
As they have
Is that what happened?
Stink nades and the rocket launcher, which you can only get from the Marauders. Let's see if Macwood was correct in being uncontested. Maybe they. I think we have to be correct. The team that got dropped was dropping Misty, Zexro, Macwood, and Calc now have this to themselves. Can they make a run back in the final 4 games of this tournament? Now they have it to themselves.
Hey, for everyone spamming codes in the chat, don't forget you can use code practice server, ladies and gentlemen. That can help us, continue to fund up these tournament processes and put resources into everything it takes to deliver these shows.
Sadly, I could apply for a code, but they've paused. You can't apply for codes right now. They've paused it.
The practice server as well, but regardless of what, here's Zate, Saf, and Stretch with a beautiful rotate, honestly, just kind of cutting down. This is a late rotate, though, if you think about it. They're going to be crossing paths with Phyllis and crew.
Look at Ballers spamming code EMAD GG.
Gonzo off in the side there. Gonzo and his team took that first game victory.
Shia was doing it as well.
Good fashion, high ground and RPGs.
EMAD fans.
Now, first time we've seen this as well, something changed in the new meta. What do you think about the weather changes, Monster, as well? Like how dark the map is.
I will get a
right
code
now.
WGMojo, no spaces, when I can, because I'm eligible through TikTok.
Get a bit more visibility. This is when those like darker skins do really come into their own. As we see Arab get taken down in the feed by Prosecutor, and he gets finished off by Creo as well. Team that's been performing pretty well here, just outside top 10. We talked about that that content creator. He's been doing pretty damn well in these team game modes. Feel like he's kind of following in the footsteps of. We talked about the team that he griefed Chap earlier, kind of maybe learning from the Liquid Boys, putting on his IGL, his big brain cap, but he goes down here, unfortunately, as Bucky, Creo, and Kanata set up for the nade strat. Let's see if they can land it. This would be massive. Do they take down Polarized as well as Arab? No, the nades land around all those players, but none of them connect.
That's right. And
he's got more, though.
Analytics working hard.
How many nades did he have?
These nice stats. Dijon, Isiv, Game 3 winners with Daxter have been teammates since FNCS trios, despite limited success in FNCSs. Their fixtures at the top of Kashka's leaderboards with several firsts between them. Pretty nicely done. And something to mention as well with Creo, Kanata, and Bucky. Guys, they have been in top 10 this whole time. They've just been just under the radar at top 8 positioning for Creo, Kanata, and Bucky. And that's something to think about. They're in 8th right now, so they're a very much relevant team in this competition so far.
And an 8-round tournament, like there's plenty of time
to noticed some Marauders dropping.
As we now tune in,
Freestorm Surge.
Palazzo, Grandma, and Tabs taking some shots at a team that hasn't been rotating in front of them because they've been going down on spawn every time. And that's how, again, these people getting knocked out with the special rule are going to change up the whole tournament, not just at the start, not just on drop spawns. It's going to be a butterfly effect. It's going to ripple out. And now Palazzo's rotate is that little bit slower because there's now a very, very good team in front of them that hasn't been there in the previous games because they've been taken out on spawn.
That's exactly how it's been happening here. As we're looking at Grandma continue to rotate. And remember, they're right behind Zexro and Calc, like you kind of mentioned. They are somewhere down the food chain. I'm trying to get word who's on the edge right now for getting taken out of the competition, quite honestly. If you think about it, after this game, another 2 teams are going to get taken out. Yes, and we saw how exciting the previous
we saw Reverse's 23rd.
So let's give them a couple minutes here to see if we can get the POVs of the teams that might just be on the
Mega's down in
of the comp.
Chat, in the feed.
Creo's now up here on the high ground, looking for those storm
eliminated
surge
in the
tags.
feed.
AV and Chap and Edgy trying to make their way through. There's so many newly formed trios that are just filled with so many phenomenal players. I feel like a lot of East
Why
players
does this
really
camera
gelled together,
operator not
squashed some
switch
previous
as
beef,
soon
they're
as they
creating
see
some good
people being
teams.
knocked in the
We've seen
feet?
how much those really like dynamic famous duos can go when they add a solid trio. Like we're looking at Mr.
We're just
Savage,
watching some
Benji
guy do
Fishy
small
absolutely
tags
dominating
when there's
EU,
fights happening.
picking up Leshy, and it's just so incredible to see. And East the same. We're seeing teams like Saf and Zayt pick up huge names like Stretch, and look, having a similar effect. It's just having that team chemistry between an established duo and then adding in a good third that complements them is a big difference. As we see Carson pushing up now, one of those teams that is definitely still at the bottom of that leaderboard. Had a good last game, but is still going to be around there. So is Tuxie.
1,600 above
around
with
the
no
bottom
kills.
as well. So that's two teams that I know
The
are
orders
at
are
risk of
broken.
getting knocked out, still alive here. Maybe playing a little bit aggressive, trying to get
They
those
shouldn't
limbs
give Storm
as
Surge.
Class is out here.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, this is one of the teams that is most definitely in the bottom four somewhere. Prodigy Analytics is going to be putting together a quick list for us so we can show you guys who exactly might be getting taken out and how much is on the line. So we already know that
The leaderboard
Clash is
showed
out
that
of
this team
game.
was out.
This is not looking too good for this team as all just look at the map, guys. Look how many teams are converging into Hollywood.
This is so
This is
confusing.
becoming the hottest spot to be, the hottest piece of real estate right now on the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of people at Holly. Got some people on the boat to the north as well. It's a decent little drop. Got some shield battles there, and they're going to make their
Carson was
rotate.
eliminated
Constantly, the guys
according to the
around here. I know there's
leaderboard,
some just
'cause he was
outside of
bottom
our map
3
POV right
twice.
now. But again, worth noting, Carson
I have no idea.
84 below on the Storm Surge. With only a duo alive, they've got plenty of meds, but you don't want to be eating those meds into Storm Surge if you're risking getting kicked out of the tournament entirely. As Clix finding an angle on Cease, two World Cup players here.
See, look where the
staring
mouse
at each
is.
other
That's Reverse
straight down
2K's
the
team.
barrel as Commandment Bizzle and
On the
Clix
island
always
there.
in such a dominant position on the map.
Look at, they had that Storm Surge working against them, and now they're trying to get on
If
in.
it pulls-
No, the third party's
if it
going
pulls
to come in.
west,
He's going to get beamed. He
2K's
does
team
have 6 splashes,
gonna
though,
need some
so he should be okay to bounce back here
serious
shortly.
swimming.
Lucky for him, he's going to be able to throw these down before the storm's going to happen in 30 seconds. But he's got so much focus in on him, and
To be
he's
fair,
left
they can
Trashy
probably
up
swim
above
up
by
here.
himself. Acorn
Swim
and
north.
Jack are actually the ones putting the pressure down with Eclipse just nearby, and no, now the grenades are coming in. Everyone wants a piece of this action right here. This might be the end for Carson, Trashy, and Class.
Yeah, that's called being
We will
focused.
find out. It's only Trashy who's left by himself in a metal box. Very limited material here, Ozzy. I
Oh,
think it's all over the
pre-edited walls.
pre-edited wall. The pizza comes out, and there he's gone.
The pizza slice comes out.
That's
and
a good
I
one.
don't
The
think it
pizza
would've
comes
mattered
out.
there. I don't think anything was going to hold that off there. It's one of the situations where you can hear the kind of coffin dance meme music playing in the background. You just know it's kind of closing out for them.
Those nades
As
were
Stretch
slightly too high.
getting some nades off, just wanting to get some quick nades for rotating, not carrying them. Only 20 above Storm Surge. Not a situation we're used to seeing this team in. They're only just under over 100 above now. Someone in their team getting much needed tags. This is going to become an issue. They need to fix this quickly. There's no Marauders.
I mean,
out
they
here on
only
this
need
island.
one
They're
to
gonna need
die,
find player tags
but
very,
they'll
very
need
soon.
tags for the next
That is how it's gonna
zone.
have to play out. And remember,
there's 50
I mean,
alive.
they already found some tags though, so who knows how far they are just yet. We'll see how it all unfolds for them. That's some big shots right there. This is what they need. A couple shots, and that wasn't even a shield rip at all. It was just a body and a headshot. A little bit of a hitch here, but it's okay. What a tough rotate to make for them too, right? Look, they have to cut
This is a
way
very
out.
tough rotate. They've got the launch. They used crash pad to get over into the water, maybe make a quick rotate.
That was a
They
solid
have
crash pad.
The launch pad, but you see most of the teams trying to hold on to their launch pad if they can until first rotating zone. Maybe do like a nice little short launch to get them safely through that. So they're trying to hold off using it now, but we're already seeing
Who's
the
winning game
difference
4, guys?
between the last game
Let
and
me
this
know in the
game
chat.
with someone getting kicked. This point, we had Storm Surge last game. We had over
Predictions.
70 alive in this zone. Now we don't.
I mean,
that is
overall,
already
Zayt's
having
team
a
is like
big
20
impact on
points
this
ahead.
tournament. As Eclipse, Jark, and Akon, a team that I feel like, I don't want to say came out of nowhere, but they played so consistently doing duos, Akon and Jark, and they picked up Eclipse, another phenomenally well-known player. And let's see if they can have the same, maybe, effect that Bugha and all these other teams that are picking up a third.
Make
can
sure
do
you
as well with
subscribe
their
as well,
duos.
folks.
Current 26 to 30th, there it is.
I'll be
It's
doing watch
Wavy
parties on
Jacob,
every
the
single
West
live
contingent.
for
We have
Fortnite event.
Scoped and Tfue's team. We have Nut, Tuxie, and Carson. So Carson's gone down. We have to think that that means they are going to be kicked, and so is Nut. They're both out of here, so we now know, right? It has to be Carson's team, and it has to be Nut's team. Nut's team was taken out at Authority. Carson's team just went down. So, but then Scope's team was as well.
Bugha's
This is
just killed
insane. I
Calc
don't know who's
in the
out
chat.
here.
Yeah, that's right. It was really, really close. And I mean, we'll only going to find out in just a bit. 2 squads are going to get taken out. And guys, after game 5, 3 teams are going to get
And
taken
there's
out.
Zexro, who's on
all of
Calc's
those
team.
guys are still very much in the fire pit. Who's going to change their game plan is the question, because clearly it's not working over at Caddy's corner as they're getting bested by everyone else in the lobby. But
Are we about to see the final 4 games caddy corner uncontested because the 2 teams dropping there both get kicked out? Surely other players will identify that. Someone like Zate, someone like Saf will see that and notice on that because we have
that's
the 2
stream lag,
teams
by
that
the
are
way. It's
contested
not
on the
me.
caddy corner, both in the bottom 5, and like you just touched
Saf
on,
was
2
asking to be
players,
head
2
sniped
teams are gonna
there.
get dropped out this game, but next game there's going to be 3. So we're about to lose 5 teams in a few rounds, sorry, in 5th round. So this is getting really close. Caddy Corner could have both these teams proving that their, I don't know, I want to say their pride proving too much for them because neither of them are going to leave it and they're just both going to ruin each other's tournaments.
that is exactly what's on the line here. The tournament, one of the first major competitive tournaments, at least with players of this caliber. As we kind of mentioned, we have all of your FNCS kind of champs all in the one hub for the first time in quite some time. For the NA East region, per se.
I think just from this tournament in general, like we've obviously had a lot of those third-party tournaments. We had the Amar Cup, we had the Mr. Savage Cup.
So Reverse 2K's team is
in first place,
perfectly positioned just here, just off the minimap, just by chance.
At the top. It's always been top 200
So
teams, which just doesn't have that same stack element. So we're seeing the best of the best and seeing what this new meta can handle with these pros throwing everything they have at it as stretch.
Meanwhile, the entire map has to rotate north.
Is still alive as Chaotic takes down Gunzo in the feed, and we still have 65 players alive at 4th zone.
That's actually insane how many squads are up. Remember, placement doesn't get divvied out until top 15, so that's a long ways out as Bugha's gonna find Azers right there with the quick knock. We'll see if he can get the conversion. But remember, Stretch, Zate, and Saf here are 20 points ahead of the competition. If they don't get shut down, it's very well likely that they can take the entire tournament. Keep your eyes on them as they're in the lead right now to take first place. $4,200 on the line is not too shabby. They've also been getting a boatload of placement, to be quite honest, so they might just be walking away with the Ghost Canyon Nooks as well.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, I want to see it. I'd love to see these guys pick that up, throw it into a little stream. It's like set up, get a nice stream PC going. Because, man, these guys, it's one perspective, man. We got to see Zate during the last tournaments there. It was obviously a pretty funny show. Kind of see how they went during solo FNCS, chucked up the stream. But these guys are doing well. They're picking up insane average placements. As you see, Chaff, Edgy, and AV, a team that a lot of people had high hopes on. But you see in these higher team game modes, trio squads, drop spot is everything. If you're contested on your drop spot,
yeah, the solo invitational FNCS.
Winning those
Zate was just straight trolling
everything down so much
and winning games while he was trolling.
What I love to see is crash pads making its way into the meta.
I don't know if any of you guys saw that.
Of a movement option. There's a big risk though, and how it kind of plays out. A little janky at times, but no. Hold up, Clix is under some serious fire, and Bizzle gets caught in the crosshair as well. The nades are coming in, and
Stretch is down.
We talk about teams that need to be overcome. Stretch is gonna fall as well, as now the Grief Fest is happening. They're in the back half, and the RPGs are firing. So much explodes.
Reverse 2K's team is 1,100 above.
Distance between Zate and Saf now. Your world-class
0 kills, by the way.
Working together the way they know best.
You have to think if anyone can do it right now as a duo, it's going to be Saf and Zate. Stretch gets taken out of
223
here.
below.
All their years of chemistry can play off here as we now see Clix and Commandment trying to hold things down. Bizzle gone down. Always not the worst. If someone's going to go down in your trio, I feel like the IGL, the leader, Clix in the box right now, showing if he's got the flashy mechanics. It does. Takes down Cease. I think Cease was getting some Storm Surge warnings there.
Needed to
go super aggressive as Chaotic now looking for one as well. As I was going to say, like, Bizzle can still lead this team right now. He can still give them comms and help them. Commandment can still tap out and build for them, and Clix can do what Clix does best, which is just frag out.
So Zate's solo right now.
Backside, so they might still be in this with a shot to jump back up into this.
And to give you guys the quick update, Sap is gonna fall to Creo, Kanata, and Bucky's crew, who was in top 8. So that's another point for them. And Zate's under some serious pressure here now. You can see as the frames are trying to catch up that it's over for Zate. Zate gets taken out of the competition. Not only did he have Storm Surge working against them, but he had players, Fire coming in as well, and that's going to be it.
Wow, there's no way in a lobby like this you're going to place top 10 every single game.
I don't know who's got control of the height. I don't know who's in a lead right now. It's not
even the best teams have a bad game.
No, it's not. At the same time, I want to see how this plays out here. Knight, Rogue Shark, and Haz on the high ground. I want to see
Zate's team will still be top when this game's finished.
I think he thought those were his teammates. Are they rocking the same skins? No, he just somehow gets confused there. It looks like he looked at them and then looked back away. I don't think he thought that was a whole team of enemies. Zexro's team's down there now. Haz has managed to pick up Knight. He's taking him back up. There's no way they get a revive on half zone on high ground as Jark is on the back foot. Eclipse here too. I don't think they have the meds.
Wait, why was he being searched?
Going to be enough here
50
if it
alive.
goes through. No, 50 players. It just dropped below. It just went down to
Someone
50
must have
players.
just
It's got
died
the
as he was
threshold
being
up.
stormed.
The Jack is
Surge
still alive
ticked.
here, or they got some damage. I'm not sure. As Assault takes down Commandment, I don't see Clix in the feed, so maybe that team's chances are out of there. We're going to see a shake-up on the leaderboard, Monster.
That's right, and I mean, Knight just closed his eyes, guys, and jumped down. He didn't care. He threw it all for a second there, but he was saved by the teammates. Here's Day 2 Injustice. We haven't seen much of them, but they're doing A-OK right now. 3 elims and really looking to turn up right now. Just a couple teams have to go down now, guys, before the placement starts getting divvied out. It looks like we are going to be seeing another Storm Surge, though, in just a couple seconds when the zone closes. With 47 players up in the lobby right now, that's a pretty stacker.
That's a lot of metal
Nice
cones.
Rogueshark on the high ground. Last 3 games we've seen high ground has won every single time, so we have to see whether they can do it, but they don't have the loadout for it though. Has the green versus everyone's flying past, and there's too many people to even focus on. Chap, AV, and Edgy. I think the furthest we've seen them make it into today's games, they're making it towards the end
that's
game,
Reverse's
and they're
team.
proving what they can do with it, just getting some heavy shots down on Grazka. As
Unlucky
the Summer Ray
Grazka.
reverse, the team that was just fighting out of the bottom now coming back in a big way. They're not
It's got
going down
completely
without a
beamed
fight,
by Chap.
and they're jumping up in this leaderboard as they make their rotate, and everyone hits this short pad. How is Chap, AV, and Edgy going to make it? Are they going to do the
They've got
same?
their
I
own
think they
pad.
are. They're setting up the short pad, and I guarantee right now they focus that ultimate low. They're going to get front side. Chap is probably going to drop straight down, and they're going to
So
start
it's Summer and
tumbling forward
Reverse
if they
left on
can.
their team.
That's right, and look at that. They have 4 elims already, guys. Chap with 3 from the beginning of the game, and he's going to find a big shot right there. That's going to be a shield rip for the squad down below. Beautiful edits to come on up, get out of that dangerous position he put himself in. And Unknown is the one who gets fallen there. It's Chewy's team, who we just did see. As Furious is also going to find some frags in the feed. You can see Creel's going to find Jack. That means that Acorn and Eclipse are the only ones left on that team.
So the
They're
placement
popping
points
off
are in play now.
Here's
I think
another
it's from
perspective.
17th.
Legion steamrolls,
Here they are.
and Edgy finds Jelty on the back half. The Mexican phenomenon falls here, and Jelty's out of the competition. But look at height.
And this is... Look at high. This is their place. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see where the
Down
Chad
goes
team of
backwards.
Ultimate Low Ground can maybe get their first win of the day on Ultimate
Reverse
Low.
2K's team's still alive.
Showing its
Oh my
strength. He's down
gosh.
here now. Edgy putting in beautiful right-hand peeks with that charge shotgun. Chap's gone down. 3 of their limbs. 3 of them on Edgy. Let's see if AV can catch up. Not known to be getting out-fragged here. Let's see if you can maybe make
Palazzo
something
getting a
of
kill
this,
in the feed.
as Edgy now has to take over the rotating because they've lost Chap, which is a huge loss for this team. But they can probably still pull this off. The amount of times we've seen AV clutch up 1v2 for Chap's team, but Bugha, Avery, and Jamper are on high ground somehow. They took the high ground.
They had to
don't have the
take it.
shockwave launcher, I don't think. They've taken high ground.
I think they just jump padded that.
That's because the
Crash
other team
padded
didn't
it.
have any ammunition. They couldn't stay up here. Hasagreed and his crew just ran out of gas, and now Hasagreed's
Reverse
going to
2K's team is still alive, by the way.
Just take height, and now all of a sudden, Bugha, Jamper, and Avery.
Any
6
last calls,
elims
chat?
high
Who's
ground.
going to win
could
this
be
round?
Their game right now, especially
Surely
with this
Bugha's going to
harpoon.
win from here.
Here comes the pressure, though. How's it going to play out? As I saw Colazzo still in
High
the
ground
lead
genius,
somewhere,
you know?
still alive, holding true and strong right now. Ace is going for a mad dash for height. He's going to be
Reverse
bleeding right
just
into
somehow
Avery,
got a
who's
knock,
sitting up
but now he's
super pretty
dead.
right there. We'll see if he ends up committing, as Edgy's the solo warrior by himself. 5 elims, Grappler still in the inventory, still alive, still fighting. And for what it's worth, he's going to find some down bodies, and this is going to be enough material for him
Summer
to pick
Ray's
up.
still alive on Reverse's
Still in the game
team.
here.
Takes the loot. He took down Colazzo as well, which is our 2nd place team, as we've seen the Zaf is safe
As
and
Reverse
not in
dying
this
in the
game
feed.
anymore, so it's
It's a
someone
bit
else's
delayed
chance
the
to
feed.
jump back up. And Edgy going for the big solo clutch. He's made it now into top 6 teams, 11 players.
Summer
alive.
Ray's got
We
an
don't have
RPG
that many full
on
trios
Reverse's
as
team.
He falls now. Bugha, Avery, and Jamper topping themselves up with those chug splashes. We see the rocket.
Yeah, there's
in
no
the
way-
hand
there's
of
no way
Jamper.
Bugha's
We
not
have to
winning
think
this,
they're gonna close it
surely.
out. We've had 3 games. Is
Unless
the
he runs
story
out of
gonna
ammo,
play out
which
exactly
he's
the
got
same?
ammo.
High ground team just working their way from top to bottom.
Summer
and
Ray's
clutching out the
still
win.
alive.
Or are we going to see an upset? Paper's team here, that's 10 eliminations total as Paper runs out into this box, has the charge shotgun in hand, can't charge it up, goes down. And
Summer Ray's
Diego
more or less
Jamper
on
and
max
Avery just
HP as well.
dropping the pressure. Lazar is down there. Can he hold it off? But we see Summer Ray. They're coming back. The team that almost went out in the first 3 games have fought their way back into this. And are
Clear
now in
win
the
for
top
Bugha
4
here.
teams of game 4.
That's right, and here's Day down below. He's by himself in a shotgun exchange right now with the tactical only. Can he find one more? Still scrambling to stay alive. Here comes all the rockets from the team, but no, it's not going to be enough. 10 elims for the World Cup champion, Bugha himself with Avery and Jamper. We had questions about this team,
Summer Ray again. He
whether
clutched
they
up for Reverse
could
2K's
pull
team.
off together,
He got
Aussie,
them
and it looks like
second place
it was
there.
enough.
Yeah,
there you
we
go.
saw earlier, Jampers the glue.
Easy
Maybe
for
he can
Bugha.
glue this together. Are we going to see Bugha in second and Stretch in first? Both. That's what you want to see, though. The teams split and they find better teams.
We're only halfway through, folks. Sub to the channel. We're doing watch parties on all major Fortnite events.
It doesn't look like Saf and Zayt are going to run away
Loads
with it.
of Fortnite
High ground
videos
is
too.
Dominant, but it's who can
Make sure you
hold high
sub.
ground.
That's right, because they were taken out early. They had a
Follow the
20-point
TikTok
lead,
too.
guys, and we do have some intel plays
Links
of the
in the
match that we'll
description.
be able to jump in with shortly. I see the chat going kind of crazy right now. Let's go ahead and just take a look, get you guys all caught up for some of the action that has unfolded. Casker, Illis, and Schmack coming in, cleaning up the team of the West. They're on the back half now. They're on the back foot for potentially being dropped from the entire tournament.
They are in Chap, AV, and Edgy had a good game here. Their best game so far today. Edgy having to clutch it up as well. We talk about West contingents obviously coming out of West now, and East player has moved there for this high quality of tournaments and games, and has on the high ground. Just you can see how they didn't hold it. They did not have the loadout for it. Had the green burst tack, no meds, and then Edgy picking up another elim on Mac. What he's done so well here on this ultimate low ground. If they can keep their gameplay, Chap doesn't get stuck in that box like he did there. I think they're going to be able to pick up at least one win today and maybe shake this up as Edgy gets both these finishes, but doesn't get anything for it, unfortunately. But he keeps himself on front side. Again, more and more plays. It's a very heavy placement format.
I mean, think about it. When we tuned in with him, he lost his teammate. He only had 2 elims, ending with 5. He was really popping off, really fragging. Not only that, just placement. That's what this kind of format's all about. It's really placement rewarding. So kind of incredible for him to really pick up some serious points. If there's any reason that the team is in the lead right now or somewhere relevant, Chap squad, it's because Edgy popped off.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we're going to throw to a commercial now as well. Thank you so much, Intel sponsored. Today, we're going to see how this closes out. I'm going to be stepping out after this one. I don't know if I'm going to get to say my goodbyes, Monster. We'll see. Thank you for having me, guys. Shio is going to take over my spot. I'm going to be watching, though. I want to see who gets their hands on this prize pool and 3 PCs from Intel.
And that's right, guys. We are going to throw to a quick 10-minute break. When we return,
10 minutes.
The second half, Shio Wager's going to step on in. Make sure you guys check out Aussie Antics because he's going to be doing the viewing party. I want to thank him again for contributing his time. This is all, again, community-driven, so we really do appreciate it. Enjoy the Intel Nook commercials, the ad placements here. When we return after a 10-minute break, we'll be back with more Fortnite action. Don't go anywhere.
This is a kind of long tournament, isn't it? Okay, let's look at Twitter. There's some angry people on Twitter. Right, here we go. Let's go up the top. So many egos in Fortnite. I feel like people would be more successful if they... Well, I mentioned this previously, right? So Zayt has deliberately changed his drop spot, and as a result, he's now top of the leaderboard, just because Zayt does not want to contest Catty Corner with 2 other teams. So that's 100% right, Zayt. I don't know if that tweet's real, but that's what Zayt's doing. But fair play to him. The Intel Cup's on a 10-minute break, guys, by the way. Okay, what else? Did 1,000 plus damage. Still below. Your game is so bad. You should shut your servers down immediately and close your offices. Well, I think Stretch has forgotten that the entire Fortnite team is working from home right now. So, yeah, the office has already been closed. But I'll just tell him that. See, Stretch. Whoops.
Count wins when they got it on record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin' on record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the
there you go.
on record, off record. I
Just keep, you know, keep Stretch informed. And again, someone with the opposite tweet. Is there anything else? Sharp just 1v3'd some noobs off spawn.
But we're in a fully built base. If this shark fucking comes up and eats my ass, I'm gonna be furious. I'm not Outcast furious.
Oh, really?
Oh. That's the definition of a clip which ends too soon. Ouch. So that's the skin the teams had switched to halfway through. Benji was on it. It was posted 45 minutes ago. He's replied 44 minutes ago. Yeah, well, when I eventually get a code, this is what I need to do. Code NickA30. No spaces. Nick hasn't put hashtag ad. Alright. Nade stinks, Marauders need to go. I think keep stinks. Definitely get rid of nades and Marauders from competitive. They're out of place. This is the old creator code farming tweet. Like, holy fuck, how much money do you think Tfue's just made from this tweet? That is not proof that you've just bought it. So we're just waiting for game 5 to start. They're on a break. Moki's giving away V-Bucks. Okay. So we're just waiting for game 5 of 8 to start. They're just taking a break. So we're just chilling. Subscribe to the channel, folks. Loads of Fortnite videos coming. Loads of live events being covered. Watch parties for all major Fortnite events. On 44 subs right now. Hopefully we can get to 50 soon. I know this number's slightly wrong, but we are on 44. I'm curious to see if this stream, my stream, gets copyright striked. It doesn't matter on YouTube, but I'm curious. I don't know what this music they're playing is, whether it's copyrighted. How does that thing not overheat? Like, there's no room for a fan. I don't get how it doesn't overheat. Victory Royale.
Who will be the next Intel Elite Cup champion? We'll find out here today as Monster Deface, and I'm joined with Shayo Wager. Shayo, you ready for these next 4 games?
I've been ready.
Look at that beautiful chest here.
Monster. It's been such a cool idea to remove bottom teams and then watch the top thrive as well the entire time. It's been an enjoyment. It's been an awesome tournament so far.
And talking about that, we do have the standings updated and ready, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and take a look, starting from the top. Who is in the lead? It's Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. I don't know if you saw their last performance, but they have been popping.
I thought Zayt would be easily in the lead.
The glue to the competition.
These guys are a solid
steel
chain. Even
Colazo's solid.
The kind of links break off, it doesn't matter because the other two start to survive and then just take over the competition. Once again, a team that won off of high ground and held it, I think, all the way from the 6th and 7th zone. I mean, right behind them, though, Monster, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. These guys have been kind of back and forth, not even with these guys mid-game, but with everyone else.
Bugha overturned a 20-point margin in that last game.
Was a showstopper for them, not accumulating any points that time around. So we're going to continue to swing through the pages. We can check up on Chap, Edgy, and AV.
Look at the recovery from these guys.
3 elims off the jump. Edgy pulling 5 towards the tail end. Big placement points, and all of a sudden, they're in top 10 now.
I'm going to call these guys kind of the tallest tree in this middle page forest, because right now, you saw the first page, a lot of points up top, dwindling down kind of like a skyscraper. Over here, everyone's kind of tied over. 33 points for Akarn and Ved. We have 28 ties for Shark and Graska as well. So these guys are leading right now, but they're going to need another game to push themselves forward onto that top 10.
And absolutely incredible for Reverse 2K, Graska, and Summoner come from the last place page up to 15th. This is why we give them some opportunity. 3 games
Reverse
was enough
2K's
for them.
team is
Here's
good.
Your next page, Bizzle, Commandment, Clix being still
They're a
relevant in the competition.
solid trio.
Mega, your last champion, Assault, FaZe Dubs here, all still in the running as well. 21 points being
Clix
tied
and
up.
17.
As we continue to swing through the rest of the page. Now, this is where things get interesting, Shayo. We've already kicked 2 teams out of the competition. We're moving on to our next 2 teams that are out. And unfortunately, it's going to be Nut King Hazard, Carson, Class, and Trashy. Next up, 3 teams are potentially on the line for eliminating.
I don't know what's good. Wasn't there only 32 teams?
It's 26th place through 28th.
I mean, this is the potential.
I'm so
even
confused.
Though you're saying 26, I see Calc, Macwood, and Zextro, down there as well, because if these teams start to perform this game, they will knock those 20th to 25th teams.
Look at these are the trio FNCS champions in 25th place right now.
Basically, at last place right now. You were talking surprises earlier on.
Yeah, look at this team, 28.
Competition I've seen so far.
I mean, you see it right there. Your ex-trio champions also almost taking out the competition right now. That means that if they couldn't figure it out in the first 4 games, I'm sorry, buddy. Practice server's here to send you on your way, and we'll see if everyone else can really step it up.
Madness.
But Caddy's Corner has been just the worst place, honestly. It's probably the best landing spot loot-wise, but the worst landing spot at the same time if you have it contested. And let's talk about it. Did you notice how that all unfolded? It's because of where it's positioned.
I mean, for me, Caddy Corner kind of just reminds me of panic overall for everyone, because the Shockwave launcher's there. You talk about the best item in the game. I think that's the one for this patch, for this season. At the same time, the top trios are there too. And the people who are getting away with the item are one-off individuals. Their trios already eliminated from the competition. They're trying to jump towards Misty Meadows to survive. That gun goes to someone else entirely who's not even landing at Caddy. That spot's just getting griefed overall. Granted, Kit's charged shotgun is there too. The best variant of it, 5 bullets in total, make it so easy to use back to back to back. There's people who just carry spray weapons like Colazo who elect to pick that shotgun up because of how good it is with all its upgrades being the mythic variant. Caddy, though, you're right. It's a complete cat fight, scratches all around. No one's kind of winning it completely. There's losses on both sides.
That's right. And the teams you're seeing come out on top is really the third parties, the ones that come in nice and late. Zayt, Saf, Stretch, Casker, Schmeck, Illis, right? They're coming right down off the weather station or off of the other portion, and that's why they're coming into the battles when they're rebooting and whatnot.
And that's funny because there was a ton of disrespect tossed from, I think, those guys, from a lot of the people who were third-partying that spot and not getting into the nitty-gritty of Caddy.
I've got reverse on another screen, folks. It looks like the game's loading in now.
The third party is the best
so here we go,
there.
game 5.
Games on Twitter, overall in the Discords.
4 games, including this one left.
It is, no matter what POI it is either.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. With that, we have another one just underway. It's going to be game 5, Shayo. Who are you keeping your eye out? Because you're coming in nice and fresh. You've been watching the competition from the outside in. Who do you have your eye on?
The winners right now, man. Bugha for me is just looking really good, both in practice and on tournament day. Right now, they've held off high ground against the Shockwave launcher, and at the same time, won against
I think
so many
people
teams
talk
who are
down
also
Bugha.
in that top 10. That being said, we are in the game, so let's
think he got
toss it
lucky
right to
winning
it.
World
Game
Cup.
5 is underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Intel Nook Elite
Right.
Cup Game 5. We're back from the break, and we're coming in with more.
What is this
intense
llama doing?
action. The
Is this
bus is
llama in the
splitting from
water?
left to right here. It's Monster D-Face and Shio Wager on
Okay,
the
so
mic right
we're
now.
gonna watch
We're ready to
Reverse's
close
team in
out the show
Frenzy
and
Farm
deliver
here.
the rest of this competition.
You're gonna watch Catty Corner here.
Sir, and the bus is dropping people
And
down
Chop
slightly northward
dropping
path,
here
meaning that Catty
in the
corner.
Authority.
There's going to be a lot of
Let's
intel,
watch-
not a hot
watch
drop
those three.
on if you want to drop.
Are they
here
gonna
or
go
not.
straight on?
Innocence, Tfue, and
Straight
Scope,
onto Innocence
I think,
this time?
are still locked in towards it.
And listen, production, please do me the favor, stick with these teams right here. I really want to see what happens off this drop spot because it's only one game that's going to
Okay,
determine
Monsters
how
controlling
many teams,
production.
the 3 teams at the bottommost layers are going to get kicked
One,
out. We also
2,
eventually
3
want to
teams
see
here.
what Calc, Zexro, and Macwood are doing as well because they are just behind as well. And what I want to say is they haven't changed their jump spot or their landing at all. They're sticking to it, tooth and nail, down to the bone.
Yeah, this is
I mean,
an
you gotta
eagle
think about
battle.
the ramifications
and I
of
think it's
this
pretty
tournament
silly,
for
to
the
be
cash
fair.
cups as well.
I don't know
This
what
is
you
not
guys
only
think,
you
chat.
trying to win, but also make a statement on all these big spots. Only one
And
team
production
can
has
control.
switched straight to
They're
chat.
unsplittable. There has to be a winner, and that's kind of different from how
Even though they
last
said
season
don't do
went.
it.
You think about the rig, although very good for the vault. Multiple teams started to survive out of.
Oh,
there,
they've
just
already got
making
one
sure
guy
that they're
knocked.
making smart moves. At the same time, though, Caddy, Authority, only one team can
Chap
control. and
Chap
win
has
it
this
overall. There will
location on
always be
lockdown.
fights
Wavy
right
Jacobs
now.
on
It's
7
East versus
HP.
West over at Caddy Corner, and Chap once again on defense mode over at the Authority.
That's right, and you can see multiple fights happening across the field. Tomas already falling. One of the
Scope
boys
has
from the
knocked
West.
somebody.
Scope's gonna finish up in the field. Is Chap.
Henchman's
He's gonna be
knocked
wiping
Scope.
up bald guy Ralph later, buddy. Find yourself a piece of hair later. You're out of here.
This is
Everything
bad.
real shiny as it gets back to
This
the
is
lobby.
bad
Still,
camera
that's
though.
only a knock, so
They
there's
should
no
they should be
work
showing
to
us
do
Catty
at the
Corner.
Authority.
Here we go.
And this is the back half of the tournament, so statements still have to be made. No one claims anything yet, except for these Eastern boys.
So Henchman
taking
clearly
out
did
Reed
knock
Thomas
Scope
and
because he's
Wavy
knocking
Jacobs.
people in the feet
Zay up top,
unless he
though,
got
hasn't
revived.
even began to go towards this fight. Although Tfue just won that engagement, he has another monster to kind of just take into account. That being said, though, Chap is still on the hunt for the last teammate here at the Authority.
Oh, and I think they actually just wrapped them all up. You can see AV also as an Elam right there, Shio. So that's it. Authority is once again theirs. It's in their power now.
Authority Alfred.
That's a grappler. That's the end game item that these guys just strive to use to not only get rotations down, but power in position overall. That's the one thing you kind of want to get both in mid game and once those end game zones start to move. And
Furious
it's
is
very important this season
uncontested.
because if you
So
have
I don't know why they're even
bad
showing
position,
him.
you're gonna have to basically swim to get to a good one. And we all know watching last chapter or last season how that went.
Reverse UK has Frenzy
Right,
Farm
here's a look at
uncontested now.
Furious, Paper, and Chaotic. They've been in the competition pretty decently. I mean, last time we checked in, they were in top 20, now inching their way up to top 15 here around. Slowly but surely making their way up to the top. For a second, we thought Zate, Saf, and Stretch were never going to be able to be caught up with the 20-second or 20-point deficit.
Now,
but,
and here comes Zate's
you know,
team.
they've lost first place to Bugha and his crew. So here's Tfue Scope and Innocence, though, at Caddy's Corner. The grenades are going to come in, and Innocence is going to get caught.
And he's done.
There it is. He's out.
Yeah.
Caddy corner all the way down.
I
to
really
Griffin
don't think
ground,
pushing,
basically, because it's
sorry,
just an
landing Catty
onslaught,
corner
an
is the
nonstop
play,
fight
at least in
over
a
and over
grand
again.
final like
It's
this.
the same 3 teams, but a different
Oh my
scenario every
goodness,
single time.
Stretch
Another
with the
snipe
snipes.
Stretch reaching all the way to the gas station with that shot, and knows that possibly where one of the last teammates are. The porta potty, I don't think it's going to be that safe though.
Not at all here as he's putting some big pressure down from downrange. Still waiting though.
I think if you hit the porta potty when someone's in it, it bosses them back out the same
I'm assuming
location.
his teammate got into a sticky situation on the exit, so there they go. He's gonna get headshot, by the way, while bouncing across the shockwaves here. Unfortunate for him. He's gonna get hit again.
He's on
No,
4H.
it's not looking too good for Tfue. You know the tilt is there. It's gotta be, man.
Tfue
See,
bounced
taken
his
out by
dead
Zayt
body
here.
there.
Hunted down now. The Scope's left by himself. This is pretty much the end of the competition, Shia. If Scope decides to stay, what do you think's the play here?
I think the problem with
I mean,
Tfue's team is
Stoke has
it's an
to,
ego
and I
battle
think
for
it's the
them.
First time actually from
They
this
just can't
position.
give things up.
Try to play the game out
That's the
properly
whole
rather
problem
than
with
just try to
Tfue and
get
his
some
team.
eliminations from the team that is dropping them down.
They need to
Usually
forget
these
about
guys
the
have
ego.
Game 6 to look forward to play
That's what
once
Zate's
again,
doing.
but
Zate's
once they
playing
get that
smart.
First item, the Shockwave launcher into their inventory first. You know, it just ends up
Forget
being
about
disastrous
Alfring a
because
drop
That means
and
A,
just
you've
play
won
the
POI, B,
smartest
there's another
play.
team coming, and C, you're just
That's
gonna
why
get
Zate is so
split up,
smart and
basically,
soft.
and taken out Right now, Scoped has to play out this game as we were asking that question and hopefully get maybe 1 or 2 more eliminations, pull a Summer with some parkour once his mats are out. And keep his team alive because effectively these guys are in last place.
That's right. When we checked in, they only had 7 points. Now inching their way up to 9.
See what
Calculator, who was
Scoped can
safe
do.
with Macwood and Zekro,
Oh,
only
he's
had
surrounded.
12. So still a steep hill to climb as they have to overcome.
I don't know if you guys saw the
Zekro
minimap
and
there. There was
Macwood as a
one
solo.
person
He
north
doesn't
and
have
one
any of
person
those
south
blue
of him,
cards.
and water
That is gonna be
to
the
his
question
east.
for Scoped here today is the world is on his shoulders. Pressure's up. We're over to Pleasant Park though. Clix, Bizner, and Commandment has had this POI the entire game to themselves. And no, it's not looking too good here. Scoped rotates in and it is conceding to the rest of the lobby.
He's giving up.
Schmeck finds the
Give
mark,
up.
and now they get themselves the 3 point.
I'm curious to see where Schmeck exactly is overall in the leaderboard because right now they're in a very good position, get to move off the zone as well. Here are the big boys though that I called out, Bugha, Avery, Jamper, all looking for their shot at maintaining the top spot. I believe it's a 3-point differential between him and Zay.
That's what it's kind of looking like here. And ladies and gentlemen, for all the fire in the chat, yeah, that's it. Tfue's out of the competition with Scoped and Innocence. I'm almost sure of it. With that being said, there's also a rule that we try to enforce. This is why we want 60-second delays, not have any big question marks be thrown around. So I don't want to hear none of that. There were opportunities to set things up fairly for everyone here, but here, back into the comp, Cease has been struggling to beat Arab here in the early game. We've seen it kind of go
Wait,
back and
is somebody
forth, but
not
for
on
the
a
most
1 minute
part,
delay?
Really hasn't
Is that
been
the
in
issue?
High Sky in Blake's favor, especially not Cease's by any means. We'll see. He's got some good stuff this time around, though. He's pretty situated.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the best position you can be in, the best loadout you can have this early, nades and a stink as well, just in case you deal enough damage but cannot end the fight, also can't get to the box. That being said, I don't think High Sky and Blake are in the best positions to kind of help Cease. Cease is going to be the support player all the way from the back. Polarized getting taken out. Big explosions. That's going to send everyone into a frenzy on defense. And now Cease is coming straight from the back. Here's that stink I was talking about. Can't get in the box, but they will try to stop the revive. It is hitting Polarized. Arab now has to move around. AR sprays coming down while everyone else on Cease's team
It's just
gets
a
moved.
3-way fight. It
I
is.
like that. He's actually going to change focus really quickly here and let go of Arab for a second to back up his squad mates, but he's not going to do it for too long. Not giving away the free elim. There goes the conversion. You hear that charge shotgun, you back it up. Cease doesn't want anything to do with the peak of the charge, especially when it's fully loaded. Now the fire rate is coming in. Here comes the rest of the team. It collapsed. The angles should be easy peasy. Marker, he's not going to find himself with the RPG though, Shio. It's not looking too good for Arab here. He's on his back against the wall now.
Last snake left in the grass, all this hissing going on all around. I think there still might be a chance at all. Not really. Almost a pickaxe brought out by Cease. He's fed up with this fight, but good win there. You said they were struggling. Now
Are they going to be pushed by the other team now?
More to follow after this, so they get to play this one out. But there are teams lurking in the background and around them.
Let's see. We already lost Macwood for this squad right here. 1 point will solidify the trios champions into the competition, guys. So this is a very important battle, important for fight for ego and pride. Honestly, you don't want your chances being thrown out of the competition. You kind of have to live with that forever. Honestly, here in the Elite Cup, this is a major tournament. No matter how you dice and chop it, regardless of where it's coming from. And read that out for me right there.
I mean, Jamper Bugha right now finished directly behind each other every single FNCS since squad. So that's been squads, duos, solos.
Wow.
Now we're here playing some trios at the Intel Nuke Elite Cup. And they've joined forces, and that just means the top spots only get stronger. And going to be a team that's that much harder to beat.
And here we've seen it again. The setup here, the grenades are ready. The team is.
Are they going to be
positioned
rushed
and
by a
poised.
shock
They're trying to make
before
sure
they get
it's
in, though?
Perfect here as they're moving all around, and there they find their mark. Time to throw them. Let's see if they can collapse. It's 3 at the same time, beautifully timed, and yes, undeniable damage going to be given out there. As I think Jack was hit once. Lucky for him, the second did not find its mark. He's going to manage to just get away with his life, barely. Storm Surge, though, still going to play into the benefit of Clix, Biz, and Commandment. Again, they don't play for Marauders. They don't have the luxury of finding the packs. Usually by the time they rotate out, it's too late. So any tags that they can get are crucial. Every single game we've tuned in with this team, they've been able to pull back against the Storm Surge, but it hasn't been easy. It's been a dicey set of battles for them.
That's why they're making basically air bases compared to everyone else's islands. And sometimes they have those big rockets, aka the grenades. Other times, though, you just have to rely
Has
on the
Macwood
beams.
been
You're right, though,
revived?
not having Marauders, trouble. At the same time, trouble for other teams. As Zexro, Macwood, and Calc do end up winning their first fight or possibly getting away from it, they will have to reboot and then move in late towards the zone. No strangers to that, though, from Craggy Cliffs last season. You see some Array Reverse and Graska. The Clutch Lords were at last place, I think, at game 2 or 3. Now finally moving up the leaderboard, and this is
Look at all the
Island
people being
basically
timed
versus
out in
ground
chat.
gameplay. No big bases being made, but shots being landed nonetheless on rotation.
That's right, from 0 to hero, accumulating 20.
Wait, are they accusing Zayt of stream sniping?
Spread, kind of
I
incredible,
think that's silly.
to be quite honest.
Zayt's just a smart
Considering
player.
that they were just
course he's gonna
about
push
taking out the
Catty.
competition. Now all of a sudden they're up in the top 15 amongst the best here. Remember, prizing is divvied out.
Look at on
top 10,
Twitter.
so that's where things are really kind of starting to happen here. It's what you want to aim for, strive for the very least. Here's Kanata.
That's kind of crazy if you think about it, the way last season and almost entirely the last chapter kind of fits into this season as a puzzle piece, right? The way people spread out.
G is making some horrible joke on Twitter halfway through the tournament.
Trios are kind of being made. This is a mode that not everyone's got to practice as much. And the first time we're seeing it, Monster.
That's right. We briefly mentioned how crazy the competition is in this tournament here. It's the first really of this caliber, especially on their private settings like this. We've seen the fair share of the third-party tournaments come into light, from the Amar Cup down to, you know, Lockie's representing for the other regions. But with that, those are just open style tournaments. What we have here at the Elite Cup, we are continuing the Elite Cup series here, inviting players that performed really well in the previous solo one. That's how we got these teams here. So it really is the best in the NA East region.
Same old strats with them too. You have like nades being thrown close, long range. The one difference though for this tournament, if you guys are just tuning in, and we'll see those nades drop down again.
Oh my gosh.
It's onto the naders themselves, huge damage, but this is the difference. I was talking about the way last chapter kind of falls into this one. Usually, sometimes you would see teams, especially at the back half of a tournament, push with that much damage done. Maybe, I think, looking for a knock. But I think even if they knock someone, pushing that over water is not doable. That's kind of the way this new season is working out overall. But as I was saying before, it's 8 games now, Monster, with a special rule where people get knocked out from the bottom side of the leaderboard as the tournament goes on. Now, we'll have a leaderboard update for you once this game ends, but it's the bottom 3 teams overall getting deleted and 6 total teams out of the competition over the last 5 games.
Exactly how it's been happening. We're seeing the pace of the game change already as you see the lighter lobbies really allowing players to get down and dirty and take these fights in the mid game. Normally you'd see 70, 80 players alive right now, but the lower population is now all of a sudden playing a different dynamic. And this is what we were hoping for as far as the pace of the game. This is why we're testing things out here at the practice server. And I mean, it's looking really good. These mid game fights are so crucial.
There's no storm
Timbers,
surge because of the fewer number of teams.
right now. Lucky for them, third parties are
At
going to
least
slow
not in
down the
this
battle.
zone.
We can see the other perspective. Iciv, Dijon, and Dax are going up for height. You do have eyes on Blake and the others off in the distance here.
Chop, Edgy, and AV all making sure that they have both zone and a strong position that's wide so they don't get naded like they naded Clix. Bugha, Avery, Jumper, though, choose to get closer to the authority, get closer to land, not opting for an island as it's so easily grenadable. And possibly take over someone else's base. They free rotate so much watching their practice, almost lackadaisically. They don't really care about the consequences, they're just having a good time. The serious mode kind of kicks in once those zones starts to move.
You got to think it's the serious mode right now because they're in first place
Avery's
right
down.
now. So this really does matter. Beautiful defense up from Bugha, though. The World Cup champ is going to
The hell
fire back
happened
at
there?
tabs and slow down the onslaught. But it's not too late here because Avery gets taken out now. So it's a question: can they get to that reboot? This is one of those rare circumstances.
I think he got
where
double
it is
sniped.
An option, a risky one, but an option.
Really risky. We know what power lies at the authority with all these teams. It's going to be Chap on high ground, not possibly allowing that to happen either. Right now, 2 kind of strips of land. We have this entire big FORTNITE map, the southern side near Lazy Lake,
So
almost near the gorge.
There's 3 on top of
Dubs
each other.
Mega
That's
kinda
reverse
controlling
2K's
entrance,
team.
looking down, shooting people on the other side. We have Chap and Bugha's trio. Avery obviously down on authority, making sure they can survive. I'm not sure if I saw Avery's name come back up. I think they might have got that reboot off.
That's right. And once again, I want to thank everyone tuning in, especially from the YouTube channel avenues.
Oh,
They're
Bugha
over
just
at
killed
Chronic.
some array.
Thank you guys so very much for being a part of this whole thing. It's a competition here. Practice server putting on the presentation.
That's Reverse's
production
team.
over on the Twitch side of things. So we do appreciate you all. And another special thank you to our sponsor, Intel Nook, allowing us all to come together, believing in gaming, Fortnite, and the Fortnite competitive scene. Lucky for us, we've managed to get something awesome off the ground here and started for y'all.
Those Nook PCs, man. Small, powerful. I like them. Might just cop one. Not sure.
Hey, pick up the Ghost Canyon hashtag ad, boys. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It helped me get to champions. That's what I heard. But all right,
Yeah.
here it is. We're coming back from Bugha, Avery, and Jamper getting the rotate. Remember, they are in first place. And remember, like I said, it was a risk, but it looks like they've decided they are inching their way towards
Yeah,
the
they
reboot
killed.
ran here.
They killed one of
It's the last
Reverse's
opportunity to do
teammates.
so, right? It's the 30-second mark. There's teams on height, and if this, you're gonna do it now, you got to get to the van before it's too late.
Now somebody's
Yeah, I
pressuring
mean,
Reverse.
The implications of it too. Stretch, who's obviously not playing for Bugha for I think the first or second time once again, or playing with him. First and second, these guys are side by side. Having a teammate, having Avery back up for Bugha would mean so much for the rest of this game. They have shields still to give to him. They're on the backside, hopefully of zone, so Chap doesn't decide to just make sure to hold them down. You can just let them go and rotate himself, use that time as their own. I'll see where the zone ends up updating. Right now, Blake, High Sky, and Cease are all the way up top above who we saw before, Dubs Mega. The controllers of this entire side of this huge strip of land. Illis, Schmeck, or Smacked, and Castor are there too.
Oh yeah, Reverse
Here's
2K's
Exo
team
Calc
got
and
the
Mac,
zone
Mac
now.
now up to full HP and
But these
shield
two here, that's
off of
Reverse
that
and
reboot.
Grazka.
They're hugging.
Someone
inside this
died.
mountain.
That's right, and this is effectively
Unlikely
possibly
they can
your
reboot.
last place team as far as all the other ones that are already kicked out of the competition. So for Zexro, Calc, and Mac would be coming off what honestly was a high of the Ninja
But this
Battles
is game
event.
5
They
of
were
8,
doing so
folks.
good.
You sub to the
You
channel,
know,
we'll
come
be
that first
covering
week.
all major Fortnite live
All of a
events.
sudden now, this is the first competition.
If there's any
of a
old school
major trio
RuneScape events, we'll be
competition that
covering
we've
those
seen
too.
Since any of those other ones, since
Plenty of Fortnite
the last
videos
time they took the championship,
coming as well.
They're not looking too hot stacked against the other elites.
There'll be a
trios out
TikTok
there.
and a Fortnite video
What
about
does
Clix.
that mean? Is it just a day? Where
Hopefully
they're not
tomorrow.
connecting quite just yet, or
Depends whether I've
they
got
lost
time
their
tomorrow, I'm
touch?
not sure.
That's the question.
I mean, Calc and Mac have had the history of, 9 whole weeks of not qualifying for the World Cup, finally finding each other, and then in week 10, popping off. So sometimes when it comes to change, especially adapting the metas, it takes these guys a little bit of time, but once they have the knowledge, they never lose control of winning these games in these tournaments. Right now, all the way up at height. High Sky actually getting taken out, possibly biting off more than he can shoot. He gets revived though, and the medkits are there. The optimization of carrying white health, something that a lot of teams learned and became meta last season, although many pros used to do it. Bucky, I think, was one that started that trend off. It'll be Zate, though, who did end up finding that shockwave launcher, using it to get the safety. Metal box put down, but he's used all his hard resources. Just has a little bit of brick left.
That's right here. Zate's trying to heal back up now using these chug splashes. Apart from his teammates, by the way, because of the shockwave launcher doing anything in his power to desperately stay alive, he's becoming the focus of the lobby as he has the strongest mythic arguably in the game right now. The mobility one, the one that can cut through all the bills, and there he gets entered into the box. His teammates are here to back him up. Now all of a sudden 3 points. That's the gap closer from 69 to 72. So head to head here with Bugha and crew.
I mean, no matter what points you're at, you have to invest in your position. Right now, there's a 50-50 down the whole map. Yes, we have this entire broad range of teams. DJ and ICF and Dax are actually taking height off that knock on High Sky, getting double RPG though. And I think by saying, not sure, but I'm gonna have trouble holding it on. I say it's a 50-50 because on the other side, at Authority, I think Bugha's still there with Chap up top. Not sure who actually got zone. It won't be them. So those 4 trios almost have to move in. 56 people left alive means Storm Surge will be active. They haven't done enough damage. It'll be a disaster basically right now. Spam going back towards the other heighted team.
And this is a crazy piece of landscape right now. A very steep mountain based off of a water zone. Not only that, they pulled a full half in, half out, getting all the landmass in the process. No one with a line of sight to even fire back at them, so they basically have free reign on the rest of the lobby here. It's not going to convert to anything, not just yet. I wonder though, as I see Count fall to Sap in the feed, so there it is. He gets dropped now. We'll see if the rest of that team can manage to get together and figure it out essentially here.
Who's this?
DJ and ICV and Daxter.
Yeah, stranded,
looking at what they have
whoever
in the
it is.
inventory, looking very, very decent. Not enough material
Avery's
though.
back up.
Oh, is
He's
he?
back up. They got the reboot off. Yeah. So he's here. They have the 3-man end game to play, but a lot of mats actually to get that resurrection off the reboot ban. Not sure if it'll be possible for them to withstand the pressure of both the Timber squad, Elise
Stretch
at
is
the
down.
helm, versus everyone else, a charge shotgun nearby to relieve that pressure. But still, now, a much better chance for these guys.
Oh my, just opening up the box right here. Little did they know this Timbers team is weak and on their back footing right now as Jelty fires back a couple shots.
I think they were being storm surged. Somebody nearby was being storm
Lucky
surged.
for them, they are gonna just barely escape right now. And no, Elise
What's up,
falls
Krasy?
victim to himself. You can see right there in the feed. I'm assuming that's the storm surge.
We're doing as you can see from the title, we're doing a watch party of the Fortnite Intel
Team of
Elite
this
Cup
game
Grand
right now is
Finals.
teams not actually using enough to survive, and the teams who are
I'll be
kind
doing
of
watch
out of
parties of
answers
all
in
major
this position
Fortnite
right now.
events.
Zate, no shockwave
Just
launchers,
hit the subscribe button.
Trio, no materials really using so
You'll
many to
you'll
save
see when the
Avery,
channel's live.
and they've just put in so much of their shield, so much of
No, I'm not
their
playing, I'm
mats
just
to
watching.
be able to survive to this moment. The question is, can they find those impacts for the rest of the
I'm
game?
not good enough to be a
Can they
Fortnite
climb
pro.
towards the
I'm
top
too
two
old.
sides of the leaderboard to tune into right now? The people at the
I'm
bottom,
too old and too trash.
Zexro or Calc, Zexro, and Mac. Not
I don't
actually
even pretend
a
to be
whole trio,
anywhere near as
kind
good
of
as these
elimination
guys.
from the tournament. And at the top, Bugha kind of defending away from Zate to hold on to first place. So much going on.
This is
as
game
launch pads
5.
get thrown up in the air. Daxor
We'll be
finding a
watching
way.
3 more
That's
games
scary
after
When it's
this.
a super high pad, but lucky for them, no
Daxor's
one's situated here. As they're going to get
needs
first
storm
claims
surge
and
tags.
dibs here on height. But it's a build-off as others are landing down. It's Clix who wants a piece of the action. And up he goes. He's claiming some right now. He's got himself a nice little layer. Cutting across here. You can see, check out the towers that are being built out right now.
Is it simply
Pretty
Trump?
ridiculous. Is how many players are now stacking up. So the hurdle was to get up and over the mountain, and now the hurdle is to get to the next piece
Or is it
of
two
the mountain, and
simplies?
they are going to do it. The launch pad, the sacrifice of the damage to play it off, and yes, high ground is theirs now. Look, Clix is looking to own up on it
Yeah,
too.
nice.
Ooh, and that's what it
shot.
comes
And
not
Clix
like
just fell off
this.
high ground. Do you
He
play
goes
Fortnite
down.
simply?
That's a big cost too. He's looking to see if his team can now carry on the torch. Commandment Bizzle all the way up in the sky. Trying to hold things down. Is it too early to take height though? Smack getting rained down on Bizzle, making sure he controls all aspects of
So
the
you'll
connection.
kind of understand what's going on.
Crash pads down on all sides. I hope these guys can hold it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty stacked right now. Over 30 players in the lobby, so Storm Surge is in full effect right now. Hence the craziness you're seeing unfolding your screen. There goes the first zap. It's on Daxter and Reverse's crew down over there, who did find an Elin just a bit ago. Now looking over though, I see Bucky in the feed. I see Saf and Shark also.
What's he
catching
saying,
some
Reverse?
Elins right
Reverse
now.
and Dax
Bonzo's
are
still
on
in the
two
game
different
right now as
teams.
well. As Bugha is by himself. 4 Elims. He's getting pressured up, and he falls
Reverse
into
and
a box
Grazko
of
are still
multiple
alive.
players. No more builds. What is he gonna do? Nothing. That's right.
But it's possible to play
Out
2
he
games.
Goes, ladies and gentlemen.
Bugha just kind of dropped into a blender there. No chance for him to survive though. Commandment in the zone, the place that he plays at and clutches from. Still has teammates alive though. It's just him and Bizzle trying to survive. No floppers. He can't actually live it out all the way to the very end from the zone. Finally,
Confidence
in.
on 12 HP.
in total. Has the minis. No white health though. Needs to find some type of elimination here.
That's right, but falling down to get his heal on, it's okay. So they're gonna give up height right now. It's Acorn and Eclipse, a duo. I don't see Jack in the mix, so they're still holding it down. A lot of duos left in his comp right now. This is looking
Yeah,
like
you can
that's
see
how
Reverse
it's gonna
and
be.
his duo
As
are
Eclipse
still
jumps down and crosses past with the Commandment, and Acorn hits
still
himself
tunneling
with an RPG.
front of zone as well.
Nearly throwing the game, and
They're
yes,
good- they're
it
in a
is
good
gonna
position
take him
right
out.
now.
And there he goes. Now Eclipse is
Pick
by
the second
himself,
height,
the
though.
solo warrior on height. Someone who else I
Yeah,
see in
here's
this
Reverse.
competition is Kanata, still in the comp.
Oh, Reverse has stole
Naughty
the
Bucky Hero,
grappler.
Kanata
The
Bucky and
grappler.
Hero both in
He
the-
must have
all
killed Chat.
three in the top 10 right now and can find a way to get higher. Bizzle though surviving off that knock from the top. Reverse charging up, waiting for a big shot.
Oh,
Finds it on a
wow.
knocked individual, but it's not going to be enough to take him out. I think Assault ends up going down there.
So Reverse
Has
and
the best
Grazko.
angle, though, on
It's
the entire server as the
2v2v2.
story continues, gets affected though by a huge
Or is it
RPG.
3v2v1?
More pressure coming down at the bottom. Has
It's
a
one of
pyro
those.
crash pad and a launch pad to use if possible. It's just going to be him and Graska Summer watching as this all goes down. Kanata,
Oh,
you
it's-
mentioned
yeah, no,
it's still
it's-
alive at low ground. Raining
it's
terror on
3v2.
everyone trying to defend. All these hits
Kanata's
just
got
mean
this.
a huge 200 pump waiting to happen. The spam is there to Reverse. On the
Yes.
back wall, the last person cannot survive.
That's not bad.
Kanata,
Reverse's
Bucky
team has got
Trio
2
all stay
second
alive
places.
and win game 5.
And all of a sudden, with 11 eliminations, we talked about them. They were under the radar for quite some time.
This
there.
team nearly got
And
knocked
just
out,
like
Reverse's
that, they
team.
climbed their way back up into the competition.
Now they got 2 second
but not
places.
before pushing their way through some serious teams. And we got to give respect to Reverse, Summer, and Graska. Like, they have the comeback story of the evening so far.
They
were
really
in
do.
another end game.
I mean, I think it's just the way these zones are playing out for them. At the same time, the pressure of being that low, it's not a good feeling. You want to be somewhere in the middle of the pack, somewhere near the top. Right now, they're eating very well, and their story's just only starting. We still have a few more games to go.
Still
Right,
3
when we
games to
tuned
go,
in, they had
folks.
28 points, so we'll see just a little later. But regardless of what, we have a couple of catch-up highlights here. The Intel plays of the match. Let's go ahead and run through it really quickly. You guys caught up to what happened and what unfolded in game number 5.
We have Clix here with the huge launch pad, once again using it at one of the best times. Although he had height and it was such a good decision, I was asking if it was the best time to do it and take it, because he got affected, I believe, possibly by a shockwave launcher or something else. His builds got taken out.
So you played from Season 2.
Is still being affected.
When you say new map, do you mean the completely new map?
Bugha,
As in Chapter 2?
Well.
So that would have been like,
nice reboot to pop off 2 commandments.
when was that? End of 2019?
With Fizzle, while Clix went down, they still had a little bit of control, took out Jock. And from that, not only gained Evelyn points, but crucial placement too, as these guys are fighting to get out of that top 15 and push top 10.
That's right, that was a pivotal elimination right there, and how they managed to claim height and then lose it all in the big swing here. Here's Reverse's perspective. We kind of
well, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already.
Coming in, and we know the big placement
I do plan on making this channel I'm on a mix of old school and Fortnite.
They haven't had a lot of
Seems to be easier to start with Fortnite content though.
Where it mattered, finally pulling in a big pop-off game. Consistency now.
I did stream the Deadman finals on here.
They have to be up in the top.
And I managed to get like 140 viewers.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's all about playing against the best trios and playing your game, waiting for the opportunity to get a win and clinching it. A lot of the times there were so many teams in that kind of scenario.
Great, thanks.
Clix,
Thanks for the sub then.
Commandment all the way at the top. They had their moment, they had the win, but they didn't get to clinch it due to some errors. But Bucky, Kanata, Creo, they were there, they got it locked down, and because of that, they'll move way up in the standings.
Let's not forget, a couple teams were also cut out of the competition. That will be the threshold right there, the line drawn in the sand. We'll find out if Zexro, Calc, and Macwood manage to stay alive and in the competition. You know, we still want to clarify as the leaderboard's getting all.
If anybody has TikTok, check out the TikTok as well.
We're definitely kicked out.
Put it in the chat.
Tfue scoped and Innocence.
The TikTok's getting popular.
I mean,
TikTok seems to like the videos.
One of the most high-profile teams too that people love to watch out due to the decisions they made to stay at Caddy Corner. Now, if this format somehow catches
my last TikTok
is this something to learn
has
from Monster?
580,000 views.
I think it's definitely something to learn from for sure.
I mean, it might be cringe, but people like it.
And figure out the pros and cons. Like I said,
580,000 views on my last TikTok.
And he was talking about the fact that if
what's up, Cabanao?
The risks
how you doing?
Involved, and it's crazy because the team that was
got three games of this left
was not Wavy, Jacob, Thomas, and Reek, because they weren't playing. So this was a huge kind of mix.
I think people misunderstand TikTok. It doesn't have to be cringe. It's got all types of videos.
It's kind of hard to adapt not only to a whole.
There's definitely cringe stuff on there.
Well, when you're on the back end, a lot of people are used to, you know, let's just keep playing our game and then have a huge pop off 20 eliminations.
The quality TikToks aren't cringe though.
When you're at the brink of getting eliminated and you have that.
For some reason, TikTok likes me.
That's right. But with that, guys, as the leaderboard's getting ready, we're gonna throw a quick little commercial break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Enjoy the Intel ads.
If you stick with TikTok for like a week, TikTok will work out what you want to see. That's the beauty of TikTok. Then it will only show you videos that you like. That's the whole beauty of it. Believe me, TikTok's only going to get even more popular than it already is. Let me show you a quick video of my TikTok notifications. Right. This is my Discord, by the way. Exclamation mark Discord. It's in the description as well. Anybody can join it. Okay. These are my TikTok notifications. That was just a tiny sample of them. There was way more of them.
I think just really hot, real heat all the way around, and everyone just trying to claw towards the top. This time, though, we bring the heat.
Yeah,
from the
I'm
bottom
flexing
all
it
the
just
way
to
the
show
top
how
of the
popular
standings.
TikTok can
Every
be,
single game
even from a
past,
standing
I think,
start.
Game 3 or 4, or in a few specific games, people get eliminated from the
Like my
bottom
fourth
spot on the
video got
leaderboard, and it's
580k
looking
views.
Really interesting now. Every single game has so many different stakes.
Essentially, if you make something good on TikTok, TikTok will find it, and your video will blow up.
At the front
I think that's the beauty
Would you
of
guys like to
TikTok.
see more regions? If so, let us know, because I got a feeling that EU is heating up, and the competition over there has been a little crazy as far as what I watched unfold with the Amar Trios Cup. I would love to see those guys come together. You know, I'm just curious. Just gonna throw it out there. You know, pitch it. Throw it out there.
He knows something.
I'm not going to catch it. I'm going to let the community catch that one.
He knows
because
something.
That's a really good question. That's a lot of players. We've been seeing them perform. I believe there's a Savage Trio Cup coming up as well. So many different third-party
Let me type it in
competitions.
chat.
It's just thriving all the way around in the Fortnite community, in the Fortnite ecosystem for esports. That being said, in the Intel Nuke Elite Cup, in partnership with Crack Server and Chronic, we've been seeing a lot of things unfold every single game. We've seen one of the most high-profile trios knocked out now, and other high-profile trios finally starting to claim different POIs.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been, right? The name of the game. Some teams have also been uncontested, as we've seen kind of the story there behind Pleasant Park with Clix and his crew. Storm Surge, though, being an issue for them. Teams that have been contested and still playing pretty decent. I think it's been a little bit of a tug of war, but between Arab's team, Polarized, and his crew,
This cup is a mouthful to name.
That's a pretty big turn of events, because both of which
Intel
were in the
Nuke
middle of the
Elite
pack.
Cup
Not once have we saw them at the bottommost
by Prac
portions of the
Server
leaderboard.
and Team
They've
Chronic
really been
featuring
fighting
Fortnite.
extended, drawn-out fights, and that's really going to play a part, right? Like, that's going to play into
Yes,
how they
Streamlabs
perform
just
and
put
pull
the
it up.
Discord link in the description if anybody wants to join it in the chat. Sorry.
Because these guys are fighting every single game all the way over at Sweaty Sands. A drop that I think Zayt and Safarat for the whole time, now third party and Caddy Corner, and it's working out for them because they're not only getting claim on the Shockwave launcher, but taking out top trios that have always been a threat in endgame. That's one thing people don't understand. Taking out your competition early, properly, so it doesn't grief both your games, is actually really good, because in the endgame then there's one trio that's insane on height who's not there. It's more easier for your team to just come out on top.
That is true, and I mean, we saw even with all the benefits of having the Shockwave launcher and stuff like that, things still didn't go in their favor. It's one thing to have the recipe, right, to the delicious meal. It's another thing to execute at that point in time, right? So as much as we thought the Shockwave launcher, everyone keeps talking about it, how it's going to be so dominant. This time around, Mythic Weapons have honestly not been running the competition. It really has just been a matter of skill and who has the teamwork to really pull through as a trio.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Mythic Weapons in solos, that's the last competition we watched with them. It's the entire entity, right? The entire one individual who gets to operate with it. In trios, it's just 1/3 of that entity that has that Mythic Weapon. Yes, it can hit multiple people, but I don't think that it's really as influential. Still very helpful, but not as influential compared to when you're just using it by yourself.
That's definitely the kind of the name of the story here. But regardless, guys, we do have the leaderboards up to date. We're going to be swinging right in. Shayo, take it from the top. Who's in first?
Right, here we go.
It's the same people at the top, but the tie kind of, or the lead is getting closer. 3 points before, now it's just 2.
Canada's creeping up there, isn't he?
All the way in first
Colazo's
place,
still in it.
78 points. Zayt, Saffron, Stretch, though,
I'm curious to
right
see where
behind
Reverse
them,
is.
hot on their heels.
What a big game for Dijon, Daxter, and ICV. Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma as well on 4th and 5th there. Staying consistent, but look at how close the point
So Reverse
threshold
was
is.
second in the
Guys,
last
we
game.
saw a 20-point lead mean nothing.
I
for a
bet
team
he's
like
9th or
Bugha,
10th.
who came up with a 30-point game, so anything can happen with these
Let's see,
squads up
next
here.
page.
It's a matter of staying alive and staying in the running.
The graphics
Another squad
broken.
I'm seeing finally break in. Acorn, Eclipse, and Jack. They were kind of quiet come the FNCS Invitational solos. When it's these team-based game modes, though, they show up.
Yeah,
Yep,
they show up silently all the way up the leaderboard. Wins still matter, though, as we've been talking about people getting eliminated from the bottom side. The last winners are now in 3rd place, I believe. Bucky, Kanata, and Creo. All over here, though, on the 2nd page, we have Furious, the last FNCS's winner, playing with Chaotic and Paper, up tied at 39 points in 13th. Hopefully that's a lucky number for them.
That's a crazy climb
right
from
behind,
Reverse's
I
team.
believe,
They
is
were
Ultimate,
bottom after 2
the,
games.
Graska, Summer, and Reverse 2K.
Bugha's a child.
From rags to
Bugha's
riches,
16.
these guys were in last place for
Most of these
multiple games, now
most
in
of these
ninth
people are
place.
children.
Absolutely incredible. And
As in
even
under 18.
teams like,
Well, half of
Furious,
them are
Chaotic, and
anyway.
Paper, I know you were mentioning them, but they've slowly crept up as well. as have Av, Edgy, and Chap, just slowly but surely inching their way up. Those elims being a big part.
Like
Remember,
Clix
now
down
that
there is
squads have been taken
15.
out of the competition. Everyone else who's
Mega
in
and Dubs,
the remainder
I think
of
they're
the competition
15.
are safe and sound, ladies and
And
gentlemen.
nearly
So
all
the
of them are
drop spots, the amount of
teenagers.
players in the lobbies are going to be a little thinner. It's going to be a little bit more space, more real
Sane
estate.
here is
You know, this
15 or
opportunity if someone
16.
like, let's just say Cease, right, and his team.
I don't
wanted
know
to
many of
claim
these
up
names.
Caddy's corner.
I think these are
no one
open
should be landing there
qualifiers.
anymore.
Hey, let's not mention that POI as a suggestion because I think no matter what happens, we're
Yeah,
going to be
Fortnite
seeing
is
3
crazy
teams trying to
for
jump at that
making
POI every
kids
single
rich.
time. At the back though, here
That's
I
what my
believe are
that's
the
what my
eliminated
TikToks are
teams.
about.
You
So
said
the one
all
with
the way up to
580k,
what possibly was eliminated before, so I would
it's
say that
adding up somebody's
Slappy,
earnings.
Tfue, and Wavy Jacob are now out of the competition.
That's right. 26 and
Young
down
Calc's
have
15.
been
I
eliminated
think these
from
two
the
are 16 or
competition, ladies and
17.
gentlemen. We had a special rule plugged into the format.
Scoped is
Where
16.
after every several games, the lowest teams with the lowest points would be kicked out, just to lighten the lobby and make things a little bit more
How is this
intense. So,
trio in
just like
27th
that,
place?
One of the most popular
That's
squads
terrible.
out there, Scoped, Innocence, and Tfue, are now no longer in the competition. Barely holding on though, one that I don't think any of us would have accepted or expected.
Yeah, so you mentioned
Jesus,
Bugha, he won
how
$3 million
Macklin
from the
Zetzer
World
only
Cup.
13 points.
You know, and
Not
that's just
too
the
far
start, you know.
from the back half.
He's had a very
If there's any
successful
team that can
streaming
come back
career
with
on
huge
Twitch
games,
since
it
then.
has to be
He's had a
Cal,
successful
Matt, and
YouTube
Zex.
channel.
At the same time, you say
He's had earnings from
intensity. I
merch.
say
He's had
amazing
earnings
is this format because it makes
from
games
competitive
like these,
Fortnite.
games that people want to skip, get to the end game juice, the end. When I say end game, I don't mean by zones. I mean games 5 and 6, games 7 and 8. It makes these games have a purpose.
And I will be
it's
posting
so
a
much more
TikTok
interesting to watch.
and a YouTube video
Now, though,
showing how
it's
much
all about
Clix
the winners.
makes
It's all about moving
per
up
month.
that leaderboard.
As
So
in
less
how much he's
teams,
made this
said it,
June.
more POIs available to everyone. Who will
Clix
choose
is
what?
15
Who's
years
sticking
old
with
and
the
he's
game
made a
plan?
crazy amount of
So
money
many
just
more
this month.
questions now.
That's true, and like we said,
So again,
these are
if
the
people, you want to
final
subscribe to
3
the
games,
channel,
ladies and
subscribe to the
gentlemen,
TikTok,
because
follow the
that's it.
TikTok,
From here
sorry.
on out, we'll be crowning
TikTok's
a
in the
new
link
champion
in
here
the description.
for the Intel Nook Elite Cup event and series that's going on, with more to come in the future. But with that, things are heating up. We already know first place, Bugha and Jamper.
I've never played
Avery.
Save the World.
They are only 2 points ahead of Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. It's very close.
It seems quite
with
popular.
Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma.
You know,
right
the
on
whole
their
of
heels.
Fortnite's popular though.
Between those 3 teams, I mean, I don't know who I want to watch first on the drop spot, but we better let production know now.
I mean, right now we gotta watch Zayt and see exactly who is contesting Caddy corners.
Production just
It's
ignored
up for
them last
grabs.
time, by the
Everyone
way.
that was there is now gone, and they're the only players to survive. And they weren't even dropping at the spot. They were a third-party drop, basically, all the way up at Weather Station.
Yeah, I think was Save the World not the
That being
original
said, though, at
main
the top,
focus
I
of
wanna
Fortnite?
see mid-late game, Bugha, Avery, Jamper, and how they structure their game, looking to win the entire tournament, not just game to game now. Talk about consistency for middle of the pack. These guys still need to perform even better than those below them.
That's true, and as well, Casker, Schmeck, and Illis there, Schmack, they're at the major weather station just nearby too. So anyone there can now
Yeah, it was the main game.
Their drop spot, right? Get a little bit more.
You know, to be
ambitious
fair,
if they
you
choose.
know,
there is going to be a story to unfold there. Other spots
considering
that
how
we know are
popular
freed up now,
the
we
Battle
chat,
Royale mode
pushing
is,
off
you
for
can see why they've
defending the
switched
authority
focus.
station. Now they don't have Nuts Crew there with Tuexi and others. That's it. So that's their drop
But you
spot
can
as
see
well.
why the BR is
That's
the
what
main
it's
focus
looking
now.
like right now as we're approaching into Game 6 here, Shayo.
Fortnite
Yeah,
pulls
I mean,
a crazy
these
amount
guys
of
are
money.
10 times more stronger. I believe the game is ready. We can hopefully.
At some
hop
point,
in
I will do a
in
video
just a
looking at
second.
how much
The big game,
Fortnite
6
as a whole is
overall
made, by the way.
in the Intel New
Right.
Elite Cup,
Have
and
a look
it's
at
getting
this.
even hotter this time, though. Mysterious.
There always been
as we
5
don't know
llamas.
where people are gonna land.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Things are kicking off.
So
You
we're
can
watching
see
for
how the
Reverse's
bus
team
is
landing
slicing this
here.
pie right here. It's going to be a
Chap's gonna
50-50
land
right
here.
across the middle.
This
Anyone who's
this
playing
Chap.
that center area is going to be rewarded right now.
And then we're
You see
watching
nice
this
little
area,
lava
which gets
there.
crazy contested.
With that, the map has really changed, guys. You want to be landing anywhere.
here's-
Honestly, you get a nice
Wait.
stake at the mobility here. And look at this. It looks like we have some new people landing in that.
Yeah, Zayt and
Caddy's
Saf
corner
are going into Catty. Okay.
You say just a
This
few.
is
I think
interesting.
we have a lot of people who are just jumping straight in right now.
Is that 3 teams? Wait,
I'm
what?
Possibly confused by all the henchmen arrows, but there is definitely one team. No, they're actually.
So
going
if you
to
look
push
where my
straight
mouse
down
is, I think Zayt and
Central.
Saf
That
were
means
landing there,
Stretch,
but
Zayt
they've
and
switched
Saf
it
have
up.
to move fast to not only get every single henchman down, but hopefully, I've never seen Kit actually throw up a shockwave launcher before. That's actually kind of insane.
Saf
That's
is
true.
currently
We've seen them
failing
kind of
to
popping off there, so you don't want to get hit by that.
failing to hit Kit.
Look at this, guys. Now, Sav, Zayt, and Stretch get to reap the benefits of having a free POI because of the 2 teams that went toe-to-toe the entire comp. did not manage to find any success, not amongst themselves or any others.
Chop's
And
being
just
attacked
like
by a
that
shark.
now, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, who are in second place, have so much more to work with, more loots part of their path, and more odds at finding success
And I
here in
think
the competition.
Chop is uncontested,
There are
right?
25 teams left alive now.
75 players, 25 teams. The math adding up, no one taken out
It looks
yet,
like
and
Reverse
that's the
2K
effect of
has
basically
Frenzy Farm uncontested
having
still as well.
such a more open lobby. That'll make mid-game, though, that much more intense. It'll make Surge harder to get if no one's contesting each other. I mean, no people getting eliminated. I think that Cease and Arab might not be landing at the same spot. I would be curious to see exactly what's going down over at Sweaty Stance. Right now, though, Smack looks to kind of move in towards Caddy and start a surprising fight that Zayt, Stretch, and Saf might not see coming.
Yeah, and Schmecht and Kasker, Illis, they're already changing up their
I don't
game
think
plan as
he's
well,
moving in.
spreading out,
I think he's
claiming
just
the area
looting-
that Zayt and crew left
looting
behind.
that area he's
So
in.
already you're seeing
I don't know what
players
it's
get
called.
a little bit more ambitious with what they're claiming coming into the back portion, the end portions of the competition here.
I'm wondering if anybody's landing on the secret yacht that moves location all the time.
Kind of cool to see what's available inside of this. This is where Bugha, Jamper, and Avery now are playing. Remember, they are in first place only by a few points, though, so it's very much a tie game up top. If any one of our, I'd say, top 3 teams get out of the competition, this is going to be super, super close for other squads to kind of come up, make themselves relevant in the comp here. The team that's in the back, though, Young Calculator, Macwood and Zextro.
I mean, they have Misty slightly free. I think there might be one other team.
So they've got
maybe
one side of
nearby on
Misty.
the other side. They actually are.
I think that's quite common.
A few individuals from both trios over at Misty, so it's not going to be completely free for these guys. Rev actually looking to own a little bit of the real estate here. No vault to be found here, or actually, Monster, fun fact, no vault to be found over at that yacht either. I think it's like Decayed and Rusty over time. It is open though. There are a few chests, but no vault.
Hence the confusion, ladies and gentlemen. But here you see the effects of the different lobby pools already playing out. That's what I was trying to mention at for a second there, because at the start of the competition,
Acorn
that
landed?
Misty location was hot. There was a bunch of players. Now all of a sudden, a lot
Did he
more
come
room
from
to be
retail?
had for the team. So that's going to play into the factor right now, right? We know teams like Zextro, Mac, and Kaut can pull some stupid performances from nowhere. That can just very well drive them up the competition. This is their final chances to do so. Will we see another reverse Summoner and Graska type come back?
He
from
can't
back to
rotate
the
his
front
ramp.
half?
Gave
That's the
up.
question right now.
I mean, it's a lot harder for them because a lot of other teams basically get into Calc, Max, Zex mode, into basically, you know, TSM, because these guys are so good at allowing themselves to feel out the entire tournament over 6 games and pop off. With 8, it gives every other team that much more time as well to feel out this entire tournament, know what to do next. So, you know, their special strat or their kind of flavor compared to other teams is kind of spread apart now to everyone else, and it's harder for them to kind of find their own identity and play these games. Hopefully, though, they come back, because it's not a good final game without these guys somewhere near the top 10.
That's right. You're noticing the pace of the action kind of slow down here because, again, the lighter lobbies mean
Wait,
that
why did
more
Clix
players
stop?
can get fully stacked up. And this is
I
what
think
we're
I
expecting.
think the viewing
most
client
stacked
just
of the
disconnected,
stacked
to be
end
honest.
games moving henceforwards, because players can
I
get
doubt
comfortable.
Clix
So it is going
disconnected.
to be a matter of skill, positioning, and timing for most of these engagements here now. As we're seeing not much of a big change here in the pace.
Little
like
upgrade
I
there.
said, you saw Zextro decide to hit that upgrade machine. We didn't see any of that before. There just was no time to, right? So this is what I mean by players getting comfortable for the battle.
I mean, you're kind of the king here right now of knowing how these games play out, you know, getting to cast so many Ninja Battles moments with 60 teams with, or 60 players with less teams. What do people need to do that's kind of different from the normal style of gameplay?
Hey, it's all a matter of just taking your time, quite honestly. That's been the trend so far, and we're seeing it, like, even right there. Colazo gets a little tap shot on that team, but look, they call for the big disengage. There's so much on the line for someone like Colazo as well, right? Think about it. They're in 3rd place. Is it worth taking the unnecessary risk at this point? We're able to catch up with all the players, so you can see exactly how players' loadouts are starting to come together and really be formulated here. My gosh, Shark, Knight, and Haas here. That's something pretty nice. Some extra flops.
On the back end of the lower side of the map, or slightly northern side of the map, they get to have a lot of loot.
Sneaking in.
Nani, though, game 1 winners. I think these guys have kind of dwindled down over time. Haven't seen much overall, and the strats are switching up too. little bit of fun, sneaky business on the Fernando, Rocane, and AJ, or Agers. It might be possible, but I think Nani's actually in a bad position for this one.
That's right, and he was looking for the barrel stuff, but it's not going to be enough. The jig is up. They were spotted out, and now Agers is on defense here with Fernand. They're looking to back up here. Grenades are coming in, and no, they're not going to find their mark. They back up just in time here. Big pot being thrown down, though. Now it's a question of, do you really want to take this fight? This is kind of scary if you think about it. No tags on any of the crew, right? Like, or barely any, just Fernand being hit once. And yes, they are. They're going for the build fight. What a risky fight indeed. Ved manages to hold the height here, Shayo.
I mean, this is all about trying to get that win ultimately, and that just starts with eliminations before placement. That means these guys have to basically take this fight if that's their game plan. Nani over from the top, his entire team kind of controlling Fernando's trio all the way down to the bottom. Nays being thrown, getting things explosives, opening up the entire base, but hopefully making sure you don't hit yourself in the process. A lot of builds kind of expended all the way around this fight. Nani now all the way down to 16 in total. Gonzo fishing as this happens. I think these guys just want control of this entire spot and then get to rotate out afterwards. At what price though? Because that's a lot of mats, a lot of nades used, and basically no tags or anything gained for this trio.
That's right, and being the first to exit now, you see Fernand there does lay some shots down. Not sure if he's going to connect it all, but regardless, this was a pretty dicey fight to take. Positioning here, not the greatest, so it's time to move on out. Take a look from Prodigy Analytics, dropping some notes for us. The incredible 23 World Cup participants competing today in either solos or duos. 9 are currently in the top 10, 5 in the top 3. That's actually kind of crazy.
I mean, yeah, keep calling World Cup players washed, I guess, because that's entirely not true. If you like to spell and spend misinformation, keep going for it. Right now, they're doing really well. This is a non-World Cup qualler, though. This is Kalazu, who I think recently Monster has made waves not only in his own community, but overall in Fortnite. He's being a dope player to watch and getting results from the game as well.
Hey, man, anyone with the first name that's my last name should be doing well, if I do say so myself. Here's Slacks, Keys, and Lazar. But no, yes, seriously.
I don't even know what Monster's last name is.
Making something big of himself in the recent times. I think it all kind of kicked up. Was it the DreamHack performance? He had some crazy solo performance. I don't know which one it was, but some insane performance was really the catalyst. Put him on the map here, on the radar.
So you need 5 to die, or the Storm Surge.
It's pretty good for him.
Gonna hit.
Yeah, that team also doing exactly what, you know, smaller orgs or orgs that are not usually taken super seriously competitive-wise have to do to kind of break into the scene and then break away from the stigma. To sign these players, get into these big investments, and have them pay off. The players they signed are amazing. Assault, one of the players who actually won, I believe, the last Elite Cup. They're making the right moves, and I'm taking them definitely a lot more seriously than I was before. That being said, these players taking this game so much more so seriously too. No one has gotten eliminated yet, Monster.
That's right. I don't remember the last time I was in a competition where several zones passed. Not a single player was
not a single
out.
death. Yeah, well
noted.
noted.
How much the credibility to the player lobby.
It's a high skill lobby left.
Kind of insane here. It is looking pretty good though. It's only getting tighter and tighter. Zone 3 is underway. 60 seconds out before the zone starts cutting in. You can see big positioning already being taken. Kanata hitting a meteor in the air. Little pop shot there. I wonder, do you think, I was going to say, do you think he thought that was a player, or he's just trolling, keeping his fingers warm?
I think he's just trying to get a pre-tag on a Marauder. They're so hard to come by.
Maybe he was trying to see what happens. Who knows?
Towards competitive, because you don't want that random factor in an entire squad of AI beaming your builds down, making you forced to use mats and ammo. But if they give Surge, I believe that's, you know, a good trade-off and how invasive they can be. That being said, though, they're chilling in their base. So many other teammates, the teams are too. I think right now the entire map is dark. If anyone makes moves, that's like a light that everyone looks towards, and there's disaster. So everyone's playing passively. They don't want to be that first shine. They want to make sure that they can react to what's going on the map and not be the cause of their own demise.
One thing to think about as the game continues to stretch on is Storm Surge will be an issue for teams that are not taking any action. If you didn't find a pack of Marauders, you should have a big red flag on your kind of radar here. But that shot right there, we talk about just tags being important. He's going to find one here. Degen, Daxter, Isiv. Now it's Vid.
The reverses team is 1,600 above, so they found Marauders.
could have been a big opportunity for them to kind of collapse in on, but no, they're just going to continue to back off. So far from the zone right now, 1.5 minutes to make this rotate. They have to get inside and past Lazy Lake. Or
Still
out
not a
and
single
around it,
player
and that's what they're
died.
doing. Burning these builds while they can to go all the way around. Another missed shot from here. Degen, that could have been huge for him. Just look at the map, Shayo. You can see teams are so situated now. The ones that got here nice and early.
So we're on game
managed
6
to
out of
claim
8.
up the
2 more
strong
games after
spots.
this. Then we'll see who's won the
Well,
grand
I mean,
prize.
Too, like these guys are tight right now.
I
They're
think there's
not
about
kinda
$10,000
veering
on the
off from
line.
each other, other than a few splits we just saw like maybe 2 minutes ago. Right now, every team is moving building to building close by, making sure they don't get the type of cheese play done onto them or anything like that. But at the same time, playing this close to the chest, not going and trying to get some tags or moving around for positions. You saw Colazzo's Stormsters there. It's only 85. He's got that number way up where you could just see the game taking him out before a player does.
Shayo, it was 85 below, so this is why Colazzo's up top
okay.
trying to find some shots. Yeah, the fact that he's so far from any other competitors, it's not looking too good. But
He's
yeah,
above now.
he is going to use those grenades and find a hit. So now just finally pulling himself up above his team, throwing some stinkers.
What's he trying?
as
He's trying to
well.
wall bang.
This is
I
how they're
think he's
managing
playing
to
COD.
leverage the Storm Surgeons to their favor, but still not looking too safe here. It's Cease who's under pressure down below. Big snipes coming in from out in the distance here. I think Cease is in a battle right now, though. It's looking like he's box to box with some opponents.
Cease can't get away from it, man. Even switching POIs or getting sweaty free, like still getting into these mid-game fights. Blake will be low though. Has a lot of shields. There's nice speedy juggling too to make sure he gets both those whites and those blues all the way back up to full. We were talking about Colazzo as well beforehand, talking about loadouts. I mean, I tuned into a few of his streams. We just saw his loadout right there. He has the right risks and ideas in mind. He's not carrying a shotgun of any variety, going for double spray. I mean, that's easier for tags, but still his team can't find them.
And there you see the lightning bolts from up above.
That's a good
Casper,
shot.
Illis, and Schmeck,
I like this
believe, are
shot.
under some serious pressure, and they're forced into Zexro, Macwin, and Calc, who
Yeah,
haven't
look
been
at-
having
look at
quite the
Zay-
day. But the sound
Zay
indicator
here
is
on
going to
the
be
high
enough
ground.
for them to know that they can possibly take this fight
And
in
Sap's
full. And
building a
Zexro's
fake
gonna punch
base,
Casper right
probably.
there. You see
Yeah.
the big shots.
Ooh.
It's being exchanged back and forth. The firefight. Casper's
I don't
gonna
think it's
fall
even a
now.
fake base. He's just
Macwin's
protecting
on his back
himself.
heels. Pay attention to that feed as you will see who ends up victorious there. Should be Zexro and crew. These are some much needed points for them. Lucky for us, we are able to jump into the perspective here. Zexro
A
finds
big update
Illis.
as well. There's not going to be a single team now that gets eliminated from the competition, so it's all about basically playing regular tournament style, just fewer teams. And you saw the effect it had on this mid game. Yeah, it's a lot slower, but the tension will build up over time. These guys were basically getting hit by Storm, tried to fight off Calc. It did not work out. They got to back off slightly. That being said, I feel like Colazzo and his team is looking down, just watching their food fight each other before they come in for a third-party pickup. No one wants to go all in on anyone else. Only one trio has been taken out so far, and 69 players are left alive.
And take a look here. They're going to pop these peppers now. Means that it's time to get on out of here and hit the boogie down. Let's see where they're going to decide to rotate through. That's right. They're going to go out and around here. And look at how fast you move when you're on these peppers, making it nice and easy to cut across. Such a scary sound, though, hearing someone move that quick, out position, and holding the hissing shotgun, the charged shotgun as well. They did this to actually take the fight. I thought they were going to rotate, but they sped
What are
up,
these
and
kids
now they're
doing?
looking
Are
for the
they
engagement.
genuinely trying to W key?
Beautiful wall take right
I
here from
mean,
young Cal.
I guess the points are low.
Remember, they need these points. They notice it's only a duo because Zexro already found one. I believe you found Illis.
What's up,
It's a
Kanabi?
matter of finding Schmack and
You saw the
Casper
TikTok?
now, but
Yep,
if
seems
the
like a lot
Ninja
of other
Battles
people
event
liked it
said
too.
anything, is that a scary duo is still a scary
Make sure you
duo, even
subscribe to
against
this
the trio.
channel
Remember
too.
Jack and Acorn.
So
Volley
for
cast
every
it perfectly,
TikTok I
called
make,
it perfectly.
there's
They
a
held it down
breakdown.
and beat Zayt and Saf
There's a breakdown of all the
previous.
numbers on this channel.
kind of running, so showing how
I
close
don't
it
think
could
I've
be.
really perfected how to do the breakdown on YouTube,
Got that
but
Mac
I'm still
Calc trio
experimenting.
in this
It will get
situation as
better.
well. I think both those guys both have a pepper popped and are chasing Casker's trio down.
And there's going to be a new TikTok looking at how much Clix makes. And it's a crazy amount. It's a crazy amount of money.
No one actually goes up. Calc is kind of the warden.
It will be out on Sunday or Monday. I'm not sure yet.
They're getting punished right now, rightfully so, because they were not on top of Surge, and they picked up 3 eliminations, saving themselves from the bottom side of the leaderboard. Remember, it's the only 3 of about, I think, 7 right now, so they have almost half the eliminations of Game 6. And they're looking really good in position to move forward in Misty Meadows and get possibly in a spot to take height and win the game.
That's right. And Summer, the teammate of Reverse 2K and E11 Graska, is holding his own today, despite being the only player in the top 10 to have never played in an FNCS heat. That's right. Summer has never made it to an actual grand
Summer's
heats, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Summer's
He is
underrated.
running with the Wolves here in the competition.
I mean, it's something I think only an event like this can help with and make happen. Because
He's never played
not
in
only was
heats?
there an open track,
What?
because it's trios and you guys
Where's
just
Summer
popped this
come
off
from?
and did it so early, it lets all these experimentative trios kind of come together and play, find success.
Because Summer's
even
done great
from
with
the
it,
worst
with
positions,
reversing
'cause remember,
Graska.
I keep saying it, these guys were in last. It's just so impressive that they pulled all the way up and are doing so well. Summer included, he was, I think, the reason they got to survive that insane parkour clutch.
Yeah.
Now, Furious, Foxfighter himself, will move forward and see what he can do.
That's what it was, man. He was able to stay alive and let the Elims convert. But here it is. We're starting to see some action finally unfold, guys. And things are heating up. Teams are getting closer and closer, and the tension is rising, as everyone knows that eventually they're going to have to meet the Storm Surge Maker himself. Here it is, jumping into the box now. Furious, your FNCS Invitationals winner here, is going to get tagged up. Bites more than he can chew. And he gets met with several angles from the opponent. I'm not sure who it was. It was Blake. Okay, so that's Cease, High Sky, and Blake right there, I believe, down below. He pushes into the wrong fight here, and now Chaotic also gets tagged back. And there it is. They're no longer in the advantage position that they were in when they entered this fight.
Hey, solos is one thing, and, you know, pushing a box there, I think, is a lot different than trying to do it to a trio. Whatever input you're on, I don't think it matters, especially against charged shotguns now. Just
So game 6 out of
zooming
8.
straight in when the other
2
player
full
has
games to
advantage.
come after
It's
this.
difficult to execute 100%. And now his zone closes in. I
I'll
think
be
these guys
covering
still have
every
to
live
find a way to
Fortnite
get the
event
zone
on this
without
channel.
stopping that infinite.
If there's
Some
any live
juggle
RuneScape
able
events, I'll cover
to
those
move
as well.
forward as well.
There's not many
Meanwhile,
RuneScape events these days,
usual
though.
for Zayt, Stretch, and Saf. Still have more nades to
What the?
They needed that right there, as they haven't found any Elims coming into the game so
That
late.
was crazy.
Oh my gosh, Kalaza who falls there. So the second place v third
They
place
got 2 hits
engagement.
there.
But lucky for Kalazo here, he's going to be able to get picked up by Grandma. Tabs on defense right now. That was a close call. You can hear the additional grenades coming in. They're
Ooh.
exposed now, and it comes off just in time.
Look at the
Save
timing on
here,
that.
But it doesn't matter. They're below the Storm Surge. As soon as Kalazo gets picked up,
Kalazo
he
gets
put
Storm
back
Surged.
down. So the Elam's going to convert back to Saf, by the way.
That's savage.
I mean, those nades were the worst thing that could have happened to this trio. But at the same time, Colossal going down means Grandma might be able to survive with those chug splashes if he takes them at the right time.
They
I mean,
still need
think about
5 to
Monster,
die.
there are 22 trios alive right now, and it's not almost even the 5th zone. I have barely been in a position to see this before.
How much does
That's right, and it's
Surge
looking
hit?
like it's going to be close here too for this team, because no one's
Looks
dropping
like it only hit him
fast enough.
15 there,
5
it can't be
players
right.
have to fall right now, ladies and gentlemen, in order for the Storm Surge to stop ticking. Your third place team has got a really serious
I don't know how much
decision
it's
to make.
hitting.
Take a fight or try and out heal it. Things are looking very intense right now. Again, still 4 players up, only 1 has fallen since then. Still looking so close, half in, half out, already on the movement here. We're approaching
still
zone
ticking.
6. Yes, it is. And no, it's not looking good for Mega right now. And there it is. He gets zapped out of the comp. Bye-bye, Mega. Bye-bye, Dubs. The Chug Jug was not enough to keep him alive.
It's still not done. There's 51 people
Oh,
left
Graska's just
alive.
died.
Zone 5 is closing in. There's people
That's
who are
Reverse's
kind
team.
of just above
They were
Storm
9th.
Surge, but you'll see the number on the right side of your screen go down and up drastically.
Reverse
Chat
and
on
Summer
height
are
only
still
has
alive,
about
though.
300 above everyone else. I guarantee we'll see a Zone 7 surge as well. It's still shooting down on people after
There
the
you go,
threshold
it's
has
finished
ended.
now.
This is one stacked game.
But wait a second. I see that there's no Avery and Jamper to back up Bugha. So
No.
Bugha's by himself now. 78 points he had in the lead before coming into this competition right now. So we don't even know if they pulled any extra elims.
Wait, what?
Regardless of what, that means this first place position
I'm sure the full
right
team
now
was
is
alive
up
in the feed
for
there.
grabs. It's no longer looking comfortable right now. Not by any means here. Big fights happening. Great catch from Mikey as the Rockets. Beautifully timed cone's going to keep them alive right now from losing all their HP. You can see all the explodes are coming in right now. Here's Bizzle's going to fall. Quick harpoon now to try and pick up as many mats as possible. Unknown's going to find it. Still no elims for this team, but it's okay because they're making his way to the end game right
I think
now. We know
Reverse and
Unknown,
Summer
once
just
he
screwed
gets going,
themselves.
can get some serious work happening.
He has to
Yeah, Reverse
start
just
that
tried to
engine
pad, but he
though
didn't
first
look up.
because there's other players acting as brakes on this man's low tarp. Still though, Misty Meadows, unknown, rotating through low ground, reminds me of a very similar situation all the way in FNCS squads. This man is the winner of these big team modes. Chap though, getting knocked down to a little bit of HP that is barely even left. No materials either left for him. Edgy and AV are alive, but
So
I think
someone needs to
way too
clutch for
far him to
Reverse's
kind of
team
return
again.
to. He does have the grappler though to move up and in.
There you can see Saf killed Reverse in the speed.
He'll have to get that split down and hopefully
Reverse
survive the
basically
next
killed
few
himself
seconds.
though.
This is
I don't know
a
what he
very
did.
important Elim right now. If he can get any tags, it's going to be huge. He bounce him back into the game, but no, he's going to fall into the zone. Lucky for him, that 1 second threshold is going to keep him alive just longer. The splash that came up didn't hit him either, so that's going to be so bad for him. And now the zone ticks over. He gets taken out here. Edgy once again left to fend by himself. The
Edgy's
Stinkers
dead.
though are going to be the end and his demise now. That team gets wiped up. Out of the competition now, Shayo.
Storm Surge stinks. 14 teams in the same box. What is going on? I cannot keep up with it. This edge zone is so hectic.
Summer Ray
There's
is
so many high-profile
clutching
teams
it up for
vying
Reverse's
the
team
top
again, by
spot
the way.
in
He's
this
still
big
alive.
leaderboard.
He's
In
on
Game
60
6
health
are trying to
combined.
survive. Clix
He's on
one of his final builds, finally
10 health
boxed
and
up.
50 shield.
Can't even take minis or do anything. He just has a charge pump, an AR, and a dream. Gets crashed.
Sadly,
back,
they're
they
not
can
switching
break
to him
builds.
because he's
Will
clutching
he
up
end
again.
Using them? Will it be the right time to? He gets taken down all the way.
He's on
70
30
effective
HP now.
Down to the ground, sees a launch pad, but can't actually get it. It's all the way in zone. Doesn't know if it's blocked. Moving forward, few matches.
Yeah, he died.
But it's
He's
blocked off by another
11th.
team. It's just Clix by himself in clutch mode. The classic player who just thrives in these scenarios and gets his team points, wins games, is still surviving, dodging elimination. And I don't know how, because this is an entire side of the zone that no one is paying attention to. So many players beside him on his walls, maybe in pyramids. It's going above a mountain.
Clix
though.
is just
This little
low ground
smash by the
warring,
time they
right?
come down. The first one gets blocked off. The second throws him all the
Clix is
way
dead.
too far back into the storm. It's not enough, but he did affect other people's
Crash pads are
games.
too
Nice
chaotic.
try from Clix. Now we have the rest of the game to watch.
Chat, any
Too
final
late,
predictions?
Too late. He did not have
Chat,
enough
who's winning
time
this
to get
game?
up and over the mountain. We knew it was going to be an issue when he didn't have material. Either way, though, big points, big placement being picked up. Snagging a top 10 for his crew right there. Remember, that's about 4 points worth of placement, so not too bad by any means. Here's Ace, Chwexy, and Neff here. We haven't really seen too much of this team, so having them in the end game right now is pretty massive. See if they can find themselves some highlights here, as they're going to find someone up on height, and a couple shots are going to
19
connect.
HP.
Ace is going to get punished, though, in the exchange, and down he goes. The fall damage. It's Kanata who's going to find him and Polarized with one rocket, I believe, that dropped both of these players right now. And boom, here comes
There's still
the
5
explosion.
teams alive.
Oh my
There's a lot
gosh,
of full
it's
teams
Kanata
alive.
blowing up everyone from the low ground with the RPG.
A course of calculus as this man is finding every single possible angle and hitting it. with
Kanata has
glorious
5
line.
kills.
Saf going
Look at the
down
kills.
as well.
This team's
5
got
kills for
13
Kanata
kills.
here at the
Look
end
at
game.
this.
Another big tackle shot.
What is going on?
Showdown, and he wins it out for 7, moving up towards height.
This team has
Although
15
he's not
kills.
controlling the server, he is performing in it. Bucky
He's
is
dead
also
now.
alive, but now he gets taken out. Bucky removed 2. No, he's on height actually, and he has nades. Bucky 5 eliminations of his own. I think
So
it's
it's
a final
1v2.
2v1. He cannot
Yeah.
takes off the storm. People are jumping left and right. It's chaos for Bucky. Can he handle it? Fed looking for the final shot.
Yeah,
Bucky
he's
looking
trying to
survive
smother
as
them.
It's charge shot.
it going
but is he
uphill? I
charged
think it
up
is.
enough right now to deal that
No, he's
big
dead.
damage. The first shot is not there, and the storm takes him out.
It was so close too. He
Yo,
nearly
that
had
was
it.
madness.
7 Elims for Kanata.
Kanata's
5
team went
for
crazy
Bucky,
there.
And 3 on Creo. What a monstrous
15 kill
monstrous
endgame.
15 Elims.
Look at the-
second place.
Look at the
You know
balloon
they are
managed to land on the
climbing their way
platform.
all the way up the food chain now.
I mean, you said you invited players, not gods. So I don't think this is fair for every other trio in the game, because I think these guys were at 20th place after last game.
Right,
third.
I'll be back in a
And
few
now
minutes,
I would
folks.
have to say that's a first place performance from Bucky Creo Kanata. That was absolutely insane.
Hey, what better way to know than to run it back and check out the intel plays of the match right there. Let's go ahead and just kind of get caught up on what unfolded here in Game 6.
I mean, all right. I mean, I'm cooling down from that super hot game, basically, but this is where it kind of all started. We should have known it was going to get crazy. So much for Edgy, AV, and Chap to control. It's not possible with Stinks and an unfavorable zone to climb. Once the end game finally did start, though, it was Ace who actually interrupted height, allowed them to be in this position, but then after that, Kanata, rocket after rocket, taking down all these top teams looking to hit the top 10. I mean, single-handedly just affecting the entire server.
That's right, and just powering through, you can see that he was hitting every shot that mattered. This one right here, especially against these, was the most impressive, and the 50-50 goes all the way through and finds the 2 huge shotgun shots before getting tapped by Saf, I believe, right here in the low ground or stretch. It was so unfortunate. There it is. He gets bopped right from behind. He didn't even realize. Actually, was it Vid right there? Yeah, he came from the side there. What a pleasant surprise. For a second here, it looked like Bucky was going to win this engagement here. Look at how much health they had. Gonzo and Ved didn't have anything left right there for HP wise. All Bucky has to do is find the one big shot and hold out for the conversion. Siphon here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea to jump all the way up top, but unfortunately, the Storm was on his back. Cool thing to note, though, Kanata literally clawed his way above Zayt, Saf, and Stretch by shooting the RPG that took them out in the end game. So he takes over them both in that game single-handedly and the leaderboard.
But all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a quick 60-second break. When we return, we're hopping right back into the action. Enjoy the quick word from our sponsors over at Intel. All right, welcome back after that short little break. Hope you guys got your slurp juices, minis, and all that other good stuff ready to kind of rock and roll here because the games are going to be on the way. It's Monster G-Face here and Shio Wager for the Intel Nook Elite Cup. It's our second time hosting the Elite Cup here at the practice server. Couldn't be more proud to do it alongside other stand-up brands like Chronic Team. So for all you guys tuning in on Chronic's channel, what's up, guys? Thank you guys for their premiere ever YouTube first live stream. So it's pretty awesome as well. And for everyone in the Twitch TV practice server channel, we want to say thank you guys for tuning in and following. I think we've gained like 4,000 or 5,000 followers today. Pretty incredible what the community can do when you guys all come together. So thanks for being a part of this.
Yeah, shout out to Ronaldo as well and everyone else who's kind of been doing unofficial viewing parties.
That's right.
And a fun blast to tune in with. And overall, man, for the community, this has been a really good event.
Yeah, seriously, thank you, Ronaldo, again putting on some of the funniest comms the community has could ask for. I really wanted, guys, listen, I really wanted to get Ron on the stream. I did, but the timing was just all off. Getting the players ready. You have no idea, chat, how hard it is to organize one of these. It takes a lot of time, not including all of my own personal endeavors as a content creator. Just FYI, it took a lot of time. We'll get Ron in the next one, I promise.
I'll say the actual reason. I think we wanted Ron, but we only had one spot. We couldn't get Ron and his mic. So unfortunately, couldn't get him on the cast. It was kind of a two-man deal. So that being said, though, so far, I think everyone's been having a dope time. Last game, I think, was the most explosive one on both ends of the items used and the results on the leaderboard. I mean, I'm excited to see, what's going on there, but I think we missed a few trios we were talking about, I think, in the break there for the commercials that we missed out on who kind of performed in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest performance, I think, was definitely Kanata, Bucky, and Creo. We already know that they were very much in top 8. Then they had a good game. Then follow up another beautiful performance. I mean, they had, I did the math for a second there. I think it was 15 elims. 15 elims and a third place, or a second place, excuse me, because Bucky, he said he choked in the Twitch chat. I saw you, Bucky. You didn't choke, man. That was a tough one to still win. Here, I'll give you a tip. You ready, Bucky? You peeked with your left camera angle. Everyone knows you got to go with the right. That's why you got shot first, man.
I mean, hey, 10 HP against the Storm.
Yeah, true.
It's hard for a lot of even the best players to be able to do that on an incline, even with or without builds. That being said, that entire team, not only controlling height, but taking out everyone from mid to low, kind of insane. I know it was an RPG, but finding those angles, Monster, how many times have you seen people self-RPG, not only in this tournament, but overall? I mean, Kanata did it perfectly.
I mean, it's been happening since season 1. It's always going to happen, especially when it comes down to team-based game modes. So easy. Miscommunication is the death of anyone with the RPG. We're editing with it out, honestly. We've seen a lot of mistakes happen there, but Kanata did manage to pull it off. Like we said, another team we saw up there, though. Arab, Polarized, and I'm slipping who's their third right now, but they were up on the top because Kanata actually ended up taking them out to fall damage at that time as well with the rocket launcher. So with that being said, that's another team that finally made it out of the farms because they were going against Cease in the early game, and we talked about they were having struggles. But now the lobbies are starting to simmer down, a lot less players, and we're seeing the difference of how some of the best players, you know, brain-wise that know how to rotate, etc., are making it towards these end games.
I mean, hey, spam some stinky cheese in the chat so we never forget about D's, the third player from that Arab trio.
There you go.
That being said, yeah, they have been on height. They have been in mid-game. And this is another team where, like, if you give them the opportunity to win, they come out on top because they have the brains, they have the brawn, they have everything needed to be able to win. They just need zone or some type of position once out of 8 games. A lot to ask for as a win condition, but we've seen historic duos and trios, you know, operate with it. Chapik's crew and Beehive, I believe, were the one trio that was really good at when they got zone, finishing out a game. You know, Aqua's so good at it over at EU as well. When Bizzle or Zayt ever have zone, do you see them lose? Because I don't. That being said, we're talking about high stakes now, right? No more looking at the bottom of the leaderboard. We're talking about who can win this tournament. We have 2 games left. Game 7 is coming up, but we will talk about those leaderboards for Game 6 real quick. Let's look at it, actually. I think we have them ready. We'll see what the results are, who is closer to winning, and finally, here's a change that we see, Monster.
That's right. We're just going to
So
get you
Kanata
guys
still
all
first
coming
place
into this game right now and lead up Kanata, Bucky, and Creo all
with
the way
that
at the
crazy
top,
pop-off.
points, showing you guys how close it was. As
Reverse
Bugha
and
was
Grask
in
have
top
lost
3
the
as well.
place.
We're going to browse through all these. This game is just underway, ladies and gentlemen, as here's your second and third pages now. You saw Twexy coming in towards the end there. Finally, that was a big game for them, pushing them up to 18th. And other notable names here on the final page don't really matter because those guys were deleted from the competition, all except for 2015 there. But regardless of what, guys, we are hopping into the next game. I believe it's game number 7 here, Shayo, in the Intel Nook Elite Cup, excuse me, as it's all going down right there. The bus splitting up the map right now.
I mean, is it the lucky number 7, or will the top teams fall? Because right now, we have a huge lead. I think the biggest one we've seen from the last 3 games. For Kanata in first place, I think it's 11 points that these guys are ahead. So there'll be a lot of placement for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way, the entire tournament for them to catch up to the top spot. Right now, once again, uncontested are these big POIs. Chap has everything he needs with AV and Edgy in the early game. The biggest question is, can he translate that to end game dominance? Because right now, it hasn't been there, and they are at the middle of the pack, which is not where they usually are in scrims or on leaderboards.
Yeah, and especially in team-based game modes, right? Like, this is where Chap really shines, but who knows? Maybe it could just be the teammate lineup not quite going into his favor here. As we jump back, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch here opting to go back to Caddy's corner. This is the 2nd game in a row now since the exit of Wavy, Jacob, Reet, Tomas, Innocent, Scoped, and Tfue here, and now they're just claiming it up. And in exchange, Casker, Illis, and Schmeck have taken what they left behind. So a bit of a swap up here in the mix-up. We're seeing it now 2 games in a row. I would still say the team with the benefit or with the advantage in the situation, still Schmeck, Casker, and Illis. But do you really want to go up against, you know, that power trio so early in the game?
I mean, 100% these guys are in the power position, but no matter what happens this tournament, no matter who wins, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are definitely the winner all psychologically. Now, I know Tfue's team, as well as Wavy Jacob and his trio, got barred off due to the way the format works in this competition. But Zayt, Saf, Stretch basically showed that they weren't even landing at Caddy, and they controlled the entire POI game after game, being top 3 basically the entire time in the tournament. I know Smack, Casker, and Illis might feel comfortable over here, but, you know, Zayt doesn't drop Caddy. He drops where Smack is right now. So this is kind of a false sense of confidence that Casker, Smack, and Illis might be building up for themselves. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, though, won the mind games. They won the POI, and now they might just win the entire tournament. They are definitely the winners here today, and I think for the rest of these Trio Cash Cups this week.
Wait a second there. I saw Arab take out Cease, and I'm not sure if that was a Marauder that also caught an Elim in the feed, but that might have also happened. We're just kind of browsing through our players there. Unknown. Prosecutor Mikey looking pretty good so far. Here's a look at Pleasant Park. So we are, again, slow and steady here in the early game right now. It's Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle. We're sitting up. They've had Pleasant Park the entire day to themselves. The only con, again, is just Storm Surge for teams like this. But it's A-okay. They've managed to find it and make it work in their benefit.
These guys are the most consistent and the most comfortable, I think, at this POI. I think Clix has been landing here all the way back at maybe Worlds as a safe spot, although he did land at that C building at Neo Tilted. Now it's just kind of all about finding your spot, using it, and adapting to it, you know, mode to mode. That being said, though, you talk about Arab and Cease getting taken out there mid-game. Pretty surprising. I know chat's very vigilant, too. We do see that there's 24 teams overall and less of a player count. That just means more teams are fighting. One might have not made it in. We'll check in from the back and update you guys and see exactly what's going on with that.
Yep, and that is how everything's kind of unfolding here. Take a look at this, though. Tabs getting dropped out of the competition. Wow. Now it's only Grandma and Colazo left alive here. They're split up, so it looks like their drop spot did not go very well over at Retail Row. I think you mentioned it. They've been landing here since the earliest days of competition, Colazo specifically. But now, look, they're up pretty much as solos right now. Jack and Acorn are up on high. Eclipse way off towards the lake house here. But I think Jack's got his eyes set on Grandma. Little does he know,
what is Grandma doing?
Back him up here, Chayo, and this might be the end of him.
I mean, sneaky consistency will always kind of beat momentous trios. So what I mean by that is the way Acorn and Jack play, it's always consistent. You never really see them, though. They affect your games when you least expect it. That kind of play style, that mentality will
backing
always
off?
trump the way
yeah, they're backing off.
Tabs and Grandma always pop off slowly.
They just want Storm Surge.
Getting comfortable at their spot. Jack and Acorn are never comfortable. They're always making sure they're on, you know, their tippy toes, making every single decision with information that they get all throughout the game. When it comes to Colazo, though, sometimes momentum might make him take slightly more of a back lean in the seat, not paying the most attention to what's going on around him. This whole trio might follow up with that as well, and then that's where Tabs gets taken out. That's cool, though, because these guys are still clutch players. They're used to these 2v3s, and they will be able to come back.
Definitely am thinking that it's possible here. Look at Misty Metals once again. Talk about how much more real estate. Now all of a sudden it's a dead zone here. It's Zombie Town. They have all this area to themselves. Loadout looking a lot comfortable. A lot more comfortable than what they normally used to. No way. There's a llama spawned on the building. How unfortunate, because that building is not accessible. Maybe that's an indicator that the water will lighten up one day. Here's a big fight breaking out right now.
Wait, I didn't know llamas could spawn underwater. What?
He's not looking too good right now. So we're going to pay attention to the feed. Yes, Lazar's going to find threats right there. The wide shot was enough to let us know there's no way he was going to be able to survive that. But I see that Jack found the Elim here. So Eclipse, Acorn, and Jack now have one. That's probably going to be on Grandma, right?
Yeah, and I think, or it might have been on Tabs, who was down before as well. While Justice tries to go straight in to finish off a trio, note that only one has kind of gone down this entire time. Threats, who was kind of at the bottom spot in, I believe, game 3 of 8, was looking to just kind of use his momentum, travel upwards on the leaderboard throughout all these games. Now he's taken out. He was the reason these guys did not get eliminated, his trio at least, and now he's not here anymore, Monster. That's got to be tragic for the mentor.
So tragic indeed here. As we saw that having a two-man team is not the way to go, not by any means. But no, now they're also in the low ground. Grenades and stinkers coming in. You can see how much they have to expend just to stay alive.
And it just got deleted.
The angles are being opened up. Pure Day is going to hit the geyser out from the whirlpool. And yes, he is going to manage to get away just barely, but not before losing his teammate.
That's
now
the advantage
he is left by
the
himself.
whirlpool
no
rotation.
way to get the card either, so that reboot is donezo.
This is just like
He's got to play solo now.
Sadness, because I don't think
honestly, I don't recognize any of these three names. I don't know if you guys do chat.
Expect them to
I don't know.
Too much right now, but you know, these tournaments are all about breaking expectations, providing gameplay and performance where people doubt you.
Can
the
he get
most.
down to that reboot
The
button?
reboot's all the way down inside the water. There's no chance for him to pick that one up.
You can't glitch down to them. I've seen a clip. Someone doing it at Craggy.
Over time, we'll see exactly what ends up happening. Maybe in another week they will have a better chance to.
Unknown just killed 2 people in the feed.
I can see that happening potentially here as Zayt, Stretch, and Saf are cutting through some serious, scary area right now. There's so many other players nearby. You can see the arrows all scrambling, trying to get to the next safe zone right now. opting to take the land instead of the water because of the risk that entails that. And you can see who's nearby. It's Gonzo, Ved, and crew who took 2-game victories so far.
You have to be
First
brave
of
to
any,
rotate in the
honestly,
boats
competition. It's
in a
catch
tournament like this.
2 games in the Elite. We haven't seen it happen all day today in the Elite Cup. So can another team be one of the only ones to catch 2 victory royales against the best players in only 8 games? We'll see.
I mean, it's a tall order. There's
I
only
think
2
both of
games
these teams
left.
are trying to
Some
go for the
trios
world
that
pool.
deserve it. Kanata, Bucky, Crew are one of them. And all of them are kind of pulling their own weight right now. 41 total eliminations, Monster. I will repeat my words once again while Fernando actually gets taken out. Wait a second. Everything's switching up from what's happening in-game. We'll talk about that in a sec. Zextro finally active in this mid-game. Gets a quick knock on a Fernando, and while Zone is coming, this revive might be really hard to hit.
That is true. I mean, the big sniper right there is going to put him down, and Zextro knows this is a crucial elim and a point for them to make, but no, instead, they're going to hit the whirlpool on out. They're going to fly out of here with the opportunity that Zextro opened up for his crew here, so free rotate for them. Another team nearby, though. We know Colossal and Tabs did not have Grandma, but it doesn't matter.
This team is not getting the look.
A little too
They've
long,
been
and
sniped
Tabs
twice now.
hits him with a big, heavy snipe to the face.
Ridiculous.
I mean, that hunting rifle hits different. You're just basically standing there, I don't know, calculating for maybe a
What are
bit
they
too
doing?
long.
Crazy.
Rocane now taken out, a revive though traded, so Fernando's up to kind of defend. Palazzo though has to make it through all the way, not only past this trio, but in zone, past Authority, to the next one. That's North. I mean, you cannot stack the odds against them by any means. It might actually go down to a build. Dude, what is going on?
He wasn't expecting that, was he?
Dodged that snipe IRL and also did not just feel very scared for Tabs as he jumped off into that land. And look, Colazzo nearly takes the same fall.
Himself?
Yes, he did. He hits the bill.
Oh, he did.
Colazzo
How did he not
falls.
warn him?
He falls
What?
for the old trap. Put a couple bills down beneath the whirlpool right there. Oh my gosh.
That's a
Imagine
prank
falling
people do
into
for
the
YouTube
waterfall. Could it
videos.
be me, buddy?
I mean, this game is definitely
What was
sponsored by
that?
the Monka S emote, so I don't know what is going on with these trios. Maybe they're just trying to reach over for stuff they can't
Is he
handle. Just
dumb?
trying to get some speed.
What?
I mean, Colazzo knew. Tabs had
Where's the
to
communication?
that these
Where's the
builds were
comms?
here. Medkit in tow. They have the revive off.
What
I mean,
is
this
going on?
Fine, but still, just kind of concerning as to where their headspace is moving
Exactly.
forward with this match.
Where's the comms?
Pro players, by the way. That was kind of funny. Regardless of what, though. We jump in with our rising stars over here. Reverse TK, Graska, Summer Rae. I think the underdogs that have found...
Yeah, I mentioned right at the start of this
community rooting
stream.
For them at this point, from last place to now top
Don't rule these
9,
guys
40
out,
Plus
you know?
48 points for them right now, hanging with the best of the best. And honestly, a makeshift team, like we said, coming in. Summer does not have any FNCS Grand Finals experience. He's never made it to Grand Finals or qualified himself in. So for him to be in, you know, make it all the way through this qual, and to play against these best, this is very, very impressive for him. Some good experience to get under his belt as well.
Well, I think
I
they
mean,
said
you can actually
earlier
provide
Summer's
them
never even
fresh
played in the
ice.
heats. Why
A
wouldn't
lot
he
of
play in
the
the
times
heats?
people
I don't
sort of
really
play very
understand. I don't know.
similarly. They don't have and ask the same questions as a lot of other newer players do.
Oh my.
With Summer in the mix, especially with the trio, it could look really good. Unknown though goes back.
Unknown
with
has
the
6
trio,
kills.
Prosecutor and Mikey, and they
Old-
look to
Old WK,
get all
young
this loot
WK.
out and then travel the zone again.
Which they have 8 eliminations, Shayo. I just glanced down, Unknown already at 6. My gosh, what has happened come this early game right here?
Wait.
You can see Rokane's going to find
Wait,
a
so
knock
this
onto
team has
Baby
killed
Gonzo
8
off
out
on
of
the
the
side
13
there, and
people
Fernand
who have
follows
died
up.
so far.
Another snipe shot coming out of Rokane. Kind of ironic that those guys are still fighting on the back half of the zone, especially after knocking each other over and over. So we'll see. They're going to be off to the side just over here. Unknown's looking back, though. Grandma... Wait, what? I thought Grandma was taken out by Jack. No, I guess not. He's managed to get away or get picked up. What happened here? So he's been playing his own solo game up until this point. Meaning that he got away from Jack and Acorn over in Retail Row when they were above the mountain. Somehow, he hasn't seen his team since.
There's got to be like a wizard or something messing with this mid game, because I've never seen like these many events back to back to back that have made us ask so many questions.
What an odd
Right
game.
now, Grandma, he's still in the zone. Like, what's going on?
Yep. Quite the odd game for sure, for sure. I don't think it's looking too good for Grandma, though. If he doesn't have some kind of fishing rod or something to find some heals here, he was really, really low on HP. might be it. We'll pay attention to the feed, though. This unknown lets his guard down. He forgets about him for a second there. And they're worried more on getting themselves into the zone now. Another high pull distance here for the team, so they're not going to have...
So one game after this, folks. Subscribe to the channel for loads more Fortnite watch parties. Loads of Fortnite content, loads of Fortnite videos.
Hanging out here on the opposite side.
You and
There
Ozzy were
will be
casting.
old
I
school
heard you guys
RuneScape
say
videos
that.
as well
It's
at
a really
some point.
Cool fact that I didn't actually take into account. This new map with all this water makes it so much harder to actually recycle your mats.
Yeah, that was something I was kind of thinking about as you saw how many teams, when they got to those land masses, it just looked like it was too late already. Just way too late. It's too many teams parked up. They get there sooner than you, and all of a sudden there's just nothing left to really grab up. Here's a kind of interesting situation. They have a few options to choose what base they want to take out. And they're looking at Bugha, Jamper, and Avery, who are just in front of them. The grenades are all out. Bugha's going up to height, making it even easier. They know exactly where he's at. Let's see if these are going to be able to connect. And lucky, he is going to get out just in time. He gets hit by one grenade, though. Not enough to initiate the full battle.
Signaling?
There.
Question mark?
Yeah, the bandages are there too for other trio on the other side.
Look at the line of cabbages.
These additions of all these new consumables make it so that if you are finding your way across different POIs, you can still end up healing up, kind of like a substitute to not being able to recycle your mats at least. Right now, though, a different game entirely. You can hear it before I mentioned as to what you see. A lot of bases kind of tightly knit close together. Makes it so that nades will be the operating factor for a lot of trios to start.
Wait, Reverse 2K just killed Zexro?
Right now, Macwood with Zexro down is looking to just
Oh, he actually
find
did.
some room. I'm not sure exactly what ended up happening in this fight, but
He killed
he's
his
getting chased down
TSM
to the
teammate.
ends of the earth right now, expending almost all his materials to try to survive. No placement for him right now. 19 trios still left alive.
Scrambling, honestly, to try and stay up right now. Building a huge web.
I've got
to work
Reverse's
around
team
and play
open on
with.
the second monitor.
His
Reverse's
nest
stream.
here. You can
I
hear
didn't
the
see what
other
happened
team,
though.
Schmack, Casker, Ill is just outside of it. Already, Schmack was responsible for taking out Zexro just a little bit ago in the feed, so we're watching the scramble here from Macwood trying to stay up. I don't see Young Calc. Oh, actually, yes, there it is. Young Calc is up above, but look, they're in the builds. Schmack is axing some of the metal walls right now, trying to pickaxe his way through, deciding what it is that he wants to accomplish here. Little mat split right now to make sure they're fair game between the crew. Look at this. His loadout's so good too. So unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he either got sniped or just grenaded out.
Has to be nades just due to how the entire map just looks as to where people are basing up. When you said a really cool word, Matt kind of built a web. My question is, are Mac and Calc the spiders or the fly in that web with Illis kind of lurking around? Because there are less in terms of numbers all the way through. I mean, Commandment, Bizzle, and Clix, they're also kind of in weird positions, all these different webs everywhere, but who is the hunter? Who is the prey?
That's the team dynamic coming into play. The server dynamic, as things kind of lighten up, we're seeing more of that box-to-box action, more calculated and or big engagements with nades, and that's why everyone's in so much shambles. You can see no one's looking very comfortable so far on a single dominant team, at least from the perspectives we've seen up until this point. Clix Commandment, though.
What is Clix's
without
loadout?
Bizzle right now.
What?
They have the zone, lucky for them. They do not have the material to survive.
He's got a grey tack and a blue AR.
It's going to be a big
He's
scare
dead.
for them as things move forwards. Here's Mega, Salt, and Dubs looking very strong right now.
Sounds like Clix is joining FaZe Clan.
Strong team, Reverse Summer, 11 Graska, the comeback kings. I was talking about their earlier games, how they were in last place, but because of Summer's insane parkour performance, they are now in the top 10 and looking to just close out this tournament. Just 2 games left, and now we're in Game 7, the Intel Nuke Elite Cup, featuring FORTNITE, in partnership as well with Chronic over at YouTube. I hope everyone in chat is having a good time, because these teams are about to get real saucy in this endgame.
That's right. This is game number 7, guys.
In partnership with this
There's
unofficial
one more game underway. We've
watch
decided
party.
to execute a little special rule during this tournament here where teams were getting taken out of the competition. If you're wondering how that all unfolded, it was pretty exciting to say the least as Aussie Answers up here casting. It was a lot of good fun here. Here's a look at Arab and Polarized, though, who are just alive. Last 2 here. The 2
It's only
Reapers
35
themselves,
above. 2 need to
kind of
die.
hanging out. Let's see how it's going to play out. Ooh, he's going to get a big shot in on Mikey. It's not
Oh,
going to
there's
be enough.
people dying in
Slash
the
is gonna
feed, so I
find
think they're
Arab,
fine.
though.
Oh,
Now
never
he's
mind.
in the
He's
box
dead.
with Polarized, and the 2-way from the front and the back here get taken out. No way to defend against that one when they jump into your box. It's all over. Colazo out of
It's
the
a bit more
competition.
WKing going on.
Earlier, but it's okay because Grandma has managed to find his his trio. He found tabs. Through all that, through the zone where I thought he was going to get taken out, he's somehow
Calc's down in the
a
feed.
fairy tale meeting here. End up finding Grandma and tabs now.
Hey, we hashtag, bring Grandma home. We finally did it. How long will this home last? How are they going to be playing the rent with one player down? Not many bills. At least I think Tabs has a lot, but they're probably split over from Grandma. The loadout's looking good enough, but to end this game with just 2 players, we're going to have to take out multiple other trios. 3 seconds just left. We'll see exactly where Zone decides to pop. The entire circle's looking like planet
pulling
Earth,
northwest.
half water, half land. I know that might not be a proper geographic
So this is
fact,
reverse
but,
2K's
hey,
team, the yellow,
looks
I think.
kinda cool. And we move all the way over.
So
towards
they've got a
the top left,
difficult
where not many
rotate.
teams are,
They've got a
so
pad though.
the entire server now has to move. There will be a lot of launch pads. There will be a lot of investment. Who is in the best spot and who has the hardest time getting there?
I love that
Pretty
they're
bad.
already prepared as well to get the shockwave bounce right there. You saw them setting up for the full team rotate. That's the benefits of doing your due diligence, especially on how to use that shockwave, the mythic one. It allows you to cut across the fields. Still seeing Bugha, Jamper, and Avery in the game bounce back from that nade spam is very, very promising for our team right here. They're looking for elims. They're looking for frags, trying to drop a team down into their box. That team's going to respond with some big stinkers here to fend them off. Now, all of a sudden, they buy themselves a few more
The
opportunities.
reverse
from up
2K's
above,
team
but
is padding
how long
in.
will that last here as the half in, half out is forcing
I
players
think they've
towards
padded
them?
perfectly in.
I don't think they want to stay dormant down here in the low ground. Not for very long.
They might have to by any means. They just want that throne back 100% monster. With the zone finally starting to close in, they'll take things carefully and slow. Meanwhile, Unknown will be on the
Oh my
opposite
gosh.
gear, moving up players in front of charged shotguns. Basically, the fangs of multiple snakes in front of them. Trying to dodge these venomous bites. Mikey actually
Clix down in the
all
feed.
way in. It's going to be hard match, so they will be able to see them through this metal. All the trios around. Unknown will try
Any
to stop
predictions,
back
chat?
slightly to buy some type of room for his trio. It's enough. 8 eliminations though. This man is the king.
Who's
of
winning
aggressive
this-
gameplay,
who's winning this round,
finishing
chat?
Out every pick he can get. Macwood getting taken out.
I mean,
rotation.
Unknown's
think it's gonna be
on
all
8
up
kills
to
on his
Cal,
own.
Unless he was the last alive and it's
Crazy.
there, monster.
I think he's
right,
on
and I
keyboard
mean,
as well, isn't he?
That's it. That team's pretty much on the back ends here. Not great day of competition for the trio FNCS champs, but that's okay. Everyone has their days here. Did you see Dubs up above by himself? We knew earlier, like, Mega and Dubs had so much good loot. They had everything.
That lag's
they
coming
needed.
from the stream, not from me.
That's so unfortunate, but no. Oh, actually, okay. So Dubs does have Mega and Assault. I thought for a second there he lost his trio because they were
You
so
can see Reverse
situated.
2K's
Does not
team
surprise
down
me
here.
they're up above here. As Assault's
Still
kind
all
of hovering
together.
around now, trying to see what he can find for Elam
Zayd's
down
nearby.
below. Probably grabbing up some extra mats.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a solid layer right
See
now,
all
haven't they?
the other teams that are still alive. Bugha's crew just below.
But the zone's
Tabs and
pulling in
Grandma
land,
still
so
in
they
the
have to go
game,
uphill.
Looking to score some points. Remember, they are in top 3.
Yeah, they've got a
so
pad.
we have the top 3 teams still in this running
They
here.
fucked up
Shayo.
again.
It's everyone's game.
Everyone's game, but I think Zayt will be the one controlling it in just a few zones. I saw that shockwave launcher.
Reverse 2K's team just did the same mistake as last time.
8 rockets to use. Saf now flying in right below height. I might have
tried
not
to
cursed,
pad, but they hit
predicted
a
what
roof
will
above
happen
them.
to Dubs, Mega, and Assault up top. They're controlling things for now, but we know how volatile this height can
There
get.
it is.
Big 90s with peppers, actually. It's just natural for Stretch to move all the way up. He's cranking up against Dubs, 2 of the best builders in the entire community, going head-to-head against each other all the way to the top. Charged shotguns back-to-back, attack versus the charge.
Ego battle.
Dubs getting third-partied. They're so high up. Meanwhile, Bugha's all the way down low trying to control things. Zayt tries to call things off. Stretch has height.
It's the second time they've done this. Pepper and then take height between Saf and Stretch. Perfectly executed right there with Zayt using that shockwave to kind of back them all up.
They're just
Launch
gonna
pad's gonna
pad
come
away.
out. That means Dubs is coming down and trying to find his team here, but it's not going to be enough as he's trying to get to Assault. He gets beamed out of the sky, hovering too long, and all of a sudden now Mega also gets taken out by Prosecutor, so he falls into Unknown squad with Mikey, who's in the mid game, and that's going to be their 11th or 12th Elim, and Assault looking for some revenge here, but it's not going to be enough.
No, he's
He gets
down.
taken out by Grandma A30, so that's another point for the top 3rd team. who's
Zane's
in this
dead
running
there.
right now.
So
This is getting
Grazka's
closer and
solo now, as you
As
can
the
see there.
competition rolls on,
He's
I
not
still
particularly
see
good layer there.
Jamper in the mid-ground too with Avery alive.
It's getting absolutely insane here over in this endgame. Height holders getting triumphed over after that mid-grounder.
He's getting some
surviving
placement points,
from
though.
Impossible odds. Grandma finding tabs, though. Right now, Stretch goes down. The man who took height now
Oh, the
loses
zone's
it and his
pulling
life.
into the
Another
water.
big 90 coming
That's
up
not
from
fun.
Mikey, who's trying to get his game started. Zayt, though, blocks it, gets shot down, has to drop all the way down to the water away from Saf.
Look at this on the minimap.
On height. no shields available. His last mini getting popped. No shockwaves. A launch pad that he can't actually use. It's blocked from up top.
Ooh.
You'll hear the charges. He gets hit harder though. A big explosion takes Saint Sap and Stretch.
The reverses team was 9th.
Too early, too soon, and that's going to be some serious placement points they lose out on as Bugha and Jamper are still in the game with Avery. A full trio is so scary, and Rogue Shark finds... Okay, so he manages to get up to his teammates as well. If they have grenades or rockets to spare here, this is going to be so huge for them. As they set up the launch pad, they're trying to get across to the field here, saving as much as they can. Only 50 material though, Shayo. So he's looking to jump into the box right now. You don't want to hit that pad, not by any means. Rogue
Shark's dead.
Crossfire right now, and no, he's going to get taken out. Cannot find
11 players, 5
That
teams.
was a bad play, bad call, as they are now falling apart. They're crumbling here. Has a great by himself. Probably gonna get taken
And
out
it's
right
pulling
now.
over a lot more water.
1 HP has the
And then
fake
pulling on
has
land.
the legend, but it's not possible. Degen, no, it's Casker ends up taking him out. Knight as well, Shark taken out too, so that's the end of that trio's run for this game. 9 people though left alive.
Yeah,
4
this team's
different
got the high
trios are looking
ground.
all
They
for
got
the
water
win.
beneath them.
Everyone held up on just one pyramid.
It has to
floor.
be this team
Finally,
winning
they
here.
start to
Oh,
carve
no.
out Taki though, taking out Casker. Stinks all the way around. They have the shockwave launcher too, Monster. It could be anyone's game.
That's right, and they are down there, and who's down there too? It's Bugha who's gonna find Taki right there with a big charge shot to the mouth, and that's gonna be a huge point for him. Remember, they were in first place coming
Right,
in. You have to
3v3.
think they're gonna be in first place coming out with how many elims they're
Rip
finding
Bugha.
right now. That's gonna be 6 for the crew, and very high placement, second place now. It's up to Avery and Jamper. Can they overthrow the full trio from up above in the water? It's not looking very likely here, Shayo. The final moments now. The shockwave's coming out.
what?
No way! He shot
It's
him
enough.
back though. It was
What
just
was
enough.
that?
For a second there, it looked like that was the biggest throw we probably would have ever seen.
Hey, a ball thrown that they caught themselves. That was an insane play. The smartest and the least risky that they could have done. Very good utilization of that shockwave launcher, keeping it hidden basically the entire time. They fired a few shots at the end, didn't connect, but then overall used it for that maximum win.
Okay, one
At the end
game
of the
left,
day, the
folks.
Victory Royale.
And we'll see
Full
who's
game.
won.
And now I think we have, a lot more to talk about on how these leaderboards will change up.
That's right, but before we get there, let's check out these intel plays of the match. Get you guys all caught up. That was game number 7. Shayo, we're approaching the final moments. This was probably one of the sickest build fights we did not get to see get finished, unfortunately. Dubs was just working stretch from the low ground, by the way. You can see here, this is how he falls after hitting that launch pad.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of hectic chaos. I think the story for this endgame was definitely trios that got to survive together versus the players that kind of got picked off, time after time. You see Zake get split. As a result, his entire trio's run just ends. He gets taken out by big explosions. You see Shark get split from Haz. I mean, Haz tried. He was at 1 HP. It wasn't possible for him overall. He gets taken out. That trio ends up getting completely removed.
Just gonna have a quick
And
look
that
and see what
final,
Twitter's saying.
I think trio v trio as well. DJ and Icy and Daxter, you'll notice all healthy, all together on height. No one is split. So, when it's a water zone, the closer you can stay together for longer, the better chance you have at winning these games. Notice the
I
elimination.
see Dr. Disrespect has made a statement stating absolutely nothing.
They only have about 6 together, but because of winning the game, because of surviving,
Show
all the
you
way
guys it
across,
quickly.
those points accumulate, they add up. Bugha, though, he was in that top 3. This is huge for him.
Twitch just notified me on a
Outplacing
specific reason
both
behind the
Zeke
decision.
and
Firm
Kanata
handshakes to all for the
overall, so
support during the
their trio
difficult
definitely
time.
has to be one for
Dr.
contention for the
Disrespect.
top spot.
So absolutely
That
nothing.
right there, some insane endgame action right here. You see it
Valkyrie
all
is
kind of
confused.
unfolding. It's going down. It's going crazy. I see chat exploding as well.
Hoping
Big
the
shout
best,
out
hoping
to
the best. Hope
the
it's all
Ron
good.
himself coming through, hosting up the practice server channel. We do appreciate it. We're hearing you guys loud and clear. We're looking to get something together for y'all. Thank you guys again for being here. Once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening right now. It's the Intel Nook Elite Cup here, brought to you guys
What's that
by our
audio?
practice server in collaboration with Team Chronic. All right, I'll stop pressing the button, but either way, you guys know what time it is. Monster D-Face Shower Wager. Dude, it's been a crazy day of action. We're coming into the final games after that raid. I mean, I'm more stoked now to deliver for everyone tuning in.
Every game has been more hype than the last, and the first game was already at maximum hype levels. I don't know where I'm going to find the energy for this last game, the 8th one, with both sides of the leaderboard fighting for a spot to not only survive, but thrive. And thrive they have, especially the top 5 teams, because they've been battling for the throne over and over again. Although we don't have standings, we know the names. Zayt, Saf, Stretch, we know about Kanata, Bucky, Creo. We know about the last team, who I'm not going to forget, but stall for just a hot second.
Hey.
It's going to be Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. Nailed it. I mean, this three-way kind of battle towards the top is just insane to watch.
That's right. And like you said, Bugha, Jamper, and Avery really stepping it up. And that was a team that, again,
Oh, sorry,
seeing
I
Stretch
misread that
step
Dr.
away
Disrespect
from
tweet.
Bugha for this competition, but also seeing both of them as ex-duo partners
I
coming
misread
and find
it.
success literally at the top of
Which
the food
has
chain
not
right now
notified
is
me.
quite impressive. It's actually admirable.
Has not
honestly.
notified me.
It's a testament of how good they are as players, as individuals, and showing that, hey, you get the right team put together, you can still
What?
deliver amazing results. Stretch paired up with Sap and Zayt has been pretty nice. I mean, this is the second.
Interesting.
Over at game 5 just by claiming Caddy Corner. This got the entire West region, Wavy Jacob, gone by having a god strat and coming into that POI. And although there's other people, Smacked, Casker, Illust, who are looking to kind of replicate what they did, they haven't, because only Zayt, Saf, and Stretch can do what they do, which is be great, take control of both early, mid, and end game.
I mean, you guys are seeing the meta literally unfold in front of you guys. Like, honestly, the peppers being a common utility kind of usage, right? A spicy little pickup right there. It's probably the most effective that we've seen to date as far as something subtle introduced to the game, but teams picking up and figuring out how to really put it into effect and full effect. That's one of the things about Caddy's Corner. You forget about all the food that drops out of those crates, right? It's kind of how it plays out. But this is one of the, you know, prestigious locations you can find the peppers, and you're seeing how good they can play in rotations. And then when you're doing the whole crank, man, that's kind of like ridiculous to see. How do you practice for that? Like, are these things in creative? Can someone tell me, please? It's like, how do you practice that, right? To get peppers and just snatch height like that. It's kind of ridiculous.
Natural talent, man, and Stretch has a lot of it, because that was an insane, I think like 7, 8, 9 90s in a row, like a meme kind of strat that everyone, you know, compared each other's 90s to all the way back in season 4 or 5. Now that strat being the reason these guys got height overall, but couldn't actually hold on it overall. I think though that based off that last game, this last one, everything's going to be thrown on the wall. I know Authority, Chap, AV, Edgy, they've been kind of, I would say, sleeping on having an uncontested POI and not showing up too much in late games. But if they get a kind of central zone, if they get the chips on their side of the table, they'll 100% go all in, cash it out, and hit the best game on the flop.
I agree with you, but before we get to any leaderboards in our final game, and then of course to Ron's, I know you guys want to hear the man himself jump on here. Once again, we have another word from our sponsors. This time around, it's going to be GamerGoo. Don't forget, you can use Intel, code Intel for 15% off on checkout. But hey, we got another word from the sponsors, so we'll be back after this short break.
Okay.
Hey, where's that airdrop in my game? Because I want that. That looks really good.
Hey, I mean, you saw it right there. You got a whole bunch of Victory Royales waiting for you right in front of you guys. Check out the GamerGoo. Use that Intel on the checkout for 15% off. And to support, of course, the practice server and everything that we're doing here, we want to thank the sponsors, Intel Nook especially, for bringing together the bulk of the prize pool and allowing this to all happen here. With that, you know, it allows you to keep your hands nice and dry. I don't know about you, but I'm like sweating up here. Things are getting pretty intense right now. Need some of that stuff myself here. But regardless of what, guys, again, want to say thanks for all for tuning in, man. I'm looking at the chat right now. Things are blowing up right now. This is really, you know, honestly, the best case scenario, having all the community kind of here in one
Why
spot.
are they spamming let Ron
And,
cast?
couldn't be more happy to be doing it with you, Shio.
Monster, man, that last game, all these games have been a pleasure to cast with you. Watch you and Aussie break it
Are they
down,
talking about
keep all those
Ronaldo? I don't know who they're
elimination
talking about.
stakes on the table. It was great to see. I think overall the players, at least the ones who aren't eliminated, have been enjoying this competition a lot. I think we've seen a lot of new rivalries spark up with people from the open stage, from people who are just making new trios versus everyone else. And we're seeing these stories like Grandma trying to find tabs after Colazzo knocks himself to the gorge. Like, it's stuff that we've not seen before, even though it's had a potential to exist. So this entire process, this entire tournament has been absolutely amazing.
People joke around about like VOD reviewing people that are hanging out in a storm. This one quite literally might be one to check out, guys. Grandma, like we said, we assumed was taken out by Jack, who had an elim in the early game in retail, found his way all the way around the zone as a solo in a trio stacked competition, and managed to survive to find in a fairy tale meetup his teammate Tabs. It's kind of ridiculous. I wonder how it all happened. We're going to be breaking that down later. That was actually kind of crazy. What we're waiting for right now, though, ladies and gentlemen, and I know the excitement is there, is the leaderboards. We do want to see how we are stacking up here in the Intel Nook Elite Cup, because coming into game 8,
Who the hell is Ron, and why are we spamming Ron to bring it on? Bring him on.
How things are going to play out in the
Okay, I'm
final
going to
game.
join the chat. I'm going to
That's
spam
the
Ron.
last stakes that we get a chance to view overall before we hop in the game, before everything's kind of laid down on past the battle bus in those end game builds and those tarps. But seeing that leaderboard kind of sets the mental for a lot of trios. I believe they have access to it on the Mayhem client, but at the same time, when they finally see it on the broadcast, when the people know, when the audience that's watching you sets expectations, that's where pressure comes in. I think the leaderboards are ready, so we will be able to hop straight to them and give you guys a look at exactly what's going on in about 30 seconds.
We will be able to see exactly how it's all shaping out. Remember, guys, to catch you guys all up, Shiloh's baiting y'all, by the way. The top 10 get prizing here. So the way that it's all going to work out, there's some ghost canyons on the line as well. You can check out the description down below to click those things, hit the panel, etc. But essentially, we have 3 PCs given out to the team that has the best placement. And honestly, just looking at the way Zay and Saf, we've seen them kind of consistently.
I think it's Shiloh's chest hair.
They're not in first right
it's
now.
Beautiful
I
chest
would believe
hair.
so, right? Because they're up there though. But they might be walking away with probably the best prize of the whole competition, is these super PCs.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bucky and Creo, although they are high, a lot of their points are attributed to high amounts of eliminations. We saw that kind of stat in game thanks to Prodigy Analytics. Every single one of their players has double-digit elims, and if you take away Creos, or I believe it's Creo, if you take away Creos, overall still, they still have the second highest elims in the entire tournament. So they are playing an aggressive game. It's 100% working out for them, and they might just win the whole competition because of it. That being said, those PCs are up for grabs for highest placement. So in this game, get a look out and just keep tabs on who is surviving till that top spot.
All right, enough baiting though from Shio. The standings are ready. Finally, we just got word from the back. Let's go and flip on over to see how our competitors are doing here today. Take it from the top here though, Shio, because I see Kanata, Bucky, and Creo taking it all away because of their elims alone.
Yeah, I mean, 107 points. They had an 11-point lead before, and now it has dropped down to a meager 5.
Anyone's game.
That being said, Dejan, Daxter, Iceve, I believe these guys were, what, 8th place before?
Any of these top 4 could still win.
They're in 3rd, just triumphing over Bugha, Jamper, and Avery, and the kind of point differential between these top 5 or top 4 teams is so minuscule, so non-existent.
This is actually insane. Just take a snapshot. I really need you to, because when we come into this game right now, Dejan, Daxter, and ICV, where in the world do they come up from? I don't know, but all of a sudden, they are very much in this competition, guys. This is how close it is. We're going to flip over to the next page as we continue to breeze through these standings here before getting into the final game, ladies and gentlemen. Here's your 9 through 16. I'm still seeing players like Graska, Summer, and Reverse up there, and I'm seeing new names. Acorn, Eclipse, Jack coming in at 9th.
These guys are the individuals that will always somehow win tournaments, being like top 15, top 10 beforehand. That being said, Caskers, they are in the top 10 together, not on this page. We'll talk about the one we saw before. They're landing right next to each other.
So it looks like the final game started,
AB,
folks.
Edgy, Chap, 16th.
Just stick around, we'll watch the full thing.
Now at 14th, and has his performance at 1 HP, clutches them 12th. On the next page, though,
let me know in the comments, in the chat, who you think's going to win.
Drop. Sharkboy, Chewy, and Day, who was by himself trying to clutch, did get maybe a few placement points, maybe 1 extra elimination. Gets his team 17th above high-profile trios like Omega Dubs and Assault, who unfortunately lost height that last game to stretch his 90s. And Arab, Badiz, and Polarized, although consistent, are at the middle of the pack. 18th place with 41 points. The last page, the eliminated trios, Wavy Jacob all the way down to Curex, Mini, and Ghoul. They will not be playing this tournament anymore. And Alige, P-Noob, and Jelty from Timbers hold that bottom spot, but hopefully can base all the way back up towards the top.
And one of the trios that's been playing together for a while, too. Did not expect them to see them slip so low. But either way, the final game is ready, ladies and gentlemen. The Intel Nook Elite Cup. Monster D-Face, Shio Wager here to deliver the action.
And this is absolute hype. One of the first 8-game competitions we've seen in such a long time. These players are playing on overtime. We are there past the bell. It is the last game, and still uncontested at the authority as Chap, AV, and Edgy land in. 72 players in total, so I'm not sure who did or did not make it. My math might be off here or there. I think every trio is actually in. We're just missing one overall who's not playing the tournament any longer. Zayt, though, is once again uncontested at Caddy. Everyone, all the pieces are in the proper places. It's all about how they move from here on out.
That's right.
What is the chat doing? I don't get
here,
it.
over in the Caddy's corner right now for the crew. You can see these Marauders playing into their benefit. Coming into those mid games, they had 0 elims, but they were not anywhere near the Storm Surge threshold as far as having an issue with it goes. And here's your first place team, Shio, man. We haven't seen their early game at all. It's been at Rickety Rig.
So one team's given up.
Hey, don't let Rickety Rig kind of, I don't know, confuse you guys to show you that this is also what the old Slurpy Swamp basically was before. And that's the spot where the most aggressive trios have landed in the past, have popped off from before as well. I'm just really happy to see Creo specifically be able to thrive in trios, landing at a spot and controlling it, because drop spots were his biggest kind of, I don't know, hurdle to overcome. I believe the last time when he was playing with High Sky and Commandment, unless I'm flipping off names or flipping up names, they had the block uncontested at some points, but never got to hold it down in tournaments. Now finally we see the prowess of these 3 individuals just completely dominate on everyone else.
That's right. And you can see this is where Retail Row kind of all happened here. Oh, you had that bottom section. So all of a sudden, you see them playing a little bit differently. And I think it was Jack and Acorn. Okay, so that's what happened. They started claiming a piece of the Retail Row instead of just playing off of the islands from before. Remember that kind of meteor drop right there is the AOK for Marauders kind of flying into the map and whatnot. So gives you an indicator of where you can find some superpower loadouts if you did not know. Regardless of what, this is probably why we saw Grandma all by himself before, that southern part. Solo dolo, so split up, even with the territory having other enemies inside of it.
Absolutely, right now it'll be a farther drop to rotate in from for Bugha. Launchpad, though, acquired. Let's see what these guys end up doing. Calc, though, once again, up in a fight this time, though, sliding right in.
Oh, he got the rocket in.
RPG, oh my god, the 2-hit combo. This man is in a, I think, horrible 2v1 for himself. No chance of coming out of that one. Kind of just stuck between a rock in a very hard place. And once again, early off, this TSM trio plus Calc is kind of left behind one member and has to play the game as a duo.
That's crazy. Even with the peppers and the benefit in their favor, Zextro's also going to get tagged. And now all of a sudden he gets pushed back, forced to run away, leaving Macwood behind. I can still see the arrow kind of stacked up right there. There's a bunch of enemies nearby. So all of a sudden they had Misty somewhat free. Looks like word got out, and now there's all kinds of action happening here. Macwood's going to get ticked once with the stinker right there, and now he's off to rotate out and about.
Are they being pushed by Marauders?
Before meeting back up with Zex.
I think they were being pushed by Marauders.
They
I
went
think
from being all the way in the back to not there just yet. Still,
I
not
think
the
some of these
greatest
marks
game
are
for this
Marauders.
team, who I'm sure their fans were expecting so much more of, but this is what happens even at the highest caliber of competition. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing though, when you're landing Misty and you have a teammate down, looting that bottom bridge chest just means that you probably lost a fight really bad. I never see people loot that chest that fast or get to that position unless they're losing the overall fight at Misty. So I think Macwood knows the position that him and Zexro are in. They will try to plan out and get their last teammate up. Clix, Commandment, Bizzle once again have had one of the biggest POIs on the map, although not mythic, uncontested. Meanwhile, the plan of action has been drawn out, blueprinted, and while Macwood tries to go in, a sudden breeze kind of shifts the papers on the desk and tags him down, getting a little bit of his shield off. He has quite a bit, though, to kind of pump back up, but only once with that Slurpfish and those chug splashes. A great charge shotgun, although it can hit hard, might require too much prep to load up. And while him and Zexro get split, they're going to have to win their individual 1v1s or see if they're out of the competition. No, the reboot ban is there. Zexro's getting calced up.
That's actually crazy that they managed to pull that off, all thanks to that third team that walked in from the backside there. Now all of a sudden, Calculator's back in the game. Remember, this is the last game, so even if things don't go in their favor, at the very least, they can save face by having a good game throughout the course of the comp here. Talking about that, I see Cease catch another response to air. They've been going at it back-to-back, game after game. Furious, Paper, and Chaotic, who missed the previous game, unfortunately missed the queue, are now back in it here. They were at 39 points coming into the competition. Someone in the middle having a relatively okay day. And look at all of a sudden, there's just so much action here at Misty, which we have not seen before, let alone this early game like this.
Remember all inning, right, Monster? Like right now, every team has to get these early game elims. They're tired of playing that normal game. They're trying to just get their games accelerated and started immediately. I mean, I would see Mac, Zex, and Calc actually back off of reboots and Craggy all the time when they got them early to rotate. This time, though, with Zone on their side, they're pushing straight back in for revenge as Mirev gets dropped down from his heel box, and Zexro's there, has the edits, kind of an Architect Cup vibe as he already controls these walls. Gets another, and will he actually edit?
Shio loves talking about the Architect Cup.
His charge shotgun, no.
I don't even know what it is.
Slightly, let his
Too long
teammates now
ago.
catch up to his speed. And while this is all going on, there's multiple teams who are just trying to get tabs of the situation, trying to make sure they don't lose a member.
That's right. You can see the third party is Paper, who's off by that launch pad, waiting to see what he can do for the squad. Here it is. He's going to jump right in. The quick wall take, and all of a sudden now they catch a nice little collapse here on Today. He gets taken out. Chewy's going to back up here, forces the RPG, and it doesn't matter. It's going to open up the build just enough for Zexro, who takes the 50-50. He's got the charge shotgun, misses the kind of load up and the build up here, but it's ready now, and
nice
there
shot.
he finds the big shot. You walk into it when it's fully hissing like that, you're probably going to
RPG.
get punished for it, and that's the 130, even from a green pump at that distance. Well played.
And all three teammates stay alive. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about the clutch trio that makes the most impossible happen. Hopefully they can rise all the way up, hit top 10 as that's feasible. A win, though, will have to be an absolute miracle for these guys.
Is kind of how it's happening. All of a sudden now they have 2 eliminations. And they're back in the game here. It's looking super dicey at the start when they all had to split up and lost count, but successful save. Now they're in the game, in the running here. But all right, looks like things are just getting cooking here. We have seemed to have found someone wandering off in the community. I think we have a wild Ronaldo here on the call. Ron, can you hear me?
Wow. Monster D-Face, you're looking at the trio that did come first in the FNCS Season 10. Obviously picking up 3 eliminations, taking out the enemies. All spawned, didn't have a chance, throwing chunk splashes.
All right, well, hey, Ronaldo, I know you want to get to it, and we love you. I think we want to save you for the post game, get you on here and really get your professional breakdowns on the plays of the match here for the Intel Nook. But before that, how have you been enjoying the show? How was your stream?
Wow. Monster, thank you for talking about this. My stream was absolutely fantastic, running tons of ads. Speaking of ads, thank you Intel for helping, obviously, this tournament out. Now, my streams were good, but I think it's just getting better, realizing that I can watch the official practice server break down what's going on.
I love it. Ron, thank you so very much. We're going to hear from you soon, though, especially after this game concludes. We're going to get you jump right back in. We want your professional breakdown, so watch the show and deliver that good closeout for us later. Okay, brother?
All right, I'll see you on the battle bus.
All right. And
Oh, my voice sounded really different there for a second, Monster. I don't know what happened. I hope that doesn't happen post-game for an analysis or anything. We'll see what happens, though. Huge shout-outs to Ron. Exactly what he's been doing with his brand. At the same time right now, Bizzle, Clix, and Commandments brand run for this game. Game 8 might be over. Bizzle has a launch pad out. You don't usually see this before, or I don't. Kind of crazy.
Yo, can I just give a shout out to Ron, who really held it down? Love professional Ron, guys. He's got so much potential. That's a star in the making right there for sure. Getting back into the action though here. Things are going down. And, you never know what to expect. This is why you guys need to follow and tune in with the practice server. We're always trying to do the best stuff here. Bring the community together. That's love right there. As, oh my gosh, we talk about giving out love. Zexro gets hit with one in the face right there. It's going to hurt. It's going to be the 1 elim from Zexro. Now he is out of the running. Calc is left to run. And oh, he gets tagged up here. No more material for him having to bounce back in, Shio. This is kind of rough.
This is just like rose-colored glasses after the fact that they got that big revive onto Calc, or the reboot onto Calc. Now it's just going to be these guys overstaying their welcome, thinking that everything looks good when in fact It's absolutely disastrous. Calc now taken out for the second time, just like Bizzle. Another big IGL. Macwood starts to move over towards the other side as a solo on the south side of the map. Towards the trio, you do not want to interrupt the looting path.
Oh my gosh.
This is scary.
He just b-hopped right past him as well, barely gets out of here. Macwood, unfortunately, was the victim of the W key fest that just happened over down in the Misty, man. He barely gets away alive here. Look at the lobby. Finally, these pros have had enough. They had a good competition so far. The action is on. These guys are here for the fights, and Macwood's got to take this one because Unknown and Crew does not want to let it go for free. Mikey's going to find the big shot. Macwood falls into the zone here, back into the water. Now it's up to Prosecute. Yes, he's going to find him. Good angle here from Unknown. Closes out on Macwood.
What a rough run for Calc, Zex, and Mac. Usually, especially in trios, winning the entire flashy trios FNCS in Season X, as Ron mentioned, now being taken out way earlier in the competition multiple times, and after that, not winning out Misty Meadows either, just overstaying their welcome. I think they're just trying to test things out, although I don't think this is a stage to do that on. This is a high-pressure, big prize pool environment, and they'll be seeing, I think, the bottom of the leaderboard for this time. But hopefully they'll learn enough, and then next time, especially if more POIs start to develop over the map, find their home, because without Fraggy, they kind of look uncomfortable.
That's right, and don't forget, guys, $10,000 in prizing, or in a cash prize on the line here, up to about $7,500 worth of computers being gifted to the team that has the best average placement. That's what's on the line here. And of course, we have that giveaway being thrown around the chat. If any of you guys want to get in on this Ghost Canyon PC, besides just checking it out via the links and the descriptions in the panels, you can actually enter into the giveaway. Which, by the way, you have some really good odds at kind of winning away there. So go ahead and enter, ladies and gentlemen. I encourage you. PCs are super dope.
PCs let you.
I think I've been muted for quite a while.
Performance mode, FPS wise,
so Reverse's team just apparently got griefed out of the game by Clix's team, which sucks. So Reverse's team is finished now.
It's absolutely effortless. Get to it, guys. Make sure you have your best chance winning it. Right now, though, game 8, it'll be Assault, Dubs, and Mega once again in position somewhere near the bottom side or central side of the zone, looking to maybe have height again or just try to find a way up top. That being said, a very different game now. Zone 3, only 16 trios left alive. I don't want to say grief. I just want to say people are trying to just overreach for eliminations or just to try to kickstart their games off near that 10th to 20th place slot.
It's what you expect, especially coming into the tail end of the competition. Things are always going to be...
Let's have a quick look what happened to Reverse. See.
Fuck, man.
This is probably trap in AV. You can hop in. Oh, you should have hopped in the teleporter. You can hop in the teleporter.
Yeah, I think it probably was Chap.
Nice.
He worked them. Oh, they were getting hit by Marauders at the same time. That sucks.
No. Fuck off, man. Why do they retards? Alright.
It's all good. Oh, those were Marauders RPGing you.
Oh.
Yep. Graska should not be saying that on stream. Sorry, guys.
I mean, basically just a grief fest.
Right. Back to the main stream.
Everyone is, I think, through with pushing players. The dust is starting to settle here. It's another big mountain push.
Nico, we're about to find out the winner.
Today, we've seen a fair
We're going to watch this game, then we'll find out who won.
Kind of end games, a lot more than I expected.
There's 3 teams at the top, really close together. So I know Zate's team and Bugha's team, and one other. I think Dexo's team.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're kind of slowing down into dead air, just
so we don't know who's won yet.
Side by side, we can kind of notice specifically the loadouts. I mean, the positions is always something that we want to tune into when there's action, But before that, let's see what leads up to that action. Right now, Collazo has the chance for a triple nade, but an RPG for endgame as well, a launchpad, harpoon. So we're looking at a trio that can definitely take height or operate at second height. While they hit this nade up, just pay attention to those loadouts when we switch over from trio to trio. There is a lot to talk about. The question right now is, will these guys even throw these nades? Is it a good idea? If they do, it's on Mega Assault. And at the same time, that'll be free eliminations to pick up for Saf and Stretch.
They have a crazy amount of launch pads as well. But here's Collazo, Tabs, and Grandma. We know that they were up there, standing strong amongst the competition here. One of the only teams, again, from the Opens Falls, guys. They played all the way through the Opens this week, popped off, had a phenomenal finals day, bringing it all into the grand finals, really riding the wave here. Here's Assault giving a little take the L to the team on height right now. You gotta appreciate it. Trying to tease.
They don't know.
Collazo over there. Yeah, they don't know. It's a very scary one to peek.
I mean, if they start to emote a bit too much, Collazo might just move over enough for some nades to drop down, but Assault will see them coming. Now, we talk about Assault's loadout right now. He does not have the power weapons in terms of a harpoon or RPG, but he has enough dynamic healing to be able to move both in and out of zone, pop those slurp fish, but at the same time take launch pads and then heal up with the bigs. Right now, those nades finally come through. Assault, one emote too many as Mega gets a lot of damage done over to his shield pool. Stretch and Saf might be keen to move up on this. All these fresh builds kind of basing up, but no. Their defense is strong to get the hold off. Collazo, Grandma, and Tabs get to get a little bit of free Storm Surge.
Indeed. We'll see if it ends up playing into their favor. Here's the zone again, favoring right on top of Caddy's corner. This is where everything is collapsing. This is where all the players were already kind of huddled up on top of. Now you can see as things get closer and closer, it's going to resemble more of those intense end games that we've seen up until this point here. Look at Kanata, Bucky, and Creo probably finding a frag down there, hence the huge catacomb that they got working for themselves right now. Remember, they are in first place off of sheer elims and just consistency overall. Honestly, being one of the more scary teams that came up out of nowhere, really hitting the radar today. Someone to look out for right now. Got to figure it out, though. Who's the player bringing it all together? Is it Bucky? Is it Kanata? Is it Creo? Who is the player?
I mean, let's do it how the players do, right? Right now, everyone's looking for information. We got a lot from that aerial view. Right now, we have two heights. We have Collazo and his trio versus Assault and his. They're controlling everything, but looking at the way the map is, Collazo, Grandma, and Tabs have a little bit more information on how the zone is moving. Assault, Dubs, and Mega have just been paying attention to Collazo this entire time. They haven't got much in terms of information. And in terms of that word information, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch have a huge split.
Why is he spraying them? I don't know.
Mountain. Zayt has been taking into account into what's going on at the south side. Stretch is looking east, while Saf looks west, so they have an entire kind of blueprint set out for how to rotate no matter what happens. And then you mentioned it too, Monster. Bucky, Creo, Kanata, these guys are in the biggest low ground base. They have the most real estate, and I think the zone actually pulled over to where they are.
It did. It just went down that mountain, so I think they have a little bit of a short rotate for them. And now teams that are going to have a problem is these ones on the back half of the mountain if the high ground team decides to hold them out. We already saw Assault handing the L out to the lobby. Let's see if he can dish out some L's to the players back here who have to do some late rotates, because they do have a launch pad and a lot going in their favor. Those of you guys that are curious about how the client works here, there is one launch pad in the inventory sometimes. Just a little bit of a visual hiccup. Nothing to be alarmed about. So you can see Collazo here. Yep.
They just flew out. One shockwave launcher, no launch pad needed, no damage taken. They are at the next zone. A lot of other trios, though, Monster need to make their way across.
Indeed here. Collazo, Tabs, Grandma looking to set up the launch pad possibly soon. I don't see them. Well, maybe they can go on ground. That'd be kind of interesting as everyone's in the air. It would be a good time to ground rotate. Yes, Collazo's going to make the call for it. We spoke about Collazo being the anomaly in the crew. One of the few controller players that not only IGLs but leads tarps for his team. Which is kind of
pretty
interesting.
easy rotate, I think.
It'd be the other way around, but no. He takes the lead for his squad here, and it's a really great rotate. I mean, it was beautifully executed.
Is he going to be server focused?
There, kind of play its part. He's going to get punished though. Tack through the builds right now. It's all right. Placement already being given out to the lobby, guys. 14 teams remaining right now. Zayt, Stretch, and Saf here down in the low ground managed to get a piece of that placement now. Acorn's gonna get drops Grandma there in the feed, and now all of a sudden that team with Colazzo and crew, not looking too good. Already losing a teammate. Haven't seen a convert though just yet.
Yeah, they're just playing their plan. They've kind of known exactly where to be and what to do next, no matter what zone is there. These guys, we use the words positional mastermind a lot, but with a Shockwave launcher, you have so many more avenues and opportunities to kind of follow. And they're going to be going once again for a huge jump, I think, but it'll be past a gigantic mountain. No one said they're rotating on foot, just like Colazzo did, as they know everyone else is planning up top. They get a free pass.
Is right. They do get to cut across here, but notice not taking it too lightly here, trying to get a little bit more of that land, trying to get up above where they can right now. We'll see if that ends up backfiring, though. It doesn't look like they have too much mats here. No, they're actually... The Storm Surge is going to trigger, so it doesn't matter how you kind of chop it up. Once you get the best in the final moments, this 30-plus zone always tends to trigger. Here goes the launch pad up and over Old Man's Mountain now. They're going to be able to cut across and lands. Although I thought for a second he was going to land inside Colazzo's box, but no, he's going to play it safe. He's going to go to the ultimate low. It's going to be his new home right now. He finds a player behind it. The double edge
jumps
comes out,
into Edgy's box.
Falls. That's a huge elim for them right now.
Once again, a loss of authority as Anarchy takes over. Edgy is down. Chap and AV now are going to be at a major disadvantage. Zay is going to be moving in on the backside of the tarp, something we don't usually actually see. So we'll see exactly how he can perform at the back, being the ultimate eliminator basically for this team. Looking for angles left and right. This is really a pressurizing situation. Remember, this guy is in top 3 right now, looking to just overtake the first place by a matter of just 5 points. Zay actually moves all the way across. The final box made, just 6 mats
Shockwave
left.
launcher OP.
Here's Bucky. I believe these guys are all the way in first place.
So this is the final game. This is the final 31 people left.
This game started. Minis now popped
We'll
up.
crown the winner once this game's over. $10,000 on the line.
Not only that, I saw an Ice and Dijon still in the game as well. Bucky underneath this, he needs to get out of here. Yes, he is going to exit. We have the teams, 3 out of 4 top 4 teams right now are in the game right here. This means that the competition can go either which way. Whoever falls first, whoever can pull the victory royale is probably going to walk
Zayd's
away.
down in the
Zayd's
feed.
gonna fall
Stretch is
top
down.
in the feed, and Dax are still finding frags as Creo finds
Saf's
Stretch,
down.
another big elim right there. So they're
So I
out
think
of the
Zayd,
running.
Saf,
And now all
and
of a
Stretch have
sudden,
just thrown
this
it.
is your first place team. Still in the game right
Yeah,
now, but
I think
it's
this team's
anyone's
won.
game who can walk away with the victory here.
I think we're looking at you winning team.
Looking for those top 4 because they are all in contention of each other, but we don't know where
Oh,
they
he's
are
just-
right now. Bucky's in the box.
He's full sending.
Gets one. This is a skin that I recognize. These guys are looking for defense. Tabs will take out Bucky, and they're looking to go all the way up top, all the way down from 40th or that 20th place slot, farther and farther higher on the
15 people,
leaderboard.
7
Trio,
teams.
though,
Unknown
is
down
looking
in the feeds.
in this top 7 trio scenario for some shots, for a box up, finds it. Is the charge shotgun enough? No, switches over to the SMG. The beam is there, but doesn't connect on the back half. It's not possible. He'll get to not only continue his run, but not get an elimination for the rest
Lucky
of the time.
for him, his team is still here. Look, Bugha's on hype. We talk about squads that can take this entire tournament. It's literally coming down to who
Yeah, this
can get
team
the
could
victory
still win.
royale with the elims to back it up. Bugha's going to need more. He's
So
going to
it's
need everything,
Bugha or
honestly, and there's
Kanada's
so many
team,
players in the low
basically.
ground. Creo's still holding it down.
Kanada's down
holding
in the
his own.
feed.
You see the frags coming in, and the big charge shot
Creo's
to the
still
face.
alive.
He takes out another player. It's Cash.
Oh, they've got
with the
7
open
kills as
crack.
well.
Bye-bye to him. And
They're in
Creo
3rd place right
clutching
now.
up, playing
They've got
for first
maximum
place
placement
now.
points
Only
other than
3
a win.
remaining in the game as Bugha's pressuring from up above, and here it is.
3v1,
He breaks into
3v1.
top 2. The final
There you go.
shots,
I think
and that's
Bugha's just won it.
That's your final
I think
game.
Bugha's just won.
Who will take the victory? I don't know, because the win goes to Bugha, Avery, and Jamper.
I mean, another top 4 trio, but they didn't have many eliminations.
Yeah, they don't have enough kills, maybe.
Bucky had enough. Maybe Zayd, Saf, and Stretch, although taken out early in that end game.
I think Kanada
did
might
enough early
have
on as
pinched
well.
it there.
It could be anyone's game. You said it, Monster.
We're going to have to wait a
This
few
is
minutes.
Definitely gonna be a super close one. We had the top 4 teams all alive in the final game right there. I don't think we could have asked for a better opportunity, quite honestly, to see the best of the best all collide and kind of toss it up in the air to see who's going to take the victory. I think it really is going to be super close. It might just come down to victories or to the elims, which we know, again, Creo, Bucky, and Kanada were leading by
Yeah, I'm looking at
far,
the
pulling out
standings.
mass,
I'm pretty sure Kanada's won
multiple
this.
double-digit big games.
Yeah, I mean,
You had a
it's
5-point
literally
lead over
a
Zayd.
four-way tie for me right now.
You had an
even though
8-point
there's a
lead
small
over
point
Bugha.
differential. I think Bugha has a huge boost though, just because these guys came first, had that big influx of
I think
placement
Kanada's
points. Placement's also something that's being rewarded with those PCs
Heavy.
you were mentioning, Monster, heavily. So we'll see the different prizes these guys can all get. I mean, being in the top 4 and winning the last game, that is huge.
That is a question that I have for production.
Yes,
Will we
game
actually
7.
know as well, just FYI, who the best average placement is before this competition's over? I'm not sure if that's something we have to give away in post, but we'll find out. I think we are going to have it today. Just a little bit of FYI on that one. I also want to know, are the play of the matches ready? Are we ready to rock and roll on that front as well?
We need a analyst for that, I think. But before we get right to that, we do have a last commercial for you guys to watch to make sure you're in tune with Intel Nuke, who's been giving us a lot of additional help in running this tournament. And at the same time, all of our sponsors, Gamer Glue included. Check it out, guys. We'll be right back with that post-game analysis.
Small footprint. Easy victories, just buy our PC.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Nook Elite Cup Grand Finals. I'm Monster D-Face, and here with me today is Shayo Wager, and we just delivered the final game of this competition and this tournament. We have the leaderboards being worked on, but in good fashion. As always, we want to throw it over to the Intel match of the day and the plays of the day. And we have none other than the big boy, the big Ron himself.
Yeah,
tuning in with us. Ron, are you there?
I'm here, and I'm clear, Monster. What is up? What is up? Let's why don't we break down the games? Can we see the games?
Hey, Robbie, roll the Intel match. Let's get Ron to break this down, Ron. I want some professional insight.
Oh my god, Zate, one of the players who takes the L in front of the lobby, does have a couple launch pads. You see the mats are good. Don't tell me that he does a play with the launcher. Oh, wait, never mind, where he's just gonna launch that actually into Colazo, a controller player's box. Unknown actually used to play a controller, fun fact, but he switched. We're gonna see him do nothing besides building. Obviously a cool mechanic in the game. Pops a mini and knocks out NRG Edgy, a phenomenal player, of course. Zate still, oh, now we're going to Bucky, actually one of the best players in the game. He does, my bad, like Storm Surge. Let's see what he does here. Has 60 HP total, slides down. You see in this game with 17 people.
No way, just said.
Like a controller player would before the nerf. Let's see what else he does, of course. Rio, one of
oh my goodness.
One of the best, may I say, player on BBG. Oh,
oh goodness.
Flying height.
Ronaldo's too good.
Yes.
It's the big Ron, ladies and gentlemen. Tuning in for the highlights here, the plays of the match from Intel.
No way, no way.
I just want to say thank you so very much for being a shining light in our community. Any last shout outs you want to give?
Oh,
We send you on your way.
I'd like to thank obviously our sponsors. Intel, thank you for supporting the cup. I'd like to thank Unknown for granting my career in this world, and I'll catch you guys on the battle bus.
Let's go. That's the big run for you guys right there, bringing us all the light that we need during these dark times. That was beautiful, man. Shayo, what'd you think?
I'm speechless, man.
What the heck?
Speechless. That is the best post-game analysis thing I've ever seen in the world. Indeed, I almost forgot that Bugha won the World Cup, but Ron was there when I needed him most to remind me. So, hey, shout-outs, man. He's got all the knowledge.
Ron got all the knowledge, the professional breakdowns, letting you guys know the deep insights,
brilliant.
talking about the cool mechanic of building in Fortnite. You heard it here first, and you heard it here from the man himself, the big Ron, who also rated the channel. So big shouts to everyone from his community that got to stick around. It's been a great day. It's been a beautiful kind of celebration of competition here on the Fortnite community and the Fortnite scene. Everyone coming together. This is exactly what I hoped it would be, and it has turned out to be quite the success. Shayo, let's just hang out for a little bit here while the leaderboard's getting ready.
I mean, hey, let's talk about 8 games. I think it was doable. I think the players, from my perspective on how they were playing, enjoyed it. I mean, we haven't asked anyone. And I think the elimination on lower bracket placing teams, I think that was also a cool twist. Although it took out, Tfue, big names, it had a good effect on those middle games in the competition.
I mean, I definitely think it did as well. I'd love to hear the community's thoughts on that one as well. I know a lot of you guys obviously coming in had your predetermined thoughts. What do you guys think watching it all kind of unfold? Was 8 games enough competition, do you think, to exercise the special rule? Or do you think the special rule is just a no? Keep it out of here. You don't want to see players get eliminated. You don't want to see the lobby stack up. I'm interested to see, because obviously we're going to be doing more cool stuff, and we might be testing out some new stuff. So it's better that you guys drop our feedback while we can see it. And that way we can try it out. I've seen there's a lot of goods. All right, so that's cool, man. A little bit of a swing in the favor here.
What did you think was the difference between those last 3 games and the first 5 we played?
It's the pacing. It's definitely the pacing. You get to see the teams really situate and set up, and all of a sudden the best of the best get to really get comfortable. And think about it. When was the last time you see 4 of the top teams in the 5 make it all the way through the end game? I think the proof is there in its own. That's because the lobby was thinned out, allowed them, the people that were really on fire, to get comfortable and make it through the end game, making it for an exciting toss-up right now. Like, we still don't even know who won this competition.
I mean, when's the last time you also saw like 5th game or 5th zone Storm Surge tick on for that long, and so many trios not get taken out till the 5th zone actually closed in, right? So it has cool connotations and cool overall effects on lobbies. It makes that early mid game a little bit more tense, but yeah, it made us basically have a 4-way tie for who wins the entire tournament, which is really cool because we never have stakes get that close. So I think overall the entire format, this entire tournament, prizing on the line as well for both average placement and overall tournament win. Really cool ideas implemented overall.
For sure, and something to just touch on that early stuff, like you said, raising the stakes in an early game. You did see Storm Surge be such a factor, and I know like Storm Surge isn't the best thing for pros to experience, but for what it's worth, it's an indicator that people are taking the games super serious and they're stacked all the way through to the end. With that, we'll see how the 8 games all unfold as we load up this leaderboard right now here.
Right, here we go.
The Elite
Here we go.
Nook. Oh my gosh,
Kanata.
the Intel Nook Elite Cup, here it is. Here's your top 8. It's first place, Kanata, Bucky, and Creo. 7 points ahead of the
Monster just messed up the winning
Avery. Shayo wager.
The winning
Hey,
shout
to
out.
me, the name for this trio now is the God Trio. And I know we say that for a lot of different things in the game. The God Beam, the God Fragger. But at the same time, the way these guys played today just makes me think that these guys are absolutely divine. First place, high eliminations, good placements, victory royales, clutches all the way around.
But Bucky
I
and
really like the way
Creo
they
got
played.
banned, didn't they?
That does not shine away from the other people who were in this tournament, though.
Creo
Second
banned.
place, Bugha, Jumper, Avery. They held that throne for a little bit, but
Yep,
it's new
Bucky
gods
and
to
Creo got banned.
that seat.
That's the Storm
Agent
Surge
Maxwell and Icy
duo.
were never really in that top 10 till the later games, and finally broke through, got 3rd place above Zayt, Saf, and Liquid Stretch.
And respects to Colazo Tab's Grandma, Smacked, Illis, and Casper came through the opens track. Prosecutor Mikey and Unknown Army, one of the last kind of toss-ups in here, which was kind of insane. And just to give a little bit of respect to, again, Ved, Nani, and Gonzo, who pulled the only team that pulled multiple victory royales throughout today. Everyone in this top bracket here is deserving of a shout out. They played out of their minds phenomenally. Something to mention, by the way, Kanata's crew Bucky and Creo also got the best average placement, meaning that they're going to take home the 3 supercomputers, the Ghost
Three
Canyon
PCs.
Notes, compact PCs with these crazy i9 stats and beautiful high-grade NVIDIA TIs inside of them. It's going to be a ridiculous pricing for them. Thank you guys so very much for all the pros that played so far today. We have more players to run through, though.
Yeah, I mean, the format overall helped.
So reverse
These
finish
open teams
13th
all
in
the
the
way
end.
The top 10, 3 different ones for the people who are here in the top 10.
His
Acorn,
last 2 games and his
Clipsay,
first 2 games
Jack,
let him down.
68 total points, 2 above Lazar, Keys, and Slacks. Although they were in and out of the top 8 multiple
finished above
times,
Chap.
unfortunately, they could not creep up that first page at the end of the day. But they're still top 10, and they still looked really good throughout the entire competition.
And top 10 is what matters, guys. That's where the pricing cutoff happens there. So Lazar, Keys,
So he didn't win any money.
Acorn, Eclipse, and Jack are all the players that managed to take home surprising. Why it might not be a lot, but hey, it's something you can take and add on to your Fortnite competitive ego. You know what I'm saying? You came in here, you pulled up, you pulled out a top 10 in the first true NA East competitive, high stakes kind of competition. So pretty much a huge feat. Man.
Mega and
Huge
Dubs
feat.
in 19th.
Yeah. I mean,
Clix in
they
17th.
tried their
Wow.
best to get out of the slump
Look
of
at this.
17th to 24th.
FNCS trio
Unfortunately,
winners in
Pleasant Park was
22nd.
They're uncontested, but it's the way Nays are kind of been thrown box to box. They're very good at staying tight and together. They end up at 17th. Past that, though, we know the people who got taken out. I think, can we go back to that last page really quickly if it's possible? We've seen this page before. Timbers, their trio all the way there. A few more people to talk about. Mega Assault, Dubs, really good at keeping high multiple times, but 19th overall. And past FNCS winner, Furious Chaotic, or Furious for the solos, 18th place, 48 points.
Yeah, and that's with them missing 1 game because he wasn't paying attention and missed the queue, unfortunately, which means that he would have been a bit higher, probably close to top 10. Here's a final look at your prize breakdown, guys. $15,000 in prizings plus, including the PCs. And again, all rewarded to first place because it just so happens first place had the best average placement as well. So shout outs to them. They really get the true prize here, which is the Ghost Canyon.
I mean, given how many
This
points
is a
were on
phenomenal
offer for first
tournament
place,
overall to be a
not
part
surprising.
of. This was crazy fun. Big money being dished out. Thank you again to Intel and all the other sponsors, Gamergoo, that participated in this whole kind of thing, bringing it together. We want to give another special thank you to Team Chronic, their influence over on YouTube, their social media presence, really drawing new players to the Open Scrims track and introducing people to competitive that it is that we're building here at the practice server. Once again, I'm Monster D-Face. This is Shio Wager. Shio, I want to give you the floor, though. Shout yourself out. Talk to the fans, man.
All right, well, you know me, Shio Wager, held down these last 4 games. You can catch me on Twitter or Twitch at Shio Wager. That being said, make sure you follow all these competitors because they're live every day. They're bringing you the best of the top competition. I'm hyped to see and be a part of, hopefully, the next League Cup broadcast or whatever practice server has cooking. It's been an amazing and glorious day.
Absolutely. And don't forget, guys, so many new faces in here. Follow this channel at Practice Server. Follow or subscribe to the YouTube channel via Chronic FR, those of you guys watching over there. From here, we're going to go on and raid the man, Aussie himself, for participating as a caster. He's going to continue his show on tonight. I think it's only right that we continue to show love. Thank you to Aussie Antics as well. He's not here to sign himself out. But check out the Aussie man from down under himself, always dropping support on what we do here at the practice server, and we appreciate that so very much. Once again, closing out here from the Intel Nook Elite Cup. Also D-Face here.
So they didn't do an
Thank you
interview.
guys so very much, and we'll catch you guys in next League Cup. Stay tuned.
We'll see you on the battle bus. Alright, thanks everybody for watching. Subscribe to the channel. I'll be doing every single Fortnite live event. I'll be posting loads of Fortnite videos on this channel as well. So I'll see you next time, guys. Got a cough. Hopefully it's not COVID. I'll see you next time, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
I'm trying to find a new way where the sun's shining down on my face. I'm running away. You're in a toxic relationship. Time to be free. I'm trying to find a new way where the sun's shining down on my face. I'm running away. You're in a toxic relationship.